Good evening, everyone. Welcome to another Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. I am JL. Thank you all so much for joining us today. I see a bunch of people in the side chat already, and hopefully we're going to have a really fun evening tonight with some decent conversations. Fingers crossed, because you never know what you're going to get. YouTube is very much like a box of chocolates. So, it's just, a lot of nuts. But good to see everyone. Andrew was hanging out for us at Bueller. Yep. And Caligonchik doesn't know what Bueller is. For Ferris Bueller's Day Off is an excellent movie from the 80s. And classic reference, of the I can't remember the guy's name. That actor, that classic character actor. Bill Stein. Bill Stein. And he would the way he talked, like, I can't even do it. I can't even mimic it, but Bueller when he was taking role at the beginning of it. So hopefully that answers the question. And Caligonchik, and good to see you. Spam goes here. Good to see you. Clive Wells with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, Clive. Appreciate that. Heard something interesting, Clive. I heard Dr. Blitz kind of dunking on Hartle Hawking earlier today. Now, it's not really super taken seriously nowadays. And he had, the reasons why. I think the way he expressed it is because now we have more reason to believe that something. I have to bring it up, but I heard Blitz. So maybe I don't know if you know that you may hold different positions on it. But I found it to be interesting. I heard that. It was like, oh, interesting. He's kind of dunking on the Hartle Hawking no boundary proposal, which I found interesting. He wasn't like dogging it. He's just kind of like, well, people don't really take that seriously, these days. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Thought you might find it interesting as well. Let me see. Turtle Moves is here with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, Turtle. Appreciate that. Juggernaut Jared Reed says, I have 20 that says one of the people that joins the stage will crash out. I think those are good odds. We might want to check Polymarket. Sir Equinox 42 is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Spam goes here, says, I like that crash out betting. Will they crash out? If so, after how long? What kind of crash out? Storm off in a huff, pretend flat battery or bad service, swear, and yeah. We get all kinds of crash outs. Here. See. Ugly German Truths, good to see you. Says, don't cheapen our bridge by predictive market BS. And good morning, y'all. Good morning to you, Ugly German Truths. Appreciate you being here. As well as Metalcore Kick. Hello. Appreciate you being here, bud. Jinju as well. Good to see you. Chase Teaches Physics. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. 100th Monkey. Appreciate you being here. And it looks like that's everybody so far. Ben Stein, that was it. You know what it was? I watched a video earlier today about epic rap battles of history. And Bill Nye was stuck in my head. That's why, because they were talking about the Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson epic rap battle. Actually, it was Bill Nye versus Isaac Newton, then Neil deGrasse pops in at the end. Only they had an actor come in and play him. When Neil deGrasse had said, when he saw it, he was like, why didn't they just call me? I'd have done it. Like, he'd have shown up and played himself, which would have been awesome. A missed opportunity for ERB. But I had Bill Nye on the brain, and so Ben Stein kind of slipped by me. I remember he wrote that book. There was a book he wrote that he was marketing for a while. Something about Freakonomics. Was that it? Was he on the cover of Freakonomics? Ben Stein. I can't remember what he was on the.
Yeah, he had a TV show which was like Win Ben Stein's Money.
Yeah, I remember that. Then he had The World According to Ben Stein, How to Ruin Your Life, The Capitalist Code, It Can Save Your Life. Yes, you can still retire comfortably. How Successful People Win. Thoughts very much. Oh, he actually did like a. Oh, that's wild. Oh, he did one called Tommy and Me: The Making of a Dad, which is pretty cool. He's written a bunch of books. Nixon, The Man, President, and My Friend. Oh, he was friends with Nixon. Might not want to get into Ben Stein's politics. Might not want to get into those. No, he wasn't. Ugly German Jews. I just, I know he was involved in economics, but he was not on that. You are correct. I was just checking. Or his religion. Yeah, as I noticed, he has apparently written a book called The Eyes of Faith, How to Not Go Crazy. Thoughts to bear in mind to get through even the worst days. So I guess he's got a little book of aphorisms, I suppose. But I didn't know terribly much about him. But like not that in depth. But I do remember him in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So the ERB between Gates and Jobs was quite good. Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, that was solid. Oh, that was an old one. He was a very good economics communicator. He was. Or economics commentator. He definitely was. He definitely got more crazy over the last 40 years. I've noticed that a bunch of the individuals that I kind of grew up with. Do you remember a show that used to air on MTV called MTV's Loveline that had Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew? Yeah, they weren't so insane back then, but apparently those two have fallen off the track as well. I wasn't expecting that, but I guess it happens. I have no idea, but I was quite bummed that Dr. Drew and both Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla have kind of gone off the reservation. Let's see. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Darth Calculus is here. Good to see you, Darth Calculus. I remember watching Expelled, but I don't remember a single thing from it. Yagi-chan, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah, good. Got everybody. Excellent. Spam goes here. It says, yeah, with the Christo-fascists rising to power, there are masks coming off all over. Depressing. Agreed. Carolla, I know of the guy. Never saw something with him in it, though, I believe. Yeah, he never really achieved like that great of stardom. I mean, he was pretty much, people were aware of him more. He was in kind of like the talking, just like, like the talking head just here. Kind of like, before Joe Rogan. I think they were doing like the kind of like sit down, talk with people podcast style thing before Joe Rogan ever showed up. And but yeah, Carolla was around, did some roles. I think acted, did some minor stuff here and there, was a stand-up comic as well. And then just kind of like, Good to see you, Cindy Johnson. Appreciate you hanging out with us today. Dr. Drew haunts my YouTube ads. Yeah, people just have fallen off all over the place. Also, I was saddened to hear, and this is such a bummer, kicking off a stream with just sad news. But the Man Show, yeah, remember that? That Vincent Pastore passed away, who was it's a damn shame because I really, really liked him. And well-known actor, character actor, pretty much one of Hollywood's go-to tough guys, or tough, or one of their go-to mob guys. He was, for those who watched The Sopranos, those who had HBO and watched The Sopranos, he was Big Pussy on The Sopranos, and was an absolute badass. Loved him to death. Actually got to work in a movie with him one time years ago, and very, very briefly met him. Really, really good dude. I met him at the same time that I met Bruce Campbell and Elizabeth Hurley, which is pretty badass. But it was a shame because he was 80. I know he was like over, I think he was 82. Maybe he was 80. But he was up there. And I just wasn't expecting it, just because apparently just kind of sneaks up on you. He was a cancer survivor. So maybe that's something to do with it, but it's a shame that Vincent Pastore, we lost him. He was in one of my favorite Guy Ritchie films, which was the movie Revolver with Jason Statham. He had fantastic chemistry with Andre Benjamin and Statham himself. I thought he was really good in that. So rip, rest in peace, Vincent Pastore. That was a shame that we lost him. We also lost a number of people in the music industry, but more local music that I was familiar with growing up in the DFW areas, particularly Deep Ellum. So, but lost a few in the music industry. But hey, that's what it is. Unfortunate what you're going to see as you get older, which is a shame. Anyway, how are you doing, Andrew?
Looking outside, getting dunked on by the weather. One of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I lost a lot of great outdoor activities this weekend, unfortunately.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, it's life. You get over it.
You're pretty familiar in the music industry. You're pretty heavy in the music industry, right? But you're Canada, though, right?
Yep.
So these names might not mean anything to you. There were some people that we lost recently in the music industry, but I don't know if they were large enough to have gotten to you.
Who we got?
Let's see. Remember when Sam Neill passed, and then give me
Clever
one second.
girl.
It was Kavinsky passed, French composer.
Nope, not a clue.
Chad Lovell passed,
Nope.
and Lou Kohler passed.
Yeah, all no's for me.
Lou Kohler was pivotal in the New York hardcore punk scene. He was one of the founders of Sick of It All, of the band Sick of It All, and Chad Lovell passed too, who was really huge in the Deep Ellum music scene in Dallas, in downtown Dallas area. He's kind of the one that helped build that scene down there. And Kavinsky was one that passed away. It was a French composer that passed away recently, which is a damn shame, because I listen to, when I'm working, typically when I'm working outside or I'm in the editing suite, I'll listen to EDM in the back, because there's that beat, like the repetitive beat, just helps keep me focused, like a metronome. And so typically his stuff will come up in my playlist. So
that's how I discovered Tool. My place was never so clean.
Fuck yes. Hell yes.
Occupied all that empty brain space where all that noise normally is, all gone.
Maynard
it's been supplanted.
If Lemmy wasn't already God, Maynard would be God. But Lemmy is already God, so
yeah, little late.
Oh man, that's wild. Okay, so I got to ask you, as a Tool fan.
I didn't say I qualified for that. That was my discovery of Tool.
But you are a Tool. I mean, come on, you gotta be a Tool fan.
I can't qualify it. That's the thing. Like,
well, I won't ask you. How familiar are you with Keenan's work, with Maynard James Keenan's work?
Only with the fact of, like, people always arguing about what their favorite project with him in it was, and it's highly contentious. So I don't even. I should remember at least the second project of his he was in, and I couldn't name it.
Perfect Circle.
I've heard the name, but was there another as well?
Pucifer.
Hold on.
Yeah, Pucifer is badass. I wasn't expecting that kind of, like, almost folk sound, like, because if you're really familiar with Tool and you're really familiar with Perfect Circle, both of which I really love their sound on both of those. I love Tool, I love Perfect Circle. When Pucifer came around, I was not anticipating that. He's like a dark alignment bard. It's just the best way that I can kind of, like, classify Pucifer is the sound of Pucifer is like if Keenan was like a dark alignment bard, like adventuring across the countryside. It's just freaking awesome. But yeah, I love all three of them.
Yeah, Pucifer. Somebody did point me to them. It did not resonate at all.
It's very folk. Yeah, so it may not, because I happen to like bands like Lord Huron. So because I kind of like folksy, almost kind of like ethereal, with an ethereal slant, but not like extreme. So because I kind of already dig it, I dig that kind of like folksy style to it. That's why I dug Pucifer so much. And I got to say hi to some people in the live chat really quick. I see Bob Nodell's gyroscope is in the house, spinning around. Good to see you, Bob. It has been forever. LTNS, long time no see. That was so stupid that I just said that felt dumb coming out. But good to see you, old friend. I'm good. I'm doing excellent. Better now that you're here. So appreciate you hanging out, man. Been a minute. And no, Ugly German Truths. I said Lemmy. I said if Lemmy wasn't already God, Maynard would be. But Lemmy's already God. So Lemmy will always be God. Judia, good to see you, Judia. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I'm trying not to laugh. Gary-san, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. I Killed Earl is in the house. Good to see you, Earl. Hope you're doing well. Hope the day finds you well. And make sure So I need to walk the dog, but it's raining. I hope he can hold it. Apparently Darth is dealing with the what is the post-glam speed folk? I only listen to post-glam speed folk, but you've probably never heard of it.
You're welcome.
That's Weird Al if he took a different route. That's amazing. Oh, I love it. Post-glam speed folk. Oh.
I gotta say, I know stuff. Not necessarily practical or useful stuff, but stuff nonetheless.
Oh, Ugly German Jew says, well, as God does not exist, if Lemmy is God, it follows that Lemmy cannot exist. Logic. I say that Lemmy falls into the unfalsifiable category. We can neither prove true nor false that Lemmy is God, but if there was a qualifier to be God, it would be Lemmy, but we can't prove it. So it's unfortunately it's unfalsifiable. But because we already have a logically possible candidate, then obviously Maynard cannot be God. So by strong inductive inference. I can't believe this is a philosophical conversation we're having.
Well, that does depend as to whether or not you're trying to refer to the category as being something singular, as opposed to a category. Because
you think it could be pantheism?
Well, no, a god.
Or no, sorry, polytheism. It could be polytheism. He's one of many gods.
Well, I mean, one could believe in multiple, but the question is once you've confirmed multiple, I mean, you've got multiple.
There was what was it? There was a funny story that Ricky Gervais told about, because apparently after Ricky Gervais had David Bowie on his show Extras, the two of them became pen pals because David really, according to Ricky Gervais, David Bowie really didn't like email. He felt it was just too impersonal. So he handwrote a lot of much of his correspondence. And so he and Ricky became kind of what he referred to as pen pals, where they would write letters back and forth to each other, just see what was going on, to catch up, just like before email existed. And they would rib each other from time to time. And what was it? Ricky once told him in a letter, just like, "Look, you fancy poof, why don't you go and get a real job?" And made some joke like that. And David Bowie wrote it back saying, "I already have a real job. Rock God." So done and done.
Yeah, I'm a big fan on that side.
Cindy John says, mixed emotions day. It is my birthday, but we just had to let our furry baby go to the fun pep. Oh, that is a shame. That is heartbreaking. Well, first off, I know it's tough, but I'm happy birthday to you. You deserve to be recognized for that. And birthdays are important to me, and so I would say happy birthday. But that is a heartbreaker of losing a fur baby, which is just awful. I don't have the words. I don't. I had the words. I think I found the words last time when somebody had mentioned that they unfortunately had to part with one of their pets and one of their family members, really, with more what they are. And it always brings me back to Jingles and Shotzi, who, if you've been following my channel long enough, you know when they passed away, and then so on from there. It's just that's rough. That I am sorry for your loss. I am. That breaks my heart. That is a shame. Thella says more people need to watch Extras. The Patrick Stewart scenes might be the funniest thing. Oh, they were brilliant. They were brilliant. So the Patrick Stewart scenes were excellent. I will make it so. It's like, Star Trek: The Next Generation. Oh no, I've never seen it. Oh, your wife won't let you have it on. I know I'm not married. Oh, your girlfriend then? No, I live alone. You're not married. You don't have a girlfriend. You've never seen Star Trek. Good Lord. So, brilliant moment. But I also like the one with Warwick Davis when he's an extra in the film, and he gets into a row with Warwick Davis and accidentally knees him in the face and knocks him out cold. And he's like, no, because Warwick Davis is trying to attack him. It's like, she's my wife. Why do you think I got this ring? I don't know. You're a hobbit. That shit was brilliant. Yes, Judia. Yes, the show was called Extras. There are many clips of it online, and you get these brilliant interactions between Ricky Gervais. The premise of the show is that Ricky Gervais is trying to make his way in the business, and essentially kind of like over and over in the UK, trying to elevate his star. And while he's working on trying to get his own project made, which was the sitcom that he was working on, while he's trying to get that made and produced, he has to pay the bills. And to pay the bills, he takes extras work, where he's just as an extra in the background on various movies. This provides him the opportunity to interact with a number of A-listers. So there are interactions there with Kate Winslet, with Ian McKellen, with Patrick Stewart, with Warwick Davis, with Gordon Ramsay, with what's his from Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe. So a bunch of A-listers come over and they show up on the show and play these parodies of themselves and who they really are. So the Ian McKellen one is brilliant, but one of the best was David Bowie, because they were all in a restaurant. They were like hanging out in a restaurant, and there was like different seating, and then so David Bowie was there, and David Bowie's like, there was like, "Hi, David, we're a huge fan." He's like, I can't hear you, love. Come over here." And so they go over, sit with David Bowie, and they start having a chat, and I don't want to spoil it. It turns into a thing, which is just brilliant. So, but Extras was top notch. And Oat Milk, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Bob Nodell says, I've been out of the loop for several months now, and I still can't believe this shit's real. What shit? Kind of curious. The doing the live streams, or was it something else that I missed? But let me know. You plan on releasing a short video response regarding the debate you just had with that guy who I can't recall. It was really painful to watch at times. So I hadn't planned religion. Can't believe this shit's religion. Gotcha. I had not planned on doing a video, like a video review of the debate with Robert Bola, because pretty much there was the debate itself, and then Andrew and a number of others. Andrew did commentary on it as well. He provided his kind of breakdown of it. I know Peachy Tony is probably going to have things to say as well. I know Gretchen was a sport and actually showed the entire debate over on her channel, over on Async Network. So a bunch of people done reviews of it. I figured, and then I figured I'd just put the entire debate up so that everybody could see it. And I would link back to Skeptic Haven and Mark Reed so that people would know who was involved in that, and just kind of give them the breakdown of it. And I figured make a good Saturday release to kind of like put, like tickle the algorithm for Sunday. Maybe, I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. But that's what I wanted to do, was kind of drop it. I hadn't planned on doing one because it's awful. He's really bad, like really terrible. Like he contradicted himself in his opening statement, contradicted his own position, the position he's trying to defend. He contradicted it like in that opening statement, which is just, the guy is just terrible, just really, really bad. Cord Lizard Mage, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah, definitely check out Async Network, A-Sync Network. And they do a full review on it, like a full review of the entire thing. And then, and of course, you can you watch it in its entirety here. And previous live streams, Andrew has talked about it as well, kind of giving his breakdown. So, any progress on getting TikTok as a source of guests? We are slowly but surely moving towards that. As soon as I get the new system set up, as soon as it arrives, because it has not arrived, it's only the second, so it hasn't arrived yet. But as soon as we get the new stuff in, I'll be able to download what I need, and then Andrew's going to give me a crash course through OBS, so to make sure that I'm using it correctly, and then we will make that happen. So it's just slowly but surely, piece by piece. As soon as I get the new system in and I get the whole thing set up, because I'm going to have to restructure, what's going on here in my office in order to do that. So I'm gonna have to move some stuff, and as soon as I do, it'll take a minute. But as soon as I get that set up, you'll know the minute we're ready to go. So I promise that. Juggernaut Jerry said Robert contradicted himself when he agreed to debate you. Yeah, true. The Chinese will own you. Definitely look up extras. Definitely look up clips of that. How do I act so well? When Peter Jackson called me and said, "So Ian, I'd like you to play Gandalf in Lord of the Rings." And I said, "Ooh, Peter, you do know that I'm not actually a wizard." He said, "Yes, I want you to play the role." It's like, I see. So then I thought to myself, what would it mean to be a wizard? And I acted in that way on the day. Yeah, it'll be fun, Cindy. Hopefully. Average Joe, good to see you. Just finished watching your recent debate. Oh, appreciate that very, very much. I know it's a bit of a headbanger, meaning that you want to bang your head into shit to make it stop. So I appreciate you checking that out, Average. Thank you very much. Oh, joy, TikTok users. Soon I will need Subway Surfer to not end up frustrated by the streams. Oh, Subway Surfer Backyard Baseball apparently is the new popular one. But yeah, so. Ah, yes. Your love of the halfling's leaf has clearly slowed your mind. I don't do a very good Christopher Lee. You gotta get that really deep, almost the deep baritone, almost bass. Your love of the halfling's leaf has clearly slowed your mind. Oh no, 6-7. No. Juggernaut Jared Reese, the reason I said that is because Robert made a comment about never debating anyone. That's hilarious. And then he turned around and he debated over on Standing for Truth. He debated Matt Slick, which is just disturbing.
Out of morbid curiosity,
I had a feeling.
I just want to see like that semblance of hope wiped off of Matt's slick face. Like I don't have any expectations for anything solid from Robert. I just want to see Matt Slick lose all hope.
Let's see. Oh wait, no. No. Okay, no. So he's going to be back. So hold on a sec. So Robert Bola is going to debate Dwayne Minchin. Is God one or three divine persons? So he's going to debate Dwayne Minchin on the exact same thing he debated. Oh, he's going to debate Matt Slick on is the doctrine of the Trinity biblical? So Matt Slick, Robert Bola, that's going to be on August 20th. So that's set for August 20th, and then August 28th he's going to be back to debate ostensibly the same topic against Dwayne Minchin. So Unitarianism versus Trinitarianism. I'm looking. These are terrible debates. These are all cats in the exact same boat, arguing that their understanding of the water on their side is better than the other person's. That's all this is.
Largely.
I see Matt Slick has gotten his hooks into Standing for Truth. I guess they needed someone to replace Hovind. Resident crackpot.
Yeah, they've definitely lost something in the star power department there. Hovind had at least some endurance to him. I mean, Slick, he's like that, one of those movie extras where everyone has seen him in everything and no one knows their name. That's my take on Slick.
BV, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Howdy. And Darth is out walking his dog. And Rodintless Name, good to see you. I was going to go to Mordor to destroy the ring, but then I got high. Yes, thank you, Afro Man. Appreciate that. Let me see. And Chase has spent way too long on Monkey Boys Live on TikTok today trying to explain second law thermodynamics to a guy who later called us 40 IQ dinosaur believers. Prepare for the worst with TikTok, brother. That'll be awesome. Yeah, when I finally get my TikTok running, I'll be unstoppable. I'll fingers crossed. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be at some points fun, at some points brain aneurysm inducing. Maybe it's possible. Tim Davidson, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, I lost my faith when I saw my priest with an altar boy. I thought we had something special. That's fucked. Oh, that's twisted. That is twisted. Oh, that's some twisted humor. But thank you so much, Tim Davidson. I do appreciate that. That was brutal. Bill, I see you. Bill, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. TikTok sounds like the hell dimension. Yes, Rignox, it definitely sounds like the place that the gravity drive takes you to. I'll say that. Definitely sounds like that's what the gravity drive leads to. And Kent does have a whole dinosaur park. If you want to see, yeah, definitely check out Dinosaur Adventureland if you want to check out a whole bunch of aluminum siding dinosaurs. Or even better, you can just go on Google and look at images of the park on Google. That'll work too. You and I have very different definitions of fun. Yes. You and I remember Budapest very differently.
Thanks, Natasha.
It's like Budapest all over again. You and I remember Budapest very differently. Pouring out for Sammy.
That reference.
I understood that reference. I have not yet seen the new Spider-Man, so no spoilers. I'm looking forward to seeing it very soon, but I haven't seen it yet. And already YouTube is trying to dump spoilers down my throat, trying to pump my brain full of spoilers, which is really obnoxious. Puny God. That's awesome that they got they got Ferrigno in to voice Big Hulk. I thought it was great when Grayson Hawk went there and made a video about it. Oh, I miss Grayson. I'm glad that he's back. I'm glad Grayson is back. I wonder what's been going on with him, because he was gone for a while. Oh, excellent. That's good to hear, Average. Good to hear that you enjoyed it. New ones that I need to see is I need to see the new Spider-Man that just dropped. I need to see Evil Dead Burn. I gotta check and see what the list is since I've caught up. I'm shocked at how fast some movies are showing up on streaming as of late, and so I've been able to catch them there without having to go to the theater, because going to the theater is like a day's experience where I live. So, I've heard that their reviews have been overwhelmingly positive. Haven't seen I enjoy Toy Story 1, 2, and 3. It took me a long time to see 4. And 4 didn't super resonate with me, but 5, it's going to be predominantly just like smashing the nostalgia button is what it's going to be smashing. It's pretty much what it's about. So.
Oh.
Marvel's going to say that Downey is doomed from an alternate timeline. Okay, so given Marvel Doomsday, I do not know obviously I don't think anybody knows, or we're all just speculating as to what role Robert Downey Jr. has now. He's obviously playing Doom. The question is he actually Victor Von Doom and he just looks like Tony, or is he an alternate? Is he a variant like they set up in Loki with the whole TVA and everything? We do know that Loki's back, which I don't know how they're going to pull that off, given that Loki is supposed to be at the holding the time streams together at the end of Loki season 2. So we don't know what's going to go on with that. Very curious as to how they're going to what they're going to do. I would say the most likely scenario is that I'm thinking that it is, in fact, that it's Doom, because it looks like Tony with a combination of Iron Man tech and Darkhold magic is what it looks like to me from the symbols in the trailer when you saw him like stop Thor's when he stopped Stormbreaker and just caught it like boom and stopped it. The runes on it etched into his gauntlets, those are from the Darkhold. So because you recognize those from Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. And so I don't know if they're going to how they're going to play it. My guess is it's probably going to be that it actually is Victor Von Doom. And that he'll be showing up as a consequence of them tapping into the Fantastic Four universe when Galactus showed up from that movie, that it'll tie somehow into that. and that Reed Richards will be familiar with Doom, and it just happens to look like Tony. So, or it could be that there is no Tony Stark in that universe, but so like he just happens to look like Tony, and so that individual like was born as Victor Von Doom, and then was the because he still has the Eastern European accent, which is the accent you get from that he has from being from Latveria. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to finding out. Doom in my life, though. I saved all the work for their end. Nice. Tim Davis said, for $5, thank you so much, Tim. Says, they say, let Christ enter you. He's into pegging. Who knew? Oh, yeah. Or, pegging? Or would we say just, he's a top. He's his power top is what he is. Yes, Gretchen, this is a nerd stream where we nerd out. Thank you so much for being here. Speaking of which, people are asking for people to call. So we have a bunch of people in the chat, and yeah, he's stuck at the loom holding the timelines together. That's right. Bible Guy Raid. Awesome. Liquid, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you all you raiders for showing up. I appreciate that. So if you are a believer and you would like to talk about what you believe and why, tell us, why do you believe in a God? It's the title of the stream. Or if you want to talk about any one of these subjects that we have on the screen here, you're more than welcome to click the link. It's pinned in the side chat and come up on stage. We would love to have a chat with you. That's the whole point of the stage, so we can have these conversations. We think they're important to have nowadays, given what's going on geopolitically, what's going on politically here in the U.S. So we definitely need to have chats about these things. So please hit that link. Come on up on stage. We love to talk to you. Yep, don't mention the Backrooms movie. Gretchen hasn't seen it. Definitely hold on to that one. No spoilers. Yeah, Bob Nodell says there's only one Tony, and he's got a PhD. Fuck yeah. Rabbit Atheist, good to see you. So being a nerd, I'm happy to see a nerd stream. Awesome. And good to see you, Rabbit. Appreciate you hanging out. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully we will. He's no Baron Underbite. Yes, from Venture Brothers. I do love me some Venture Brothers. Hopefully we will get a believer up on stage, and we'll be able to have a conversation. We're also kind of watching the Discord, see if anybody wants to come up. Haven't had any takers as of yet. But I can put some feelers out and see if we might attract somebody in. Catholic apologetics. I'll swing on a Catholic. Definitely will. Let's see. And hopefully we have a couple of regulars. One may stop by a little bit later, fingers crossed. Would like to see them. Would like to see Bob pop in. Wouldn't mind Bob popping back in. Andrew, remember how we've often said that we wouldn't mind having Grace back on?
Yep.
Yeah, I recently checked out some stuff with her. I don't know if I really would want to anymore. I think
political or worse?
No, just behavior-wise. Just like I got this feeling that she's kind of gone off the deep end. It was like lack of self-awareness, like ultra cringe. It was just not great.
Okay, what was the setting? So is this on somebody else's platform?
No, it's on hers. And actually technically on, I guess it's hers and her dad's, hers and Ben's channel. And she was dancing and lip syncing to a song, I think to an Aerosmith song, and wearing a crazy short one piece. No, what was it? It was just a very crazy short like skirt, and the way she was dancing was incredibly provocative. Almost stripper like. But there's one person it was definitely obvious that one person was filming, and I don't know who would be filming her other than,
boyfriend.
other than Ben, her dad.
Well, I mean, it may get posted there, so the question is whether or not that's, you know, bait in its way, but whether or not, you know, he had an influence.
Okay, I'd never seen it before. Gretchen's saying it's an old video. Okay, and that's disturbing. That's highly disturbing to me.
Yeah, you like keeping, you know, things in a nice compartmentalized area, like source of bad argumentation. I can handle that. Now, don't give me mixed messages.
No, I don't dog. No dogging to dancers alone. I mean, to dancers who are out there, you know, making their way through college, or putting themselves through college, or feeding their kids, or doing whatever they need to get it done. No shame to sex workers at all whatsoever. None at all. I have no kink shame. No kink shame and no I guess what, sex shaming or like that or whatever. None whatsoever. Okay. Will Grace asked, "Oh, it was filmed by a film by her webcam." Well, there was there was movement there. So I don't know. Maybe it's because of the space she was in. It just I got it an icky feeling. I'll say that. Something, you know, I have no idea. I didn't feel right. Okay, I'll say this. I didn't feel comfortable watching it. Watching it made me feel very uncomfortable. I'll just say that. And this is someone whose brain is completely rotted out on horror films. And I did not feel comfortable watching that. I was more comfortable watching Obsession than I was watching that. Maybe because I know it's a movie. And, you know, I know movies are fake. But, you know, the subject matter. I was more comfortable with the subject matter of Obsession than I was watching that video of Grace.
that isn't subject matter. That is a subject made up of matter.
I don't know what to say. I said Gretchen. Gretchen. It was gross, and I think she was underage to the tone. Oh, no, I don't need to know. Bleach in my ears and my eyes. No. Oh no. Gretchen. Average Joe, you're more than welcome to pop in anytime that you like. TP Seeker, what's the link we shouldn't watch? Asking for a friend. I need to know what this definitely. What's this link so I can tell everybody to avoid it? Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Gretchen says if it makes me feel any better, I could be wrong about that. Well, okay. Holy Tracy Lord's Batman.
yeah, that hits home. That hits really close to home.
Yeah. People may be a lot of people. I don't know. I have a pretty I have a much older demographic. I think that I speak to. I don't think I have a lot of young people in here. So I think most people might be aware of the Tracy Lord story, which I find fascinating. I do. It's totally not great what she did, but she kind of took the industry and turned it to her advantage. And, you know, she recognized that the industry is definitely a system of use, or a system of exploitation. So she kind of exploited the industry and got what she wanted out of it. So I kind of see it as her turning the tables. She turned the tables on the industry and used it against them and kind of weaponized it and turned it into a major career. So I guess feminism, you know, she kind of like pretty savage. I'll say that. I think Grace is living in an RV with her dad these days. Woof. Ouch. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the situation is. I know Destiny has said his things on it. I know that there's been a lot of back and forth. He said, she said. Nothing's played out like extreme in court. Not that I found it, by the way. Just like looking at the records, looking at the actual transcripts, which are available if you know where to look. So I don't know what the situation is. So I'm not going to comment on, you know, I'm not going to speculate about that. But I'll say that I didn't get a good vibe. is what it is. So I don't know if it's a super old video and that was just her being cringe in order to kind of like get attention on the internet. That's one thing, maybe. I do think she does need to get away from her dad, though. I do. Very much so. Bob Nodell says, I'm guessing no one has ever debunked atheism. No. As of yet, as of current, no one has debunked atheism. No one has yet to do that. There's been a lot out there that claim that it's false or claim that it's dishonest, which is I find fascinating, given that what atheism is and what it logically entails. So but hopefully, I know it's a little slow. Hopefully we will get a believer to come up on stage. So and Caligon, the kicker about it is like, how would they debunk it? Like, for atheism to be false, they obviously are not representing it. They're not presenting atheism correctly as like a comprehensive worldview. That's what they're addressing it as, when it's not. So it's a complete straw man of what atheism is. But a lot of them don't realize that because they've taken from other apologists and other talking heads online, other like religious pundits, this idea of what atheism is, and then they try to debunk it from there, not knowing that they're just screwing it all up. So, but when it comes to it, a lot of them, but the ones that don't claim that they'll say like it's dishonest or that it's a lie. And the problem with that is that we're talking about a personal position, a position of not being convinced that a proposition is true. For that to be a lie, obviously I would have to be believing that a God exists, that I am convinced the proposition is true, and I'm simply lying about my position. But that would mean that they have special psychic access to my brain, which is just insane. So, and Joe Cool is in the back. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how's it going?
Going good. Ooh, got some mighty epic reverb.
Oh, really?
It sounds like you're in a cathedral.
Uh-oh.
Test, dude. Give us a testing.
Testing.
Hello, Milwaukee.
Hello, Milwaukee.
Chase says, "Bro is calling in from heaven."
Oh, dang it! I had this problem before. I don't know how to fix it. Let me.
Talking through a guitar amp. Nice. Yeah, Bob. That a lot of Christians think atheism is a faith position, which is nuts. Which is likely they get that crap from Frank Turek and that stupid fucking book he wrote that I don't have enough faith to be an atheist, which is just freaking ridiculous. Because Frank Turek is trash. Is a trash grifter. He knows he's a trash grifter. I did enjoy see him get his ass handed to him by one of the students he was talking to, who obviously has really excellent debate skills. It was watching Turek get his ass handed to him during that was almost as satisfying as watching Charlie the Pez dispenser Kirk get his ass handed to him by I think it was in Oxford, by an actual professional debater.
I love that exchange.
Oh, it was gorgeous. That girl just handed him his ass.
Actually, the entire damn school handed him ass.
The school pretty much.
They ran a train on him. That's what happened.
Does this sound better?
You see, it's still hello Cleveland. It's still coming in. Oh yeah, so Judy is bringing up this is fascinating. Destiny or Professor Dave has apparently gone full nuclear on Destiny, which I am here for. I'm all about the launching ICBMs against Destiny's pro-genocide position, which so here's the kicker. As far as all I know, and people may be more up to speed on this than I am because I've been editing for most of the day today, and I was recording all day yesterday. From what I understand, Destiny has his position. He's definitely pro-Israel, and has glossed over a lot of the stuff that's going on. And then that's what Destiny's been doing. And then Professor Dave took a swing at Destiny to point out all of this like nonsense, all this crap he's pointing out, because that's what Destiny does, or because that's what Professor Dave does, is he tears the shit down. Then Pangburn got involved and did a transcript kind of review line by line of what Professor Dave's video, which was like, I think almost an hour and a half long. So he did it so Travis did it in 3 points. He did it in 3 separate videos over these massive live streams where he was doing a transcript review, or basically kind of like a line review of every single thing that he said, and predominantly came out on Destiny's side. But we expected that because of who we know, like Travis and Destiny's past work in the past, or their collaborative work, or how they work, the stuff that they got going on together. And then I found out that Travis and Destiny are doing some kind of a fundraiser to raise $5 million for Palestinian children. So that that Pangburn is partnering with Destiny to do a fundraiser to raise $5 million for Palestinian children. So he did 3 on Destiny as well. Oh, okay, cool. So Dave is going nuclear for wrong reasons, though. Interesting. Because I was listening, because I listened to Dave's video, and I mean, I'm familiar with a lot of the points that he was talking about, and also his criticism of Destiny, his criticism of Steven in that. And so I didn't see, maybe I need to, if I need to sit down and watch the Pangburn stuff, let me know.
Is this any better?
That is better, yes.
All right, got it.
Someone said, Chase says you're calling in via the burning bush.
Ooh. Not good.
No, they weren't. They just came up with that to extort Dave into debating Destiny after he already said no? Oh, that's wild. So they're not doing a fundraiser. Okay. Okay, maybe I missed something. All 4 days of the Pangburn. Okay, so then Gretchen, let me know your thoughts on how Pangburn did. Was it biased towards Destiny? Was it completely objective? Yeah, I'd love to hear about it. So, because I haven't had an opportunity to sit down and watch the entire thing. So, just if you think if there was a bias, or if he was completely objective, is what I'm predominantly curious about. Leo Phileas, good to see you, Leo. So Travis Pangburn wants Destiny to debate Hassan to try and raise $5 million for Palestine. Travis will not get $5 million. Sorry, that's not happening. I don't know if I could fill up a whole stream watching Pangburn stuff. So, Joe, how are you doing, bud?
Not too bad. Doing good yourself?
Yeah. Just hanging out. Fingers crossed we can get a believer up, but you're definitely more than welcome. Pretty much everybody's welcome to come up when they want to. So, what did you want to predominantly talking about Second Amendment, right?
Yeah. I actually don't even know your specific stance on the 2A. So I'd love to hear your opinion on it.
So my interpretation of the Second Amendment is that the intention of the Founding Fathers was never, just by a plain reading of the text and understanding the terminology that they used, that the Founding Fathers intended for weapons to be available to an established militia within each colony. So within each one, when they were first establishing that. And so the trained members of the militia would have access to the weaponry, and that weaponry would be stored and maintained by the organized militia themselves. They would do training as well, but they would be called up by the governor in the event that they needed to be called up against the federal government, in the event that the federal government became tyrannical. So that was the initial purpose of the National Guard, and that the standing regular army were the ones that were designated, those soldiers, the one designated to fight international issues, like against the British and against anybody else that might come along. So those were the original roles. The role of the Second Amendment was to ensure that the federal government could never disarm the National Guard, that they could never take the National Guard's weapons away and leave each of the colonies defenseless, to secure their ability to defend themselves, not to ensure that every single citizen has access to weaponry, because putting the guns in the hands of trained individuals, especially with federal backing, federal-backed, trained individuals, and like military trained stuff like that, and just throwing them in the hands of the regular citizenry, far really, really dangerous gamble right there, because now you're potentially putting guns in the hands of the untrained, or those who have no incentive to train, or don't think that they need to train. Whereas training is a requirement to get into the National Guard and to be a regular serving member of the National Guard. So that's my interpretation. It was never meant so that people could go fucking hunting with a goddamn Uzi.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would hunt with an Uzi. That's kind of ridiculous. But anyways, so I do disagree with you on that specific stance. So when we think about the militia, who is the militia in that sense?
The militia was any above age or any of age individual. At the time, it would have to be a guy, but any of age individual that signed up and declared themselves and passed the fitness test to join the militia at the time. Now, at the time that the National Guard was in, the militias were generally formed, there wasn't like a fitness test, because they were all fucking farmers. And so people just kind of, as long as you were, I believe, the age of, at the time, I think was 16. So you could just join. So you were considered a man and you could just join. Nowadays, it's 18 years old and you could join, but we need to make sure that we have they're fighting fit. So there's a fitness test, there's an exam, psychological examination, and a boot camp to make sure that they're trained. Well, they did train them. There were individuals who trained them in the use and the maintenance of weapons in the militia, because it was all controlled. It was centralized. There was like, this is where the militia meets. This is where the militia trains. And this is when the governor calls them out, the governor tells them where to go and what to do, and so on. And so that was their role. So that was then. But obviously times have changed. Every single state has their own National Guard, and the governor is the one who should have control over the National Guard. And so the federal government should not have the right to strip the governor of their control. But unfortunately, the federal government does now, thanks to 9/11 and the Patriot Act, so which sucks. But I think I personally think that should repeal, that the National Guard should be under the purview of the governor alone in order to protect against that tyrannical government we were talking about. And so, but now you have your National Guard, the base, the National Guard base. They train, they have a hierarchy just like the military. They're considered a part of the military, and they get federal funding, and that's where they will train and do their tests, do their fitness tests, do all the stuff, and then they will deploy from there. That's the way it was designed to be, and the way it should always have been. So okay, that would be your militia is what became the National Guard. So
yeah, I guess I would. There's a mix of things I think of understanding. So the militia back then they also didn't have a National Guard.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't a formalized thing. Yeah. Right.
So in the event of National Guard needing to move out for whatever reason, whether it be tyranny or just defense for additional defense of invasion of the country, doesn't matter. The people would also become part of that militia.
Well, so like not just like anybody and everybody, not like a draft, because right. The National Guard was originally so the National Guard was kind of technically formed, I think, back in the mid 1600s, but it wasn't organized and officially named through like federal, I think, milestones until I think it was 1916, 1917, and the 1930s is when those official adjustments came through. So it took a long time to establish the National Guard as we understand it today. And that makes sense, given that the rapid increase in population and what was going on geopolitically, that we needed these individuals at home, especially World War I and the conflicts leading up to World War II, which kind of tracks. So not to mention the stuff, I believe, at the time, what was it, 1916? That's not only leading into World War I, but that's also the shit going on in Panama.
I don't know.
I'd have to go back and check out my history. I know there was a bunch of stuff going on that required the federal government to start doing that. But even then, there was still requirements for people to be able to join. Like not anybody could just like say, oh, I'm going to join you like this. But even then, I interpret the Second Amendment as having that intentionality, that not to stick a gun in the hands of anyone who wanted, stuck a gun into the hands of anyone who wanted one, but to say that the people have the right. And just to look at this, the Second Amendment to the Constitution, a prefatory clause about a militia, and a prefatory clause about a militia, and an operative clause stating that the people's right to bear arms should not be broken or blocked. And my interpretation of it is that when it's talking about the people's right to bear arms, they're talking about the people in the colloquial sense. In other words, the people of that state. Okay, and so it was the people's right. So when they're talking about the people, they're talking about the collective, is in a sense, and that the collective representative of that was the militia. So the militia was the people defending themselves, just like it was a representative of the people, just like the DA represents the people. So in a legal sense, and so the sense there was that the people shall not have the right to keep that National Guard and to arm that National Guard for their defense taken away from them. And so those guns could not be taken away from the National Guard for any like reason whatsoever.
I get why you would say that, or even think that makes sense.
Well, it's the exact text is a well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. So the point of that is that the right of the people to keep and bear arms as a well-regulated militia, which is necessary to the security of a free state, shall not be infringed. And it's because of the placement of the commas in that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Federalist Papers
kind of separate each section.
Exactly.
That it should not be infringed.
Yeah. So if you were to take it like that, it's the right of the people to keep and bear arms as a well-regulated militia, that being necessary to the security, or you could say being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms as a well-regulated militia shall not be infringed.
Yeah, so my interpretation of that part is that every single section is separate for a reason. So they're saying that, the militia should not have their rights taken away. The people separately as a whole should not have their rights taken away. And they should have a Second Amendment right as well. And the reason they say this is because not only back then did they not have a militia, so the militia was the people. So as a society today, if we wanted to be part of that militia, say we needed additional people in our militia to defend the state, then the people nowadays would have guns, they would be trained already. So we don't need, because they have them, right? So they don't need to have much additional training to help defend their state.
Well, in order to do that, then it would behoove the local government or even the federal government to institute programs that would mandate military style training and training programs for every individual who wants to buy a gun.
I don't think that would be mandatory.
It should be, if that's the way you want to interpret that, every single individual, by being an actual resident of the state, is included upon the people, which includes that everybody is technically a part of the militia. If you are of age, then you are technically automatically included in the militia. Then there should be a program that provides free of charge. There should be a program that's provided by the government, whether it be local part of the local budget or part of the federal budget, that institutes that anybody who wants to purchase a gun, that you get the right to do it at the age of 18 as a member of the militia, but you are first required to be trained to use and to maintain it. And so because you're expected at any time to be called up as a member of the militia. So you need to be trained. So we need to train you.
So there's two separate things in there. So yes, I agree that there should be free training from the government. I think that would be great.
Yeah, it would support the idea that we're all technically members of the militia.
It would help people, who have, who are negligent with their firearms, to make them be like, hey,
we got a few too many.
So no, there are too many.
If the government can declare me to not be psychologically fit for military service, and that's me, And yet I can still go. I mean, and I know why. It's because I'm not a guy who just follows orders blindly. That's just, they can't have a guy who questions orders on the battlefield. I understand that. But if they can declare me not psychologically fit for active service, then obviously there's a serious problem with who we are allowing to have guns in this country. And so it can't be just willy-nilly. There's got to be some checks and balances. And I think those checks and balances are in the stated like intended in the Second Amendment. The problem is that lobbyists got control of that. And so the reinterpret, even though they didn't reword it, they simply reinterpreted it. The Supreme Court reinterpreted it and allowed it for anybody who was of age to buy a handgun or to buy a gun. And then the kind of regulations came in, red flag laws and shit like that. But I mean, already we're playing catch up because of that stupid reinterpretation.
Yeah, no, I mean, I disagree. But I mean, while I think the government should have, going back to the free training, the government should be able to provide that. I think that would be a great thing. I don't think it should be mandatory.
Why? Because
then if you put a mandatory thing on any other amendment, it wouldn't make any sense at all. Say our First Amendment. If you put, hey, you had to have training in order to exercise your First Amendment right, would you be okay with that?
But in order to be press, I mean, technically, in order to have, we do put some regulations on it because you can technically like pick up a camera and just go be press if you want to. You can call yourself press, but that does not give you press access, which is completely different, which requires credentials. And in order to get those credentials, generally requires an education, a higher education in journalism. So sure. in order to show that you're doing it correctly. But I would say that if we're talking about the context here, we're talking about words and the way people report the news. And then we're talking about weapons that are designed solely to take human life. People aren't hunting with a Glock. You don't go out and hunt with a Glock. Okay.
Well, no.
You carry it for
self-defense.
Yeah, you carry it for self-defense. And so when people are buying weapons, to understand it, if we are all of us as members, right now I'm a resident of Oklahoma. If I am automatically included as by being a resident of Oklahoma, if I'm automatically included in the Oklahoma militia or the Oklahoma National Guard, which means that at any time I could be called up to serve my nation because I am automatically included in that roster, then they should be providing me the training that I need in order to be an effective member of that. So I'm not just some and then I go, I guess I'm going to battle. That doesn't work. That's obviously not going to work. They need to be able to support me in that endeavor, especially if I can't afford it myself. So that's why the government should supply that. But the government doesn't consider us that. We have to go through the process to join the National Guard. We have to volunteer, and then we have to pass training, pass psychological examination, and then we can get our rank and then become a fully enlisted member. So we have to go through the checks in order to get there. Then we are allowed access to the National Guard's weaponry, and that's the way I think it's supposed to work, because like the National Guard, it serves two functions. It supports emergency services because they have the training necessary to do so. So it supports FEMA and it supports other disaster relief efforts whenever they get, in order to control things and provide the resource they need there, and to defend the local government, to defend the actual state government against the federal government. That was the whole point and parcel of it. So either we're all members of it automatically by being residents, or we are not.
Yeah, but I don't think that the Second Amendment is just strictly geared to the militia or the National Guard. That's not. It's separate. It covers. It covers the National Guard as well, but it also covers the right of the people to bear.
And from what I've heard, as far as my understanding from other lawyers who have broken this down, the way understanding how lawyers wrote back then, the placement of the commas is extraordinarily important because it's what informs the prior thing. And so the right of the people to keep and bear arms as a well-regulated, because the well-regulated militia is the underlying premise of the entire statement. Everything else supports that idea. So a well-regulated militia is, one, necessary to the security of a free state, and its right to bear arms shall not be infringed. The people who are a part of that well-regulated militia shall not have their right to bear arms restricted or infringed. And so that's the key thing here. The whole premise underneath the whole thing is the well-regulated militia. Joe Dirt, Joe Dirt, 3 properties down from me, whose roof is caving in and he's got a Trump flag in his front yard, is not a part of a well-regulated militia.
No, he's not.
That's a dude who just wanted a 12 gauge because he likes the big noise it make, and wants to shoot empty water cans or empty water things out in his back 40. So that's what I have an issue with.
So I feel like that if it were to say the right, I think it says the right of the people for a reason.
Agnostic one. Wow, you're just gonna call out your neighbor like that?
I'll call up my neighbor. I don't care.
Got a lot of derby bumpkins, where I live. I am gonna call him out because it's fucking Oklahoma, man. It's Oklahoma. It's 50th in the nation in education. Okay, 50th in the nation in education, and everyone is freaking armed. This is not a good combination at all. So
that's
why do you think Oklahoma, what was it? I just got the notification a few days ago from that Oklahoma puts on regular, I think twice a year, they put on free gun training courses. They're like free, completely free for anyone who is of age to come in and learn how to use their weapon. Mm-hmm. And they do it for free because we have so many guns here and so few people that actually know how to use them. So, or use them responsibly. So,
yeah, but again, it's not mandatory. So, but anyways, what I was going to say is that I think that in the Second Amendment, if it were to say that the right of the people were referring to the militia, it should say the right of the militia instead of the people, because the people is everyone in the state.
Well, I mean, thinking about it at the time, the way militia was formed is that every able-bodied man or every of-age man pretty much automatically entered the service.
Yes.
Because there was very little restriction as to who could enter. And
there was no militia back then.
So that was essentially how it worked, was that every able-bodied man or every of-age man went into the service or became a member of the militia. So, but still, even then, it was well regulated. They had a stockpile of weapons they kept in one place. They regularly trained, and they made sure. And then they were, they went out when the governor called them or when was necessary. Mm-hmm. That's not what's happening now, because obviously times change. But the idea was that the idea is still secure. Is that what the founding fathers meant, what the intention was, is that there should be a group of individuals who are designated the militia, who are well regulated, meaning that they are trained and that they know how to use their weaponry, and they are trained in military tactics and military support, same as the National Guard is today, and that those guys, that group cannot ever have their right to bear arms infringed upon. Not every single person within the place. Everyone's got at the time, everyone had rifles for hunting, and stuff like that, but actual combat weaponry, that was for the militia, and that those individuals went out and that they shouldn't have their guns taken away just in case the federal government ever turned tyrannical. That was the whole point. It still should be the point. And if it was still the point, I would measure that, even though, yes, bad people will still do bad things, rampant gun ownership with no regulation, with virtually no regulation, has resulted in the harm that we see today and the conversations we're having today. If it was strictly controlled and regimented, then the amount of the amount of violence, of gun violence that we would see today would not be, we would still have some. Of course it would happen. There are guns in the system. There's going to be gun violence. It would not be what we see today. That's the point. I would rather have 2 mass shootings a year than 1 a day, is my point. That's what I see the consequences. I see the direct consequences of this. We do have 1 a day. Already in 2026, we're already ahead of having 1 a day.
And I think that depends on how you define mass shooting on itself. But
going by the nonprofit that tracks them, we're already ahead. We have more than 1 a day. We shouldn't be having that. I can understand with guns in the system, you're going to have gun violence. You're going to have people who act emotionally and irrationally, and it's going to happen. So if you have guns in the system, maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 5 a year where you have someone just loses their shit and just goes to town, goes completely postal.
Yeah.
That I would anticipate, and we would have the systems in place to try and mitigate that, but not one a day. Not 2025, not 2026, not 2024. Columbine wouldn't happen. So that's the whole point. That's what I would like to curtail, because like Gretchen points out, Heller versus DC changed everything. Made it all about the individual right to self-protection. Fucking Scalia. And that was on him. So, because that's the job of lobbyists. That's what they do. I blame the lobby on this one.
So,
and a corrupt Supreme Court.
Where do you think, we don't hear about the mass shootings every day, but we hear about the big ones. Where do you think most of these mass shootings occur, and why?
So looking at I haven't looked at the actual, like, the map of where they predominantly occur. Major metropolitan areas is typically where they happen, in major metropolitan cities. And I know as far as recent, because I haven't looked at this in a minute. Let me see. So mass shootings in the U.S. between 2009 and March 2023. Dot size indicates the relative number of people shot in each mass shooting. Give me 1 second. And let me bring this up. Share. Just so I know we're looking at the right thing. Andrew, what does your screen say? Oh, every man has a right to bear arms. Bear arms.
Yeah, I have a shirt that says I support the right to arm bears.
To arm bears.
Yeah, I have that one queued up as well.
So this is what we're looking at. So 2009-2023, dot size indicates the relative number of people shot in each mass shooting. And
is that Vegas with that giant ass dot there?
Yep.
Yeah. So Florida. So it looks like Florida, Texas, lots in California, but that's kind of commensurate with the population, given the population density of California. Washington, Oregon, pretty much has not been a state that's untouched. Right here, right in here. So look at the big cluster areas are going to be Texas, California, obviously the biggest states with and of course the population densities of Houston, Austin, San Antonio, and DFW. A lot up here in North Texas, and then of course Florida is going to be Miami down here, and probably Jacksonville up north, or maybe up north, maybe around there. And then of course along the East Coast, not Maine. No, you don't really see. You see like one right there. But there's some states that just seem to go untouched. Nebraska, because nobody's fucking there. Iowa. Or is it Iowa or Ohio? It's Iowa, right?
I think that...
That's Iowa? Yeah, it's Indiana, Illinois. Ohio is right there, and this is Iowa.
I thought Iowa was further down, but you might be right.
This is Missouri. This is Kansas. This is Oklahoma. This is Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky. That's where the arc encounter is. So,
yeah, I'm too far away from the arc encounter.
Fucking one in Alaska. Son of a bitch. So yeah, but this is where we're looking at. So it looks to me like Florida, decent spread amongst the southern state, amongst these states here. Texas, Colorado. And of course, Colorado, big smattering there, and then California. So
they define a mass shooting in general as 2 or more people have been shot. Correct?
I'd have to double check. What is? Let's see, just so make sure we're on the same page. Mass violence center, definition of mass violence crime. No universal definition of mass violence crimes, mass murders, or mass killings. Many different definitions are used by researchers, criminal justice experts, and public policy bodies. Some focus solely on the number of deaths, but others count crimes in which there are few deaths but many injuries. Some definitions focus on the method used to kill and injure, firearms only, and others include crimes committed with any weapon. Some definitions focus on the perceived motive, hate, terrorism, and desire to kill strangers or who was attacked, and do not count mass casualty crimes as mass violence if the perpetrator's motive was to kill family members or rival gang members. Some definitions are designed to establish eligibility requirements to receive federal assistance after mass violent crimes. The U.S. Congress has defined mass violence in legislation. The term mass killings means 3 or more killings in a single incident that occur in a public place. The term mass shooting is defined as a multiple homicide event in which 4 or more victims are murdered with firearms within one event and in 1 or more locations in close proximity. Similarly, a mass public shooting is defined to mean a multiple homicide incident in which 4 or more victims are murdered with firearms within one event in at least 1 or more public locations, such as a workplace, school, restaurant, house of worship, neighborhood, or other public setting. Krause and Richardson, 2015, mass murder with firearms, incidents and victims, 99 to 2013. The lack of a consistent definition for mass violence can be confusing, and developing a more uniform definition would be helpful. However, the most important thing to remember, irrespective of the definition used, is that each mass violence incident leaves behind numerous victims and survivors who need assistance and support.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it said as 2 or more, but I think it's also changed time to time because, like it said, there doesn't seem to be a universal definition.
Twin Falls. When someone's asking me to look at Twin Falls, Idaho, is that the north one or the south?
I don't know where Twin Falls is.
Twin Falls, city in Idaho. Let's find out. Let's scroll out.
Oh, way down there.
That's South Idaho. So looking at this, that looks like it would be down here.
Yeah, it doesn't show anything over there.
Yeah, we have this one up here, and then we have this one here. Oh, the map is up to 2023. Okay, gotcha. If there was something in Twin Falls, Idaho, mass shooting. Shooting at the In-N-Out Burger in Twin Falls, Idaho.
Yeah, I did hear about that happened yesterday.
Yeah, that happened yesterday.
So yeah, there was an incident there, and it was actually stopped by a concealed carry.
I heard that there were people who fired back, is what it was.
Yes.
Right.
And yeah, it was not police. It was someone with a firearm that happened to be in the area.
And the remind self to challenge jail to geography, not science. Yes, definitely challenge me to geography. Okay, hang on a second. I got some of my states right. Okay, that's Nebraska. So that's Kansas. That's Nebraska. That's South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Colorado, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, California, Nevada, Utah. That's Mormon land. Tucson, Arizona. That's desert. New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama. No, sorry. Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and that's Florida. Obviously, Alaska and Hawaii down there. And then this is
Kentucky,
Virginia. This is Virginia. This is West Virginia. That's Tennessee. That's that's Tennessee. That's Tennessee. That's North Carolina. That's Kentucky.
Yes.
That's Virginia. That's West Virginia. That's Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan.
That's Minnesota.
What is it? Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Yeah. This is Minnesota.
Yes.
This is Wisconsin, and this is Michigan, where Detroit is. Right? Do I know my country? Do I know my own country? It's a damn good question. And then Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, New York. I always get Vermont and Connecticut switched. I know that's right there. That's Vermont and Connecticut. I'm not sure which is which. Maine. Wait a second. No, that's Jersey. That's Jersey. My bad. Jersey. And that's Rhode Island. That's Maryland. Maryland, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania. That's Massachusetts. Is that Massachusetts? What is that one? That's Rhode Island. Is that tiny one right there? What is that?
I didn't notice the turn geography lesson. This is fun.
Fucking hell. New Hampshire. Okay, Connecticut, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Yeah, thank you. Okay, great. Awesome. So New Hampshire was the one that I messed up on. Okay. Well, good. I've had a refresher in American geography. Awesome. North Ohio and South Ohio. Vermont on the left, borders make a V. Oh, okay, so Vermont, Connecticut. Or so Vermont and New Hampshire? Wait, I was like, what the New Hampshire. Screw this. I'm just looking it up. Okay, New Hampshire. It's Vermont, New Hampshire. Connecticut is down below. Okay.
Yeah, gotcha. So the lines for Vermont make a V.
Okay, so.
Kind of.
Yeah, so that's Vermont. That's New Hampshire. That's Connecticut? Or is that Connecticut? Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts?
Sure.
That's Jersey. That's Maine. Stephen King land. Okay.
All right.
There's not enough. Thomas says there's not enough guns. There's more than enough guns.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the guns itself are the problem, though. Because if it were, then because the number of guns has continued to rise, and our shootings, regardless of mass or not, have fluctuated.
Well, there's going to be fluctuations because a lot of people who do it are not like formally trained with weapons. The ones who are formally trained are going to be effective in how many casualties they're able to affect. And so
a lot of people who are doing these shootings, most of them aren't trained at all. They don't know what they're doing.
Right. So you're going to get wild because just by the statistics, the number of people who are well trained in the use of firearms, the number of people who have that or who reach that is far lower than the number of people who don't have training. And so just by virtue of people who engage in mass shootings, the percentage is going to be small. It's just kind of like the same thing with incarceration rates with Christians and atheists, with believers and non-believers and atheists. It's like how many atheists are within the prison system, like are accounted for in the prison system. Less than 1% of 1% identify as atheists within the prison system. The rest are all believers. And so you're going to get a small amount just by virtue of they represent a smaller amount of the population.
Yeah, I mean, that tracked with the population of theists versus non-theists.
Raven Darkstar here has tested me. Here's one for you. Are the Great Lakes actually lakes or inland seas?
They're defined as lakes, I believe.
Oh, Delaware.
In Minnesota, right?
I miss Delaware. Why? Because it's fucking Delaware. Hi, I'm in Delaware. Sorry, it was a Wayne's World reference for those who may not know it. More guns than people. That is true, Bob Nodell. I'm going to say, I'm going to guess that they're inland seas. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to guess that they're inland seas because of their size. I did mention Rhode Island. Rhode Island's a little super tiny one that's right there. That's Rhode Island.
That little speck over there.
Little speck. Yeah, the Aurora Theater shooting. It was in Colorado. Yep. So 3.45 million people, close to 450 million firearms.
Yeah.
So I would say
every person could own like 4 firearms or something in the U.S.
And I'd say it's the prevalence. It's not so much guns themselves. It's people who should not have access to guns having access to guns. It's the access is the problem. It's you can have all the guns you want, but if they're all locked up and only those who can access them are those who have already proven that they have the ability to handle them and are mentally fit to handle them, then obviously you're going to have low shootings. You can have 1 billion guns, and it all depends upon who has access to the guns. And so my issue is less about how many guns there are and more about the lack of regulation and who can have them and who has access to them. That's my problem.
So, I mean, you can't. it's hard to do that because then who determines who's fit, and how do they
The
determine
agreed
that?
well, I mean, it would still be subjective. It'd be the exact same reason why, you know, you get access to firearms when you're in the military, is that you are trained to use specific weaponry. So when you qualify
Okay,
on a particular weapon, you are allowed to use that weapon. But you got to
so
qualify on
just
them
because I'm
first.
trained doesn't mean that I'm not going to go out and shoot someone.
True, but but they also test to make sure that you're psychologically fit for service as well, which would
Yes,
be
they
a
do
part of
that.
joining the National Guard. Is it
Yeah,
determining psychological fitness? And I also think that gun owners do need to pass a psychological examination. They do need to pass a psychological examination in order to show that they are mentally fit to hold weapons. And because a mentally fit individual also will be aware of how to handle them, will also be able to handle them responsibly and not allow those weapons to fall into the hands of someone who is not mentally fit. The guns will always be locked up, or they will be in a place where that person will not have access to them. They will be secured in a gun safe with a combination that was something that they can't break into. Done deal. Mentally fit people are less apt to make such mistakes as allowing these weapons into the hands of people who are not fit to have them. We're in a situation now where we are sending parents to prison because they have allowed their weapons to fall into the hands of individuals that should not have them, of mentally unstable individuals, which is what happened with the dad. That dad who was convicted and sentenced to 15 years for his role in putting a weapon in the hands of an individual he knew was mentally ill.
right.
So
That itself, I think, is pretty rare.
well, it's rare, but still,
Yeah, and
rare in per capita. Sure, it's not going to happen all the time, but it's not the first one. And the more we come down on this, it's going to get progressive. Like you're familiar with the whole soft sit thing, right?
yeah,
Yeah. How long did it take to get Halo laws in place?
I'm not familiar with Halo law.
So multiple states are enacting what they call Halo laws, and the Halo law creates basically a halo around officers in the course of their duties, in which an individual who is not involved in the scenario cannot cross into that boundary. If you cross that boundary, you're automatically guilty of obstruction.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
if
it
you're
was to
gonna
keep
interfere,
soft sits from like getting up on their faces and interfering. So if anybody gets up and interferes or distracts an officer or creates a more risky scenario, you automatically are down for interfering with an officer or
yeah, and
obstruction. You're already hit for obstruction.
I've seen all the time. I watch a donut operator. He's does a lot of shooting or things that involve guns, or not just that, but people getting arrested, people getting involved, and every time someone gets involved, and they interfere with whoever's being arrested, whatever it is, someone tries to interject themselves, they tell them to back off, and if they don't back off, they're automatically arrested for obstruction.
Yeah. It's because, Brian Murphy points out interference, not obstruction. It's interfere. Like they could hit them with either one. If they give them the lawful order to back away or to get outside to back up to a specific range and they blatantly refuse that becomes obstruction.
Yeah.
So they could probably hit them with that. So they give them the order and then they back off, then they're fine. Or they kind of like it. I think it depends upon how aggressive they're being and, to be honest, what kind of mood the officer is in. So, but obviously, it took years for those to start getting, like, soft sits had their reign for years going on. I know because Team Skeptics has been covering them for forever. I've been watching that content a whole bunch. And then slowly but surely, and I had this conversation with him one time where I told him all it's going to is that these guys are their own worst enemies, because eventually what they're going to do is they're going to push the limits to a point. Their goal is to try and change the system, but they're going about it the wrong way. They're trying to change the system from the outside of the system by basically forcing the system to change by their actions. That will never happen.
No.
Because all that will result in is the system changing in a way that takes away their ability to do what they are doing. And so that's what we see with Halo laws. Now, if they get too close to an officer, they're done. Already, that's putting in a small law that restricts their movement in order to maintain officer safety and legal compliance. So that's a huge thing. So they're defeating themselves. Second Amendment proponents who are advocating for everybody to have free access to firearms, people to have access to firearms, like unrestricted access to firearms above a certain age, they're going to be their own defeaters, because eventually the violence will get so out of proportion. I believe it's already out of proportion. It's completely out of control, but it will eventually get to a point where it'll reach a tipping point or a critical mass event. And the only thing the state will be able to do is severely curtail people's ability to have them. I don't think that should happen. I think what should happen is that people's access to them should be strictly regulated. That's the regulation that should be in place. But of course, red states who are huge against who are big anti-regulation proponents, and lobbyists, especially for the gun lobby, are huge anti-regulation proponents, don't want that to happen. I want that access to be extraordinarily regulated, so I can lessen my worry about my wife going into downtown to do some shopping, or me driving to go do something on somebody else, and worrying about some psycho who was allowed to have a gun, or got their access to one because the lack of regulation. That's what I'm concerned about, is the regulation. Is other because
so I might make you a little uncomfortable here. So I think that the regulation should be backed up, and I'm going to explain to you why.
Wait, the regulation should be what?
Backed up. We need less regulation. I think people should be able to conceal carry wherever they want.
That's a form of regulation, though. Conceal carry. Okay, wait. You think that people should be able to conceal carry without the regulations that they need to go through to get a concealed carry license?
Correct.
So,
I've had a concealed carry. The only thing that they do is they just run a background check, and it's basically the same background check you get when you own a gun.
It depends upon the state. Different states have different. Yes. Yeah, it depends upon the state. And I think that there should be a across the board regulation for all of it. And I think it should be very, very strict for the safety of officers, just because we don't just need unnecessary killings. There are more good officers out there than there are bad officers. We hear all about the bad officers, rarely ever hear about the good officers. And I don't want to put officers who are good in unnecessary danger by allowing anybody and everybody to have a CCH.
So think of it this way. If everyone had a firearm, they're allowed to carry it where they wanted. Because right now there's a lot of places you cannot carry.
Right.
And that's where a lot of shootings happen. Because the people who do shootings know, such as gun-free zones, they know that there's not going to be anybody there to shoot back.
Okay, but think about that. Let's create a hypothetical scenario. You have a stadium, okay, full of people. Mm-hmm. All right, say a few thousand people. One person comes in who has a gun and it does a mass shooting and kills a bunch of people. Mm-hmm. Let's increase the number of people who have firearms within that scenario. You have one shooter, and let's say half the people in the stadium are armed. What are the odds that unnecessary people getting shot trying to stop the shooter are going to happen when you don't have the training in place to be an effective shooter? So what are the odds? No, I'm saying, how high do the odds go that you're going to have friendly fire incidents because you have untrained civilians with weapons in their hands trying to stop an active shooter?
It's far worse than that, technically. It's not just whether they're trained or not. See, as soon as you turn around and after somebody's fired a shot, you turn around and then you see two people with a gun. You can't even tell which one to go for. So now you can't tell who the bad guy is. And now everyone's pulling out guns.
So
in a mass panic scenario, that's, not everybody's going to find themselves in a mass panic scenario where everybody is running around screaming, trying to escape a shooter. And then everybody whips out guns. Well, who's the shooter then?
Yeah. Here's the thing. So you at least initially you can tell who the shooter is. So how long did it take them to identify where the shooter was in Las Vegas? Nobody knew where that shooter was until I watched the documentary on it. It took them 10 minutes to figure out that the shooter was actually coming from a building. Yeah, that's a completely different scenario, but
still, we're talking about one shooter from a high vantage point, shooting down on a crowd. And even in that scenario, it took people running around screaming and like whatever. It took 10 minutes to figure out, oh, it's coming from over that direction. And then they still didn't even know like what it took the police forever to figure out what building it was in, but still, because a mass panic scenario is obviously incredibly stressful, and it's going to be just pure chaos. You add more guns to that, you're going to get more deaths because you're going to get people who panic.
Not necessarily.
No, necessarily, yes, because the more people who have guns increases the odds of the people who have guns don't have the training to deal with a high stress scenario. They're going to whip out a gun, and when you have the increased odds of somebody without training with a gun in a high stress scenario, you're going to increase the odds that people who were not going to get shot suddenly get shot, especially other people who have guns.
With the right to carry. And with that responsibility comes the responsibility to handle it properly. That individual is responsible for any shot that they make, and they are held liable for those shots. So and so that's when.
But if there's no regulation, how can we guarantee that?
I mean, you could have that scenario with just 2 concealed carry people out there. You don't know.
No. The question I ask is without regulation, how can you like if everybody could just go into a Walmart and buy whatever gun that they want, and they don't need a license to carry it, and they concealed carry, how can you control that in a mass shooter scenario where you have multiple shooters, where the vast majority of them are simply trying to stop the shooter? Okay, you take a scenario that was bad on one end and you make it an order of magnitude worse, or the odds that it will be an order of magnitude worse. And so without the regulation to track these things, without the regulation in place to track these things, how the hell are you going to control that? There's no way. So the regulation is what keeps the number of bodies low.
How many people do you think would get injured or die from half the people in the stadium carrying a gun when a mass shooter comes in? More people than would be injured by just the one solo shooter. I don't think that would happen.
No, because just by odds of it, you fire into a crowd, the vast majority of people are going to be running away from you. And so yes, you may hit the people in the vicinity, but the odds are, because everybody's running every which way, unless you are some like expert marksman, you're not going to be able to train down every single individual. You're going to be spraying and praying, hitting whoever you can. No. But if you have other people there who then whip out guns and then take shots, now you're sending people into a pinball scenario where they hear one shot from one direction, they run this way, then they hear another shot from in front of them and they run another direction. Now it turns into a meat grinder. Have you ever seen cows try to stampede in an enclosed environment? That's what you're going to get. You put people trying to run away back into the field of play because you've got shooters they're trying to run away from. They wind up running back into the firing line of the actual shooter themselves, just by being confused by all the shots going off. It's a meat grinder.
No, because you're gonna have the closest person most likely going to be taking that shot to stop that mass shooter. Correct. If
they can identify who the shooter is.
Yes, and that'll be a
right.
prevalent.
And so you're right. So
in
a crowded scenario, if one person pops off a shot, and then another person pulls out and then multiple people pull out their guns in the vicinity, and they start looking around, they see another person with a gun. How does the person who pulled out their gun and identify that person? How do they know that they're not the shooter?
Because they would start shooting at other people continuously.
Not necessarily. They could be aiming for a specific person. Do you take that chance? Or do you drop them? Or do you drop them right then?
You don't fire at someone who you don't know for sure is the perpetrator.
But they see a person with a gun and they heard a shot. They don't see anybody else currently because they're focused on them. And the vast majority of people don't have the training necessary to be that to be that focused. They will drop the immediate threat that they see, or they will at least try to drop them. Which means not all of their shots may hit, which means they may hit other people. and they've inadvertently become a shooter themselves, trying to stop a shooter. Then they have now announced their positions to the actual shooter, who can now fire on them. Now you have two people, one possibly shot, other people shot. The guy who did the shooting realized he shot the shooter who's not the shooter, then trying to find the shooter, sees another person with a gun. It turns into a meat grinder. Yes, more guns doesn't make the situation better. It increases the odds that more people are going to get hurt when there's no regulation to ensure that people who have the guns are the ones that ought to have the guns. That's the problem that I have. That's why we need the regulation.
If it became normal that everyone would carry a gun, people are going to know that everyone else has a gun. So they're not just going to automatically shoot someone just because they have a gun.
BV points out, if more guns in society made society safer, we would not be in the fucked up country we are currently in. Okay? I mean, I agree with that. I'm not even saying get rid of all. I'm not saying like mass turn-ins, melt them all down. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying that there needs to be tight regulations as to who can have them and who, like, as to who can possess them. Which those regulations are twofold: psychological fitness and actual training. So you need to pass a training course, and you need to pass a psychological evaluation. Small piecemeal steps like mandatory waiting periods. These have helped, but these are too small. They're just too small. There should be a mandatory waiting period in case you just want a gun and you're just pissed at the moment. So there needs to be a waiting period in order to get a weapon. You also need to pass psychological testing, and you need to be trained in order to use that weapon, so that we know that if we allow you to have a gun in your hands and you take it out there in public, we won't have a scenario where you're accidentally shooting people that are not the shooter. Okay?
Yeah.
So that people are acting like that one guy, like that one officer in Garland who dropped those two guys at the Muhammad painting exhibit, and they walked out and bam, at 2 shots, dropped them both. But I think that dude was like over 20 years, it was like 20 plus year veteran on the Garland police force. That guy knew what he was freaking doing, and dropped them both. And they had semi-automatic weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And he just had his service revolver. Pow, pow, done. That's the kind of training that I'm talking about. How he solved the issue. But I mean, that's the kind of training that is necessary. That's the kind of training you get in the military.
You don't get that training as a police officer.
I don't think you get as well as a police officer, because we're so short on police officers. We kind of like push them through. And so I think that there does need to be more regulation as to who can be a police officer. They definitely need to raise. I know it's a weird metric, but like the IQ point, like if you test above a certain metric or in a certain percentile, they don't want you in. So, but I think that we need smarter people, and we need more capable people, and we need to pay them better. Because the huge reason why, or one of the major reasons why the vast majority of people who are smart people who don't want to be cops is because they don't get paid shit for the risks they take every day and the amount of responsibility that's heaped upon them. They need to be law enforcement officers. They need to be mental health officials. They need to be all these freaking responsibilities, and they get paid what? 5 figures a year? That's bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's might be 70s or 80,000.
Right. And then of course everybody can be and then you take a scenario like this. Everybody can be potentially armed because they don't require a license for it. So every situation a cop walks into, they have to treat like the other individual has a gun on them.
They already
What is that gonna do?
They do that now.
I mean, they do, but now, but they also, in the back of their minds, they also realize that no, not everybody has a gun. I mean, the vast majority of people do have guns, but not everybody does. So at least there's that little kind of breathing room where they can figure it out. Now, just take away the regulation. Everybody can have a gun. Don't need a license. If you're 18 and up, you can have one, and you can have one on you concealed. No regulation whatsoever. What are cops going to do then? All it does is increase their stress, which is going to increase more on-the-job violence. And it's just going to make it worse.
Think about this. So any person who has bad intentions when they're getting pulled over is potentially already going to have a gun. Any one person who bought that gun purely for self-defense is not going to have any bad intentions when they're pulled over by a police officer. So I think that it would go differently than what you're thinking. And I think that it
Well,
doesn't match reality.
no, the vast majority of them have suffered from some degree of mental illness, paranoia, behavior, personality disorders, whatever. It could very well be they have no ill intention. They are simply afraid of cops because cops have guns. You know, it could just be that. But I'm not going to say that the vast majority of people who get into gun violence with the police have the outright intention of getting into gun violence with police. It's because they're desperate and they get cornered and they're afraid, so they have guns on them. Yes, there are bad actors out there, but the percentage of them by compared to the entire populace is very, very low. I'm saying that there needs to be greater regulation. That's where it needs to be. We can't just like take all the guns away. I don't want all the guns taken away, but there needs to be better regulation as to who can have them. And how we institute that, I have no idea. But if we interpreted the Second Amendment, I think, as how it's meant to be interpreted by the Founding Fathers and as was illustrated in the Federalist Papers, that what Hamilton was trying to say in that's what it's meant to be. As the population was growing, it was not meant to have everybody have a gun. It was like the militia has the guns because they are trained to have them, trained to use them. They're stored in a localized area where they have access to them, and they're the well-regulated group. If you want to join the militia, you can. You can voluntarily join, and you will have access to them too. And there you go. But it's well-regulated. And that, I think that would definitely mitigate. It wouldn't eliminate, but it would definitely mitigate mass casualty events.
So looking at the idea of, for instance, global concealed carry. So we got the amplification scenario, right? For instance, the theater, where one shooter suddenly produces multiple apparent shooters and turning into a meat grinder, as you described. Now look at the other side of things. Now we've got the people who plan mass shootings, right? So we know their kind. That's a category. Look at the other side of things, where think about all the people out there, and as much as you think you can actually do successful psychological testing, as if that's going to be done on a frequent enough basis to be actually practical, and realize how many people make bad snap decisions, how many people may go on a psychotic break in the moment. Now, that person may not be the person who would plan a mass shooting, but just loses their shit on the spot, right? Oops.
Sorry, it was something Raven Doctor said. It says you're missing the chili factor. You don't pull out a gun. You pull out your cell phone and you digitally detain them. Fucking Chili DeCastro. What the fuck?
Wow.
Sorry. Hey, yeah. And Nitty, good to see you. I don't know if Joe is a non-believer. Joe, are you non-believer or are you a believer?
So, as of a year and a half ago, I'm a non-believer.
Okay. So we were just talking about the Second Amendment. That's what we were chatting about, is interpretation of the Second Amendment, the wording of the Second Amendment. That was the course of the conversation until we can get a believer up here. Speaking of which, we do have a believer in the chat. So Joe, I appreciate you coming up. I understand both of our takes on this. It's going to come down to how we interpret the language of the Second Amendment. So I know it's going to come down to that. And I know that the Supreme Court is the kind of deciding factor on how it's going to be interpreted. I disagree with what the Supreme Court, how they interpreted it with the whole like self-defense thing. I'm trying to say I advocate for for what I consider to be the traditional with the original interpretation. I don't know if it's a traditionalist interpretation of the Second Amendment where it's located to the militia themselves, but I also want to try and find solutions for the problems that we have today. And I don't think that stripping people of their guns that's just going to create rebellion because of the way the Supreme Court interpreted it. I think that that very, very strict regulation. So we don't have to go hardcore as Australia did, even though I'd have no problem with that after Port Arthur. I have no problem with that. I myself wouldn't have an issue with that, but I don't think we need to. I think with local and federal regulation, we can get the problem under control. We won't eliminate it, but we will mitigate it to a degree. That's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, and because back then there was no militia, so you got to remember that when it comes to what the militia was in fact just the people. So when they're talking about the people have the right, they're talking about, yeah, that those people have that individual right so that they can have a militia.
Juggernaut Jared Reed just sent me something about gun violence archive. Unintentional. Oh, this is fat. Okay, Bob, I see you there. We're going to bring you up here in just a moment. I do want to, let's stop that real quick and we'll do this really fast. This looks like a solid resource. Gun violence archive. This is gunviolencearchive.org. Charts and maps. Unintentional shootings, defensive use, home invasions, teens killed or injured in 2026, children killed or injured in 2026, number of injuries in 2026. Fucking hell. Number of deaths in 20
injuries or what?
Huh?
Is that gun-related injuries?
Yeah, because this is gun violence.
Okay.
Number of injuries in 2026, number of deaths in 2026, subject, suspect, perpetrator shot or killed, officer shot or killed, mass shootings in 2026 is where we're at currently.
Okay.
So although I don't know how specifically they're defining what a mass shooting is, it could be 4 or more, it could be 3 or more. So they may not be counting ones where only 2 people were killed or there were no deaths and they were only injured. They may put those under number of injuries. Yeah. But you have to admit, that's a lot of fucking injuries.
Yeah, and a lot of injuries can be self-inflicted too.
True. I mean,
people
being stupid
with their firearms.
People being, oh, I shot myself in my foot.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But we can see this: teens killed or injured in 2026 versus and children as well. And then number of deaths in 2026: subject, suspect, perpetrator shot or killed. Which I'm imagining these are LEO reported deaths.
Yeah, and I do think that the teen killed or injured section, that comes a lot from gang violence. Because that's where a lot of teens are going to have...
maybe.
A lot of teens are going to be in gangs. They're the ones that are going to have firearms.
I'll tell you this, Joe. Be really careful about throwing around the gang violence thing because you obviously that was a point that Charlie Kirk was bringing up. But I don't think it holds water.
Well, I'm not saying they're all from gang violence.
Okay, so, but I think, and then number of deaths in 2026. This is not tenable. This is unacceptable. This should not be happening. And it would not be happening if we had the regulations that I'm talking about in mind. But no, too many insecure, terrified people desperately want to have guns, think it makes them, big badasses.
Yeah, because the thing is that you can't regulate people who are already criminals. Because a lot of people who have, like, such as teens and stuff, are already illegally doing things that they shouldn't be. And they're going to get those guns from other places other than buying them.
Yeah, okay. I did a quick look up, by the way, on the allusion towards gang violence. So apparently the estimates are somewhere between 6 and 16%. So that looks like a hard no.
Yeah, I'm saying that it is a part of it.
And Ugly German Truth says, just put an Ed 209 at every street corner. It will not end gun violence. It will not work 100% reliably all the time, but it will bring back Detroit to industrial greatness.
Oh, dear God.
Amazing.
You have 15 seconds to comply.
Yeah, we don't need malfunctioning Ed 209s.
We don't need properly functioning Ed 209.
Well, I do appreciate it. Thank you, Joe. We can definitely continue the conversation on the next one, or if we have some spare time later tonight. I do want to bring Bob up, who's a believer. So thank you, dude. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me on.
Good combo, definitely.
Have a good one.
All right. And we'll bring Bob up. Bring him and then add to the stage. Bob, you got there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. It's good to see you guys again. Hear from you guys.
Definitely. Again. We were just I appreciate your patience. We were killing time on a conversation just about, Second Amendment interpretation. It's really it's a fascinating subject. Joe and I have differing opinions. I think it's a traditionalist view of the way the founding fathers, interpreted the language and the way, and he kind of sides with the way the Scalia on Supreme Court kind of interpreted it and altered it. So, but
it's always when you're talking about firearms in the United States, there's a lot of competing like principles that
Yeah.
have to be kept in mind at the same time. Because like it's not just about self-defense. Like if we're going to say one side of the intuition, it's like it's not just that it's about self-defense, although that seems to be important. It's also there seems to be, and as far as I can tell, this is how the Supreme Court in recent decades has interpreted, or in the last century has interpreted the Second Amendment, which is a general right, just regardless to have
Right.
firearms,
Right.
because of the duty to resist, government as a check on governmental power. But
Right.
then obviously, like there's another problem, which is America. Um, it has historically been far more violent than other nations across the world. It's American, like just violence in general has always been quite a bit higher than other places. I have I think it's called is the book called American History of American Violence or something like that. I can't remember. But I mean, ever since statistics has been recorded in the United States, we've seen just very, very high rates of violence before, long before machine guns or self-loading
Oh yeah.
pistols or anything like that.
I
So,
attribute it
so
to
it's
the rugged individualism, manifest destiny bullshit that we've indoctrinated our youth with for generations. That has resulted in that it's a viable option in any scenario, and that we have this kind of like not a sense of machismo, but the sense of kind of like elitist, like because we are American,
Mhm.
and I just kind of blame that. I remember it was fucked up because I remember growing up and getting taught. And I think you probably you're close to my age, aren't you? I'm in my mid 40s.
No. I'm 28.
Ah, when I was when I was going through school, like rugged individualism was a huge thing that they pressed upon us, especially in like social studies. And it was just the idea that kind of separated Americans from other people. And and then back then you're kind of like, oh wow, it was a way to indoctrinate students with the sense of like nationalistic pride as to
Hmm.
like just being an American. And it wasn't until I was in my, till decades later that I realized what that bullshit was actually trying to tell us. And it's probably one of the roots of all evil, or roots of much of the perils, or the woes that we have within the United States society, our U.S. society, is because of that kind of nonsense that they were peddling to kids when we were in school. I mean, I was learning about this
Yeah,
shit in elementary school, you know?
yeah. I mean, it's a problem, I think,
Yeah.
culturally and psychologically. I mean, even the church has had to come out and speak about this kind of stuff specifically. It's literally has a name. It's called the heresy of Americanism. A very kind of like self-determining, self-regulating. I'm a hyper autonomous individual. I don't need any aspect of authority on anyone. I get to do whatever I want, whenever I want, etc.
Right. Tony, before we kick something off, Tony had a question for you. Were you born into a Catholic family?
No, I was not. I was born into the opposite of a Catholic family, um, meaning kind of like culturally sort of pseudo non-denominational Protestant. Like we went to church on Sundays, but we never went consistently to a specific church, as they ended up bouncing around to I don't even know how many different churches we went to, probably like a dozen.
Hmm.
Um, and it was just I was never baptized. I did go to a Bible school in elementary school. Um, but it was sort of I guess you would call it kind of like fundamentalist Protestant, a little bit
Okay.
fundamentalist non-denominational Protestants, a little bit difficult to quantify. Sort of like Jesus loves you, and that's pretty much it. Um, and also like the earth is 6,000 years old. I remember specifically. It's actually quite interesting because I mean, I by the time I was probably like 10 or 11, I became an atheist, because it just didn't make any sense. Nothing we were doing made any sense. Um, I remember in first grade, Mrs. Barnum, sweet lady. I still keep up with her occasionally. She was in first grade class, she comes and said, "Okay, everybody, we're gonna get." I think she said, "We're gonna get saved today. Jesus Christ is gonna save us today." And I was like, "Okay." And so she's like, "Okay, all you have to do is just bow your head and close your eyes and accept Jesus into your heart, and that's what you need to do." And I literally, I swear this is true. I literally looked up at her and I went, "What?" Well, I looked at her. I was like, "Really? That's it? Like that's all we have to do?" And she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Okay." Um, I just thought that was strange. It seems like eternal life seemed like kind of important and like fundamental, and all we have to do is just like think a couple words in our head, and then we don't have to think about it ever again. Like this seems kind of strange. Um, and in the fourth grade, I remember Mrs. Doyle. I was looking at a map of the Earth on the wall. And I didn't know anything about plate tectonics or Pangea or anything. I just looked at the continent of South America and I looked at the continent of Africa and I said, "Hey, Mrs. Doyle, South America and Africa look like puzzle pieces. You could fit them together." And she just like freaked out, like, "No, no, 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 wrong. You can't think that." And I was just like, "What the heck? I don't." And yeah, I mean, I could have. I mean, there's a lot more. I won't belabor other incidents like that, but I mean, it's rather remarkable. I didn't become some kind of like raging. Like I could have
and
been like TJ, amazing atheist kind of thing.
an
But I
an
never.
anti-theist.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think but it never happened. I don't know. For whatever reason, when I went to college, I just sort of remained like general agnostic atheist, and I just never. Yeah, I never got into that. I do
I
remember
like
talking to street preachers, but
Kesplodicus. Plate tectonics, heresy.
yeah,
Heretic detected.
the way her face, I always remember how her face just like turned, like it was just like horror when I said that. It's like,
it was you've seen The Water Boy, right? You've seen that movie?
I'm sorry, I think you cut out a second. What'd you say?
Have you ever seen the movie The Water Boy?
Oh
Adam
yes,
Sandler?
yes, yeah,
When
yeah, yeah. It's a
it
funny
zooms
movie.
in on his mom. Plate tectonics is the devil.
Damn, the foos is the devil.
Play
It's
the
a great movie.
foos. Oh, I just love her so much.
Foosball.
Really quick, wrote it no last name. Thank you so much for being a member of the Godless Army for 21 months. You rock. I do appreciate that support. And Aaron Reese for $10 says, "We're a young and unstable nation that was settled when we had access to a greater ability to kill one another. Plus, we're the great discontented mass who couldn't stand to plant roots." Excellent, excellent points. Not to mention, there's a bunch of stuff that the American government has done over time that, looking back, I think was really, really problematic. That we did in relation to like people, the way settlers handle, like it's fucking crazy is what it is. There's a bunch of problems. I have no idea how to solve them. That's why probably I'll never be president. So, but nonetheless, we got to sort it out somehow. But anywho, as far as the prior conversations that we were having, Bob, was there anything else was there something that popped up as far as or anything, any of the topics here on the screen, or anything in particular you had in mind that you wanted to ask us? Or
Well, I did want to, I did want to, because last time we were talking,
Mhm.
or time before last, I was talking about Tony about faith. I kind of wanted to correct. I said this last time we were talking too, but I wanted to just clarify what I was thinking, because I did say something that was wrong, which was that like, he asked me something to the effect of, "Do you have faith that Noah's flood, like the narrative of Noah's flood, was correct or without error," or something to that effect?" And then I said no, because I wanted to say that faith was a theological virtue. Or I did say no, that faith was a theological virtue. That was a confusion on my part. And I corrected last time I was talking with you. I just wanted to say that, like, yes, I do have faith that the Bible is inerrant, is without error. I do have faith in the teachings of the magisterium. I have faith in that, right? Because the actus, I have the active faith in that's the case. But like, if somebody, especially an atheist, is asking me, why is that faith reasonable, why is it not just like schizophrenia? Why is it not some crazy mental illness?
Oh, I
Right.
wouldn't say, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, if the atheist is asking you that, they're being intellectually dishonest. I'd be like saying,
Yeah.
I would say, why is it more favorable to side with something that you may find emotionally appealing over something that, especially, here's the big kicker. When it comes to something like that, like Age of the Earth or the Flood or, Pangea for that instance, like plate tectonic, stuff like that. These claims are so trivial in light of things. I mean, we can compartmentalize it. We can say a God entity can exist and the Bible could be entirely wrong. The Bible could be entirely made up, and that doesn't immediately eliminate the possibility of some God entity. We could say that a God entity could exist, and abiogenesis and evolution are the ways it created and diversified life on the planet. There's no logical contradiction there, which is why you see people kind of when they understand the evidence, they can embrace that and say that the naturalistic way is the way which the God did the thing. Like you could even get to naturalistic theism that way, even though it's unfalsifiable in my eyes. But that's kind of like my thing. That like these points are so trivial. It's like, why quibble over them? Just acknowledge that the evidence is there. And there shouldn't be like, oh, I need to accept what the magisterium says on faith when the direct evidence shows you that what they're saying is wrong. Just it's wrong. And that doesn't mean you're a bad Catholic, or it doesn't even mean you're not a believer. You still believe that there's a God there, but you can say that, yeah, but dude, you've got that wrong because the evidence does not show any of that. Would be my case.
Well, I wanted to say two things. The first one I was saying, I was bringing that up because I wanted to say that yes, I have faith that what the magisterium teaches is true. I have faith that Noah's flood is an error, etc. However, I am not, because I have faith in that is like the active belief in that, right? That this is something that I am unable to do on my own. Is in that active belief. God has moved my will to accept like him, right? And so this is a theological virtue. This is something that we cannot affect in ourselves, etc. So like I have this certainty on my part, etc., that these things are true. But I just wanted to say this, like I do not use that as some kind of tool for explaining why it is reasonable or why it is rational. I use I try to when I'm arguing, I'm using an external validation as to why that's true. You know what I mean? I'm not appealing to faith specifically. Now, if we wanted to have a specific theological debate about some specific thing, then yes, perhaps faith would be used as a proposition in some kind of argument. But if I'm talking about Noah's flood, or I'm talking about the specific, what does the church allow us to believe in Noah's flood? What is the correct opinion on Noah's flood, etc. Right? That is something that doesn't require any appeal to any appeal necessarily to the notion of faith. Now, there's a lot of this kind of thing is very contested because there are a lot of Protestants in the tradition of Cornelius Van Til that actually do believe that faith is like this integral aspect of knowledge and epistemology itself, and that to deny God's existence is like you can't even, like, as someone who is Van Tilian would say, like, God, you can't even deny God in any kind of logically consistent manner. They would say something like, to deny God is to say that like 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 or something like that, right?
Yeah. It's because of the ontological positions they take regarding abstract concepts. They essentially I did a huge deep dive into Van Til to kind of break down why his stuff is. I did it in a video years ago.
Okay.
Because you're familiar with who Darth Dawkins is, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
yes, I do know him. Yes.
So I engaged very heavily multiple times with Gary, and I say
I would like to see those videos. Are they on your main channel?
They're not. I didn't. It was back in the early days when I was first kicking off, so I wasn't recording.
Okay.
It was a lot on Discord.
Okay.
The last interaction I ever had with Gary, the very last interaction I had with him was he was trying to run his regular shtick on me, his regular script, and I countered with Wittgenstein, and he didn't even rebut. He just kicked me out and blocked me entirely. I haven't engaged with him ever since. So
As a,
like
as an
ultimate.
actor, as a novelty, I mean, maybe this is, I don't know, this is probably a vice. I don't know. That just as a matter of entertainment, there part of me that desires to talk to Darth Dawkins, just because because it's interesting. Whether or not he intended this or not, he actually is part of the reason I went on sort of an epistemological investigation of my own onto into the field of epistemology, because what he'll do often, I saw this when he would debate people like Destiny and various other
Mhm.
YouTubers, is he would say things like, "Oh, how do you know that there are causal connections in the world?" He does the "how do you know, how do you know, how do you know" thing. And I mean, the simple question to respond to is just, what do you mean by knowledge, right? Because if you're being hyper skeptical about like causes of anything, or like your hands existing, or the world being coherent, or your thoughts being real, or something, like if we're approaching that level of skepticism, a good question is just, what do you mean by knowledge? And I don't imagine, I'd be curious as to what he would probably just get mad at you. I don't know
Probably,
what he
or
would do.
he'll just call you. He'll just like scream that you're being dishonest or some crap like that. Like you're being evasive or some shit.
Mhm.
Tony did have another question for you. Really quick for you. Says, does Bob Joe accept that most Christians were born into Christian households? Most Muslims similarly. So is it random chance he was born into a Christian society?
Is
I think he's
it,
pointing to the geographic bias there.
well, I mean, I don't know how relevant the geographic bias question is, simply because like most of the planet is Christian. Like even in like
No,
like
not really.
I mean, but
Because I
like
mean,
even
8 billion people on the planet. I think less than 2 billion are Christian.
well,
That
I mean,
and
like let's say like Islam for specific, like Islam derives itself from Christianity, so it's a little bit strange, or is at least heavily influenced by, or no, I mean, Islam specifically is like directly like derivative of
well, yeah, but
Christianity.
I think he's talking about like you happen to be born in the States,
Hmm.
and in the States, it's more likely the odds are higher that you're going to be Christian. And then like if you were born in Tehran,
Hmm.
the odds would be much higher that you would probably be Jewish. And if you were born in Afghanistan, the odds would be significantly higher that you would be Muslim. If you were born in India, odds would be significantly higher that you would be
Right, yeah.
Hindu. So on and so forth. So
I mean, yeah, so like the simple question is like, because of the relativity of religions and people growing up in different contexts, doesn't that demonstrate that um Christianity isn't necessarily true? I mean, I would say I mean, a simple response to that is that I think it's sort of a non sequitur to say that because there are different religions and people grow up in different contexts and have different beliefs, that therefore there isn't any correct answer, or it's not true that
well,
Christianity.
I think it just it lowers the odds than I mean, because you can't ignore the geographic bias. I think is the kicker on that, because a person born at the same time as you in Iran is going to fight for their religion
Hmm.
as strongly as you will, firmly convicted that theirs is the correct one, whereas you are firmly convicted that yours is the right one. Just as someone
I
born,
mean,
during just someone born in the fourth century in Rome is going to be firmly convicted that theirs is the right one.
well,
So
that could so that's, it's possible that that's the case, and maybe we can do some sociological analysis to see how many people are very devout in some specific thing. Um, but I mean, also, I could run into a person who isn't as incredibly firmly convicted, or even if they think that they're firmly convicted, could actually be very easily convinced otherwise. I mean, Christianity, right? One of the reasons why Christianity succeeded in the Roman Empire is that it transitioned from a slave religion, or a religion of the lower classes, to a religion of elite society, right?
well,
And
yeah, it's because
the only
because
way that can happen is that the elites began to be convinced by the lower classes that
no, it was
Christianity was
because of
real.
Constantine. No, it was because of Constantine.
There
Constantine is
was
the reason it took hold. Is
I mean,
because he opened the
Constantine certainly had an effect, but there's 3 centuries of Christian development before Constantine's Edict of Milan, right? So there's,
but it just takes the right person at the right time to be convinced of it. Just because Constantine was convinced of it doesn't mean that it's true. Not to mention, it's kind of disregarding the the turn and burn efforts of the Roman Empire moving west is that their conflicts in Germania were essentially Christians versus pagans, and that it was a convert or die scenario. And slavery was still rampant within the Roman Empire. I mean, slaves were still taken, and from wars and from and indentured servitude were still things within the empire. So
I mean, so this is we're approaching sort of the edge of my historical knowledge on these particular things. I would say that, to my understanding, it is a general scholarly opinion that like elites began to be convinced, or elites began to be Christian, and that's what influenced a lot of the the Christianization of Rome before Constantine emerged as a person of power.
Tony brings up that it was a religion of the educated and literate, not the poor. It became dominant because they made paganism illegal.
I would contest that pretty significantly. I mean, the paganism becoming illegal happened way after Constantine. I mean, the Edict of Milan, to my understanding, made Christianity legal. It didn't make paganism illegal. Now, like we can talk about like these specific details require quite a level of depth historical scholarship that I can't offer right now. I would offer one specific book that I want to read. I haven't been able to get to it, which is The Last Pagans of Rome by Alan Cameron, which talks specifically about how Christianity developed in the empire. There's a lot there. I would just say that the thesis that Christianity only succeeds because of Constantine and only succeeds because of the crushing of other pagan religions, I would say that is not the historical consensus on that matter. To my
well,
understanding.
is only judging by the timeline in Rome. The Edict of Milan, it started like Constantine legalized Christianity in 313 AD. 313 CE through the Edict of Milan, which was in 313 CE, co-authored with Eastern ruler Licinius. Now, and that proclamation granted religious freedom to Christians and all other faiths in the Roman Empire. And then it was in 391 when Emperor Theodosius I is the one who made traditional paganism illegal. And so in the Edict of Thessalonica in 380 CE made Christianity the state religion. The Theodosian decrees in 391 CE banned public pagan rituals. And then the total ban went into effect a year later in 392 CE, which completely outlawed private pagan worship. So, that was 391 to 313. 313 CE to in between 313 CE and 391 CE. Technically 380 CE.
Well, I mean, so that's 380. That's like multiple generations, right? I mean, that's still we're talking. You know, first there's there's three odd centuries of Christianity up to the Edict of Milan. Then there's an entire two more generations after that towards the banning of pagan religions. Like I said, this is a long developing historical trend.
Now,
of
quick thought here, because your previous phrasing was the idea that the only reason Christianity made it at all was because of those two things.
What two things specifically?
Went pretty big on your phrasing.
Of what two things specifically?
That the only reason for Christianity's success was those two.
I'm sorry,
that's the only reason. The question is how major an impact is it when they have official state sponsorship? So they go from being a troublesome group to the promoted to the level of exclusivity.
Mm-hmm.
I think the level of major influence, that's massive. That is states. They went from being persecuted to state sponsored.
Right, but the only reason
Christianity survives, we don't get to say that. However,
but I mean, think about, like, I mean, so the fact that it seems implausible if we're saying that, like, basically Christianity was this like marginal, non-existent thing, and then by sheer chance Constantine converts and then hammers it down on top of everybody else. I would say I mean, I don't think emperors have that much power. Like if an emperor just like randomly out of the blue starts imposing to the traditional Romans a pagan religion on everybody, it seems like a Night of the Long Knives kind of scenario. Like,
Well,
yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that this is just an intuition that I have. I can't. We'd have to have a go start reading late antique like history textbooks on this matter. But it seems to me a plausible scenario is that people like senators and people in the Roman Senate, elites in Rome, began to be converted by Christianity, and that is what paved the way for people like Constantine to be converted.
well, yeah, no, that's already accepted. It's the fact of
Oh, okay.
having state sponsorship. That was the huge tipping point.
Yeah.
Sure,
Also looking at this, looking at this from the chronological list of emperors from Constantine the First all the way to Theodosius. There were 7 recognized primary emperors between the sole reigns of Constantine the Great and Theodosius the First. But half of them were all members of Constantine's family. So there's not really a differing ideology of that. And then you've got Constantine II, Constans the First, Constantius II, and Julian the Apostate, who were all members of Constantine's family.
Yeah, but
And then
Julian the Apostate specifically tried to bring back paganism into Rome.
Probably always called the Apostate, but he lasted 2 years. And then you had Jovian, then Valentinian, then Valens, then Gratian, and then Theodosius. And so in this one, I think that PhD Tony was correct in pointing that out. That once it took hold in the elites and the educated, and that it took a very short amount of time. It's like less than 70 years to go from Christianity is accepted to ban everything that is not Christian, to an outright ban of it. It took less than 70 years, especially in that time period, to go to that crushing ban. And that was, I'm going to say it was because it got into the heads of the elites, and that's essentially where it went. And we can't discount this. The wars against the people of Germania, which is where my mother's family, my mother's side of the family all hail from, is from Germany. And my dad's side is from the Isles. Now, in the history of Germania, pretty much the assaults that were going on from the Roman Empire in their westward expansion ended at the Battle of Teutoburg Forest, because that kind of terrain Roman centurions couldn't fight on, and not to mention getting their supply lines cut off. And it was amazing. Should have love reading about that battle. But the efforts in that was essentially paganism, was essentially Christianity trying to drive out paganism, trying to convert them, to bring the tribes under Roman heel, which they were unsuccessful in doing. So, because that was where pretty much the limits of that, because they could not fight against the unified Germanic tribes beyond the Teutoburg Forest. But it was a turn and burn kind of thing. I mean, they didn't get them all, which is why those pagan religions still exist, and why we didn't lose any historical record of them, is because they didn't. Obviously, there were people who would claim to be Christian and accept the deal, but they would still practice in secret underneath. And so they maintained the generational, the survival of these beliefs. But it wasn't like, the Roman Empire came into a territory and be like, hey, we're Christian, everything's good. You want to join us like this? No, they went in under the banner of war to spread light to the world, because they believed that they were right. I mean, it was bloodshed is what it was. It was tip of the sword is how it spread. Not to mention, the shit that came after that, crusades and various shit like that. So, but nonetheless,
wait, I'm sorry. Are you suggesting that the Roman campaigns in Germania were acts of a Christian empire to try and evangelize the Germanic peoples? Is that what you're saying?
That was secondary. I hold that, and historically, I believe the position it was secondary to the acquisition of land and resources.
Wait! I have to correct the historical record. That doesn't make any sense. The Roman campaigns in Germania are 8 to 9 CE. That doesn't make it. It's impossible for it to be anything related to Christianity. Crusade didn't even exist. I mean, there were, I'm sure, past the, in the time of Constantine, there probably were frontier wars in Germania, just because Rome never managed to conquer Germania. But the specific, like, Battle of Teutoburg Forest and all that predates Christianity by decades.
That's right. 9 CE. That's like, yeah, September 9 CE.
I mean, I don't want to just like throw anything about your thesis out with the bathwater.
No,
I mean,
if I'm wrong, no,
I'm,
if I have my dates mixed up, that's important, and I need to be corrected on it. So give me 1 second. And Peachy Tony has entered the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, and Austin.
Yeah, right before we go too far from where we are right now, I just wanted to highlight that the idea of any kind of miraculous intervention or value with the thought of how Christianity survived.
Okay.
As I mentioned, state sponsorship kind of solidifies that entirely. That persecution was gone, and then persecution swung the other way in a very defensive posture.
I figured it out. I figured out where I was mixing my shit up. The Holy Roman Empire, not the ancient Roman Empire. So it was under Charlemagne. So in his campaigns in Germania to convert them at the tip of a sword. Yes.
Yeah,
My bad. So there you go.
Let's go back a little bit, because Bob Joe, what you were saying about Christianity being a religion of the poor, no, it wasn't. Christianity spread by being a religion of the literate. Christianity was phenomenally Hellenized in its early history, and it stopped being a religion about what you do, and it became a religion about what you believe, what you think. And that process was a part of its communication to and adaptation by authors in Greece.
I'm not sure.
This is why the early, you look at the apostles, there is zero chance that any of them were literate, right? None of the apostles were literate whatsoever. None of them, the literacy, being literate enough to compose a document in Greek was completely beyond any of them. None of them knew how to do that. And the fact that these large documents with sophisticated constructs within them, those are products of Hellenistic thought. They're not Levant in origin.
Are we? Okay, so there's a couple of things. For one, I've mentioned this a couple of times because we've been delving into historical things. I have a relatively decent historical knowledge of things, at least compared to my contemporaries. I am simply unable, like, in the course of 4 days since the last time we speak, to offer some kind of like PhD dissertation level understanding.
Okay, here's a tip for you: don't make statements about it.
Well,
when you make statements like Christianity was a religion of the poor, that's a false statement. Don't make statements that are false, and then when you are confronted with the evidence that is incorrect, go on and say, "Well, I don't really know what I'm talking about." Okay, you could have saved yourself being lectured by not making that statement. Are we agreeing?
Okay, so I respond to my inquisitor Tony. So there are things that I do know, right? But the problem is that you guys are disputing the things that I do know. And so or at least what I'm claiming to know. So there are people like Alan Cameron, there are people like Mary Beard, there are other historians that I know, people like Bert Ehrman, that have spoken on the Christianization of the Roman Empire. And to my understanding, the historians that I do read and the historians that I do know have said that Christianity is very much influenced by the religion of the poor, and then it became, over the course of its history, in a religion of the elite, which seems to be what you guys already conceded anyway, right? Now, since you guys are disputing those specific things, I would then have to go by and read the monographs that I do have and be very careful with the things that they say, etc., to be offer a sophisticated defense of those things. Not that I don't know anything, I'm just making stuff out of my head, etc. Right? These are delicate historical topics, and you guys are denying basically everything that I claim to know about it.
No, you're making statements and you're confusing them. Okay, to say that Christianity had a lot of poor people in it, yes, and marginalized people in it. That's true, but the mechanism of propagation was not through marginalized and poor people. It was through educated. It was through educated, rich people. The people who had the Gospels written down, the people who had the Gospels written down and copied, the people who made properties available for masses to occur. There was, your original argument was essentially that poor people forced Christianity onto the emperor, and that's not my
argument.
Well, but that's what you were saying.
That's not what I was saying.
You were saying that Christianity was a religion of the poor, and eventually it became so popular that Constantine was forced to adopt it.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, but then you needed to be more. What you said
I was actually being quite clear, because you guys you seem to have conceded what I already said.
No, what you said was Christianity was a religion of the poor that became so popular that it was eventually adopted by the empire. Right.
What I said. So what I said was that Christianity was a religion of the poor, which you just conceded because you said the apostles are illiterate.
No.
And so
what I concede is that it was a religion a lot of whose members were poor.
My understanding. So to try and clarify something here, my understanding was, given the critiques of many several first and second century philosophers at the time, and people who were just like observing what was happening, like predominantly like Celsus, is that they were critical of Christianity because they saw it as a cult for the unsophisticated, consisting largely of women, children, and slaves.
There you see. There we go.
Hold up, not done. Now, right. the reason it spread easily amongst the poor is because of its message of spiritual dignity, oftentimes the offer of mutual aid, and an afterlife promise of heaven that strongly contrasted against the more bleak Roman vision of the afterlife. So there was an urban focus, and how it spread was amongst freedmen and artisans in local population centers. But that's where, but it remained kind of like just like a decentralized kind of like cult, where they were just like areas where Christians were kind of propagating.
And then it became elites.
Okay.
And
well, hang on, but in the third and
accept it and spread
in the third and fourth, in the third and fourth centuries, by the 200s and the 300s, the church included a broader cross section of society, with wealthier patrons offering financial support and safe houses.
Great. I'm sorry. I don't want to be like polemical. That was my entire thesis the entire time.
Yeah, but that's not. But so the second century is the 100s. You're talking about. You were talking in context about Constantine's.
So you're being very polemical and tendentious.
And I'm not being polemical. I am being literal in what you said. What you said was in relation to Constantine's adoption of Christianity as the state religion, and that was several hundred years after the phase of Christianity that you're talking about.
You've completely misunderstood the what I've been saying. So,
you've completely failed to accurately say what you want to say.
I think I don't want to be pugnacious, but I think I have understood. I think my audience has understood me, because it seems that if JL seems to have understood what I was saying.
Well,
so
I think that there's a middle ground. I think is what it is, and that I don't want to get bogged down in a potential just miscommunication. So to trying to lend a kind of machete to the intellectual thicket here. I love that phrase. That Emperor Constantine's conversion in 312 and then the Edict of Milan that followed in 313 is what made the faith acceptable and advantageous for high-ranking bureaucrats. So it was Constantine that kind of opened the door to the elite, who made it advantageous for the elite to kind of adopt the religion themselves. And then that's where the driving force of the religion as a kind of like state mechanism, that's when that really came into play. So
but how do we make sense of the church fathers that precede Constantine, who are all very highly educated elites? I mean, people like Justin Martyr, the authors of the Didache, people like Polycarp, people like Ignatius, and various other. I think it was Ignatius predates Constantine, I believe. Yeah, like there are various other church fathers who all came from like elite educated backgrounds. They are all educated in the Greek schools, etc. Like those people came from elite families, right? And so these things, there was a cultural transmission among the lower classes through various means. I can't give the dissertation level understanding of how that happens, but like there was a transmission from the lower classes to the elite classes, which then supercharges the transmission of it.
No. That's where I think it's breaking down. Is it wasn't so much a transmission from the poor to the elites. It was, yes, there were individuals who were central, who were important to the I guess the movement in and of itself. So yes, they're what you referred to as the early church fathers in that, and they were central to spreading the message in those urban centers that we were talking about, where where groups, populations of Christians began to crop up and began to centralize. I get that, but largely it remained kind of like just it was viewed by non-believing philosophers at the time as a cult of the unsophisticated. So even an individual like Celsus would still demean, or even like Lucian of Samosata would still demean such individuals, despite their high status, as being members of a cult, of a ludicrous cult.
When was Celsus writing his the word when he's critiquing Christianity? When is that? What's the chronology here?
Second century.
Give me like.
Well, we have to go by Origen's work. So it was whatever the specific year, but they were both second century.
Around late second century, so around 175 to 177.
Okay, I mean, but then, like you even like Celsus is only preserved by Origen, right? I mean, let's take Origen, right? Very sophisticated, like elite background, highly educated, like these. I mean, Celsus is being largely polemical when he says Christianity is only a religion of the poor and unsophisticated. Because I mean,
what does polemical mean to you?
I mean, polemical meaning like arguing against, dismissing it, etc.
Well, it's not really just doing a critique is not being polemic.
I mean, when you're saying that, like,
being polemic is being deliberately being polemic is just being deliberately antagonistic. That's like the what was that medieval Jewish text that came out that lambasted Christians entirely? Dang, it starts with a T.
The Talmud?
No, it came out. It was after that. Son of a bitch. The name will come to me, but
I mean, but I wouldn't say sort of I get what you're saying, but it's like if Celsus is saying that Christianity is only or primarily a religion of the unsophisticated, etc., that seems to be a polemic, because like, how do we explain people like Origen? How do we explain people like Justin Martyr, etc.?
No. Is it? But aren't you just made the point that it was primarily about the poor and the influential? and now you're saying, well, look at these highly educated, thoughtful people.
Yes, it became that.
Yes, you get uptake after a while by these more thoughtful people, but this is where the process of Hellenization gets in, right? The entire nature of the religion was Hellenized. It was brought into accord with
Can
Greek
you be specific
philosophy.
about what you mean here? I mean, you're Mr. Tony is my inquisitor today. I appreciate that. Like, what specifically? What are we talking about? Because the Gospel of John, the prologue to the Gospel of John, the enarche en ho logos, ka ho logos en proston theon, right? That phrase itself, the opening of the Gospel of John, by any account, is a already very Hellenic understanding of theology and the Bible, etc. Right? The logos, identifying Jesus Christ with the logos, is an incredibly Greek concept.
So is it your contention that that Christ and his disciples were Hellenic philosophers?
No, why would I say that?
Okay, so the presence of Hellenic thought and Greek philosophical standards in the Gospels indicates what? It indicates that the original material. It indicates that the original material was adapted by later authors.
I mean, how late are we talking about? In the Gospel of John, most people put that authorship of that as 90.
That's not the time that I've got for John. I thought it was later than that.
Maybe one something. My understanding, I've heard 90 is 90 something is the consensus, but I don't remember exactly. Most people post date the siege of Jerusalem.
Right. Yeah. Fair enough. 80 to 110 AD is the 90 is closer than mine, because I was thinking it was 120.
I mean, I want to say this because you're being very contentious today. I just want to say this, for one thing, I don't think it simply does not follow, and this would require a very delicate going through the historical texts and being attending to the ancient languages, etc. Right? Which I'm not prepared to do. I can do some of that, right? I read widely enough for most people, right? My point being is that it simply does not follow that in the prologue to the Gospel of John and throughout the Gospel of John, the presence of Greek philosophical concepts and language in the Gospels does not therefore imply that Jesus and his illiterate apostles are Greek Hellenic Stoic philosophers. That it simply does not follow.
So yes, exactly, which means that the people who wrote the authors are imposing a Greek Hellenistic line of thought onto a substrate. So they've taken the elements of the story and they've Hellenized it.
I don't think that implies that.
Why not?
Really quick, I do have to address this before it gets too far into it. Gretchen Z, thank you so much for the 311 super chat. Claim with no source, then cry ignorance. Great plan. To appreciate that super chat, Gretchen. And Gretchen again for $2 says mute Bob Joe if he says elite again. JK, sort of. I think they're just pointing out that you keep saying elite instead of elite.
I mean, yeah, I've heard most people when I hear they say elite. I don't know. It's sort of a pronunciation thing. It's hard to hear elite sometimes.
I wasn't going to give you shit about it. Just but it was very obvious. Every said elite, it was it kind of hits. So it was I get it. It's fine. I think someone was just pointing that out.
I guess I don't know. Sometimes I import Latin pronunciation of the stuff.
That's fine.
It's like Thales of Miletus,
But getting back to the topic of discussion, you concede that Christ and the disciples are not Greek philosophers, but that the Gospel of St. John ends up with a lot of Greek philosophy in it. How can it not be the case that the author of the Gospel of St. John has has Hellenized the story?
So there are two things. One, I I went too far when I said that all of his apostles are illiterate. That's not necessarily the case. I think that there's good reason to suppose that at least some of the Gospels were dictated by the apostles, or that St. John was literate, etc. But I definitely don't want to get into authorship debate. But the point being, I want to make the point that right,
John was dead by John had to be dead by 90, right?
I'm not going to have an authorship debate. I'm not doing that. So I wanted to make a point that, the fact that these Greek philosophical concepts appear in John, right, the logos, that does not imply that it is sort of imposed like an alien invasion into the reality of it, right? Because what I want to say, and what I think is perfectly reasonable to say, is that these Greek philosophical concepts are very commensurate with how reality works. And so to express Christianity and the life of Christ in these concepts is a natural extension of the Christian life, which is certainly how the church fathers viewed it.
Do you think that the passage of Alexander the Great into the Middle East had made Greek thought in any way influential in that area?
I mean, Greece, like, you wouldn't even have the Septuagint if not for that. So sure.
Right. Okay. So you can see that there's a strong that there is a strong connection between Greek philosophy and Middle Eastern religion to start with, and now you've got very explicit Greek philosophical concepts that are not present in the other Gospels. Are only present. Well, it's not that there are no Hellenized elements in the other Gospels, but certainly John really lays it down thick. And you don't think that there's any evidence of an active Hellenization, an active adaptation. I'm wondering. Sorry, I'm wondering a little bit. You seem familiar with the concept of reading against a text, right? Looking at a text, seeing what it says, and thinking, okay, what was the author trying to achieve when that happened? Are you familiar with that concept?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Have you tried reading the Gospels with that mindset?
I have done that every single day since I have converted. Yes, I think about my Christian faith probably than the vast majority of all atheists. You spend time.
That wasn't the question that I asked. The question that I asked the question that I asked was very specific. Do you sit down in front of the Gospels and think, what was the person with pen in hand working to achieve when writing this down?
Yes.
Okay. Do you concede that the vast majority of documents written by people with a pen in hand are self-serving?
No. Why would I concede that? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay. How you don't concede that?
No.
So
I don't think when Euclid is writing Euclid's elements, that means he's being self-serving.
When Julius Caesar wrote his history of the war in Gaul, should we interpret everything he says as though it's literal truth, or should we look through it as perhaps a work of propaganda?
So there's two things. One, you said that the vast majority of pen and hand authors are.
We can go on to other examples when we get there, but let's stick with a particular example.
Okay, I mean, what are we asking about? Like, do I think that Julius Caesar was largely self-serving, i.e., the implication being that most of his history is.
When he wrote, for instance, his history of the war in Gaul, or the Gallic War, it was a work of political propaganda, right? He wanted to take control of the narrative, and he made an effort to keep his Latin as spare and functional as possible so that it could easily be adapted by people who were better Latin crafters than he was. Actually, the Roman cognoscenti decided that they liked stuff written like that, so people didn't come along and rewrite it, and we ended up with lots of copies of what he wrote. But he was writing it to put a narrative out to control the narrative. That doesn't mean that there aren't broadly accurate outlines in what happened. We know that he won, for instance. We know that he made it to. We know that he made it to Britain. We know, we know at least vaguely the title of one of his enemies and whereabouts that final battle took place. But his story, for instance, of Titus Pullo, having this sort of dick measuring contest in the middle of the battle with his other centurion mate, that probably didn't happen, right?
What's the import of this? I think it's possible that political propaganda happens.
Yeah, so he wrote a piece of political propaganda to get the story out there and to sort of to be influential, to shape public opinion. Many people do the same even to this day. If you go online and you read a script, say prepared by Fox News or Sky News or something, the same applies. They have crafted their script in a way that achieves their objective, in a way that presents reality in a way they want the public to see it.
Yeah, I understand like the argument that you've been making the last 15 minutes or so. Like the point is that you have to be able to demonstrate that the Gospels are in fact these like ridiculous, like over-interpolated, like
no, don't you have to demonstrate that they aren't that? Why is the burden of evidence not the same for both of us?
Because you're the one who's interrogating me.
That's not the case. I asked you, are you familiar with reading against the text?
You asked me about 30 different questions.
You said yes. You said you were. And frankly, to be honest, you're not being particularly intellectually honest at the moment. You keep on obstructing every question. Like you don't believe that the majority of you don't believe that, let's say, a significant number of texts are self-serving and are written to support a particular view and popularize a particular view of reality. That has melted away. You didn't actually hold that position. You just wanted to. I
do hold that position. I never denied that position.
Well, but you don't have any counterpoints to all of the examples that I'm bringing up.
Because right? I don't think the Gallic Wars or the other things written by Julius Caesar like imply that therefore the Gospels are ridiculous interpolations.
The Gallic Wars.
The two you're bringing up examples of like Julius Caesar writing
the
like
Gallic,
propaganda texts.
It's Gallic. Gallic. Pronouncing Gallic as Garlic is borderline racist, to be brutally honest.
Okay, we're going off into space here.
Regardless, so you're not. So give me an example of, apart from the Bible, of a text you don't think was written by somebody trying to persuade their readers of that reality is, a non-fiction book or a purported non-fiction book that is not attempting to persuade its readers about that the nature of reality accords with its author's opinions.
I think there are lots of texts. So if you want an example of someone writing a non-fiction text where the author is not trying to persuade that their text accords with reality, well, that would not be that would be a fiction text. That's a truism. It's not possible.
Well, then you concede my point that
no, I don't.
Everybody writing a non-fiction text is trying to convince people that the way that they've interpreted reality is the way that reality actually is.
Some of them are true.
This is called historiography. Yes, and some of them are true. So how do we distinguish the true ones from the false ones?
We do good history.
Okay, how do we do good history?
We attend to the original languages. We look at textual criticism. We look at the philology of the text, the language of the text, the history of the manuscripts, the historians writing at the time, the academics who are writing on this, etc. Like, we do textual criticism. That's the way normal modern scholarship works.
That's not history.
That's how you do history.
I don't think you. So the
textual criticism is the normal way historical research is done.
In order to confirm that the events narrated in a given text occurred, we apply various filters. Are there other sources that talk about these events? How reliable are those other sources? Does the person in the source, does the person in the source that we're reading tell us how he came to hear this story? Does he tell us?
That's called textual criticism.
I don't think that is textual criticism, but nonetheless, does he tell us who he is? No. Textual criticism is a scholarly method used to find the original wording of a written work when the original is missing.
Okay, sure. All right, yeah. So I guess I had too wide of a definition of textual criticism. So the textual criticism is certainly part of historical scholarship. But what you're saying, I perfectly concede.
It is part of it, but it's not the process I'm describing. Does the person writing this down identify who they are? Do they identify for us how they came to know the things that they are writing down? Are there other techniques by which we can access that information? Are there inscriptions? Are there buildings? Was there a battle? Can we find the site of the battle, etc., etc.? Can we independent? Are there other avenues of investigation by which we can get to a verdict on the reliability of the narrative being presented? Would you say that that's a fair system to apply to a historical document?
In general, yeah. I mean, it depends sometimes, but yeah, I think that's generally how historical research is done.
Right. Okay. So, do you concede that there are many more works that purport to be reports of Christ's life and Christ's work and the disciples' lives and the disciples' works than are included in the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Do you concede that the church made a deliberate effort to marginalize and indeed destroy competing texts and leave only the texts that are considered most reliable?
I'd say some texts were marginally destroyed, but there are lots of extra. I'm not a Protestant. I mean, there are lots of extra biblical texts that we take to be quite canonical or quite valuable and are part of Catholic tradition. I can name a couple off the top of my head. The Prolegomena of James. What
about the Gospel of Judas? Do you accept that as canonical?
Well, no, I don't accept as canonical, but I think there are aspects of the Gnostic Gospels that are perfectly historically accurate, just not the Gnostic elements of them.
Right, but do you concede that efforts were made to suppress the Gnostic Gospels and the Gnostics as a movement?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got this body of
very unsuccessfully, by the way.
I wouldn't say very unsuccessfully. I think that the vast majority of Christians wouldn't know who Valentinian was, what he was doing, or what he was thinking. and certainly they don't know, what the Gospel of Mary is. You, as you have said, are more widely read, but there is this vastly larger corpus of literature that the Catholic Church that the Orthodox Church has for the better part of 2,000 years actively persecuted people with alternative alternative works. So, what is it that makes you're claiming that the Gnostic Gospels are clearly false, and the
aspects of the Gnostic Gospels are false?
Oh, all right. Some aspects of the Gnostic Gospels are clearly false. I'll accept that correction. You did say that some of them have some historical substrate. Fair enough. But you're saying that they're So what is it? Okay, let's concentrate on that. What is it about the Gnostic Gospels that is demonstrably false? What can you demonstrate to be false?
So there are lots of different Gnostic Gospels. I'll just choose one, I guess. The Gospel of Thomas. Actually, no, we could do the Gospel of Judas, right? That Judas. First of all, let's get some historical timeline. Like I said, we're approaching very quickly the edge of my historical knowledge of these kinds of things. What's the historical timeline on the Gospel of Judas? When was that written?
So the earliest copy we have is from the late 3rd century, 280 CE.
Carbon dating of the Codex Tacos, which was where you carbon dated 280 CE. So that's
we know. So likely, based on textual analysis, the Coptic contained is a translation from an older Greek manuscript dating to sometime before 180 AD.
180 AD. So that's about a century post-dating the Gospel of Mark. Gospel of Mark is typically dated to around 70 CE.
Sorry. Is your argument going to be it disagrees with the Gospel of Mark? It's demonstrably wrong.
I would say that's pretty good evidence. Yeah, that
okay.
it's written about a century afterwards.
In order for that to be true, you have to have demonstrated that the Gospel of Mark is true.
Yes, I guess I would have to demonstrate that.
Okay, all right. Let's move to that. Please demonstrate that the Gospel of Mark is true.
This is. I can do some of this, right? I'm not a historian. I can do some of this.
Okay, but so you reject. So your argument was the Gnostic. You can demonstrate that the Gnostic Gospels are wrong because you rely on the fact that the Gospel of Mark is correct. But your basis for believing your basis for believing that the Gospel of Mark is correct seems to be, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody else has done an analysis of Gospel of Mark and they say it's correct.
I would say, that there's been a lot of historical research into the Gospel of Mark and the rest of the Gospels of their historicity and reliability, etc.
So you brought up Bart Ehrman earlier. He studied the Gospel of Mark a lot.
Yeah, he's relatively skeptical, but he generally, to my understanding of Bart Ehrman, he holds that, at least in general, that the Gospels are relatively historically reliable. He disputes specific aspects of it.
Yeah, like which particular aspects does he find implausible?
What specific aspects he finds implausible?
Yes.
To my understanding, of course, he would probably say the resurrection. Although actually, he seems to concede quite a lot on that. He finds
what does he concede about the resurrection?
He concedes that if I'm trying to pull from memory here. To my understanding, he concedes that he thinks the followers of Christ saw the risen Jesus. I think he said that specifically.
Bullshit.
That they believed they saw the risen Jesus is what he said.
Okay, they could even that. I don't see how the Gospel of Mark can gossip, and I think that's bullshit too, because there's very little relationship between the Gospel of Mark and any eyewitness testimony.
I mean, so he okay, so we're talking. I meant the Gospels in general.
The author of the Gospel, the author of the gospel seems to have genuinely thought that the disciples saw believed that they had seen the risen Christ. But that's very different from the disciples thinking it. It's very different from it actually being true, right?
I mean, so I'll pull up. So we're digging down deep enough that my knowledge is becoming spotty. But okay, you're my inquisitor. I will go as far as I can. So the I'm thinking of right now the specific monograph that is on my reading list since you've been asking me a lot about the history of this area. It's called Luke Among the Ancient Historians by Philip something. Give me 1 second.
I looked it
Luke
up.
Among the
You're right.
by John Peters. Yeah. So
So-
Luke Among the Ancient Historians, my understanding of his argument in this book, I have not read this book because I can't read everything on earth, but my understanding of the synopsis of this book is that this guy, this is his PhD dissertation that he wrote and was published, that he is arguing that Luke is following in the tradition of ancient historians like Thucydides, which rely heavily upon eyewitness testimony. And so that the Gospel of Luke is relying upon eyewitness testimony. That is my understanding of the synopsis of this book.
Do they name the eyewitnesses?
I don't know. I maybe.
Does Luke provide his name anywhere? Does the author of the Gospel of Luke provide his name anywhere in the narrative? Does
Not.
he tell
I don't
us
think.
how
I
and
don't.
under what circumstances he came to hear the stories?
A little bit in the prologue to Luke. He doesn't say his name, Luke, but we get Luke from Paul's writings, I believe, like the Acts of Paul, I believe, or the Acts and the letters, I believe.
That a book is called, the Gospel according to wherever, is not necessarily an indication that it was genuinely written by that. Do you concede that there are other miraculous traditions? For instance, Apollonius Tiana is reputed to have risen people from the dead and had a miraculous birth and performed miracles during his life.
Maybe I could say I don't know anything about Apollonius of Tiana, but yes, there are other people who claim miraculous things about them. Sure.
Okay, so are they true?
So I'm not there. There are Christians who have a very exclusivist view of like miracles and other religions, etc. I'm not one of those people. I do think that there are examples of miraculous supernatural events happening in other religions, but we'd have to go into specific details of what specific.
Okay. Well, please, do you have any? Because my argument would be that if somebody writes down that a person was dead for 3 days, rose again and appeared, I would come up with a number of explanations, and none of them would be that their account is true.
I mean, yeah, you're a materialist.
They may think that they saw it. They could have experienced. They could have been tricked into believing it. They could have been making it up, and all of those are, as far as I'm concerned, infinitely more likely than the fact that it's true, right?
Why is it infinitely more likely?
It's infinitesimal. So unless we have records of these of events of this sort occurring, why I don't have any warrant for thinking that it's true. I could just as easily explain it by saying that there was a pink unicorn whose shape changed into the shape of their loved one, and because the pink unicorn was psychic, it was able to simulate conversation with them, and they were able to believe. That is just as likely as the simpler explanation where the guy just rose from the dead.
Why is that just as likely?
We don't see it happen in reality.
So I brought this up, I think, the first time we met her because it was right towards the end. I think there are well documented and attested miraculous accounts occurring in history. I have sitting right next to me, I haven't gone through it, is this 2-volume book by Keener's, Miracles, which documents various well-tested miracle accounts throughout the world. And then I brought up specifically at Lourdes the case of Sister Moriol, who
Yeah, so
I wrote it down because I was doing research after we talked about this. Let me write it down. I don't want to say something wrong here.
is it your position that the miracles of Lourdes are accepted by the scientific community to be miracles?
They are accepted by the scientific community as medically unexplained. That's what they do.
But so medically unexplained doesn't, and actually, can you point me to where in the scientific literature that determination was?
Yes. So there's a specific paper. Did I write this down? Did I? There was. Sorry, give me one moment. So it was written. My understanding of the paper is that they investigated Lourdes miracles from 1870 something to 1975, and they go through.
And a question about that. Does the frequency of miracles drop off the later in that record you get?
I have no idea. I haven't read the entire paper.
Well, it turns out that it does. It turns out that the miracles get less and less frequent the closer you get to the modern day. The closer you get to modern verifiable techniques and better documentation, the fewer miracles there are.
I mean, there are fewer events that the scientific community would consider medically unexplained. That does not imply that there are fewer miracles that happen, because there are miraculous events that happen. And this is the paper was done by they were a secular medical journal, I believe. I can't remember. I'll have to look through this again. But wait a minute. I can't just leave this here. Let me find it.
So if you go to Google and you type in the question, are any of the Lord's miracles accepted by the scientific community as genuine? Do you know what answer you get?
I'm sure Google gives the answer that you like. Yes, the AI result gives you what you like.
Okay. Why would I not accept that answer?
Because it's the way large language models work. It doesn't do the kind of deep research unless you're specifically prompting it to do so to get like the specific historical documents. Like, it just doesn't. LLMs can't do that. LLMs are very good. I'm not some like hyper skeptic about LLMs.
Is it your claim that something that cannot currently be explained by science, something that is inexplicable, is miraculous?
I would say that's good evidence of it. That isn't necessarily the case, but I would say that's good. Depending on the context, I think that's good evidence.
So the fact that our scientific knowledge is going to improve over time, does it stop being a miracle if it's later explained?
Not necessarily. I think it's a relatively decent intuitional critique that it must be a miracle, and that it lowers the kind of, if we want to be Bayesians, I hate Bayesian probability, but if you want to be like a Bayesian, it sort of lowers the probability of it being correct.
What is the probability of a miracle?
I don't know. This is why I'm not a Bayesian. I don't think you can make Bayesian probability arguments. I think that's a giant mistake in philosophy.
Okay, let's take a frequentist view. What is the probability of a miracle based on frequentism?
What is frequentism? I'm not familiar with that.
It's the alternative. It's the major alternative statistical pillar to Bayesianism. it's a little. I'll come up with a more stringent definition for you. But so do you want? Frequentism defines probability as the long-run relative frequency of an event in a large number of repeated trials.
Large number of repeated trials. So these are like historical events, right? So I guess it's a little bit difficult to do like controlled trials of historical events. But if we're going to be a little bit loose here, I would say that the frequency of miraculous events like does make it quite probable that miraculous events occurred. But obviously, like, it's not a controlled trial, so it's a little bit.
But okay.
I found the journal.
Are you aware of any peer-reviewed studies about the efficacy of prayer?
I know there are some, but I haven't read them in a tremendous amount of depth.
Do you know what their results are?
They're typically either inconclusive or there's moderate statistical effect.
The moderate statistical effect is that if a person knows they're being prayed for, prayer makes them feel worse.
Okay.
That was if I remember correctly, that was there was a group
I found the journal. This isn't the PD. I put it in the side chat. I'll put it in the YouTube chat too for the benefit of the audience.
If I remember correctly, the Templeton Foundation did a massive experiment that revealed that the intercessory prayer experiment, in which they didn't have the control group. They did pretty solid parameters for the experiment itself, and found that the number of people, the vast majority of people who knew that they were being prayed for, performed worse. And the people who did not know they were being prayed for, did nothing. There was like no statistical change, indicating that the odds of the effectiveness of prayer is like flipping a coin.
So, like, if we're going to talk about randomized,
so this is the study. Look, you shared this study.
I'm trying to find the PDF of it. It's okay. I don't think that's the. I think that's the actual one.
Some 1,200 cures were said to have been observed between 1858 and 1889, and about 100 more each year from 1890 to 1914. We studied 411 patients cured in 1909 to 1914 and thoroughly reviewed the 25 cures acknowledged between 1947 and 1976. No cure has been certified from 1976 through 2006.
That's when the paper stops, is 1976. Like,
well, the paper stops in 2000. No, the paper stops in 2006. No cure has been certified from 1976 through 2006.
I think that, and like the implication is that I think they stop investigating the miraculous accounts after 1976.
No, there are no cures from 1976 to 2006. That's what it said.
I mean, that it says no cure has been certified. Like, I think, like, the Lord, like, they're talking, we would go in this specific paper. To my understanding, when I read the synopsis,
but this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, so what do you think the sentence "no cure has been certified from 1976 through 2006" means? Do you think it means
based on the context of "no cure has been certified"? I'm assuming they mean certified by the Lord's Medical Bureau or community, and so they have not investigated them. Like, and then said they were not referring to them in the paper.
So the Lord's people who did the investigation did the Lord's people certify miracles without investigating them?
No.
So
Tony,
the Lord's people did investigate.
Yeah, Tony, the way I understand it is that the actual events at Lourdes are investigated by the Lourdes Medical Bureau that he brought up, and the International Medical Committee of Lourdes, the CMIL. And they classify physical healings as medically unexplained rather than declaring them to be supernatural miracles. They leave the designation of a miracle to the local bishop.
Yes.
And so they leave that to the church. The problem
has any cure been certified as medically unexplained since 1976?
Yes, many, actually. To my understanding, it's about 72 or 73 now from
Okay.
specifically certified by the
the-
Lord's Medical Bureau.
Specifically, out of more than 7,000 documented claims since 1858, roughly 72 cases have passed the rigorous medical scrutiny and received formal church approval as miracles. The problem is, I have an issue with rigorous medical scrutiny there, because Lord's Medical Bureau and the International Medical Committee of Lords are not secular scientific organizations that are independent from the church. So
that's
And
untenable.
also,
I mean,
Bob, you just confused yourself. You said that there were 72 since 1976, and that's not what JL said. JL said that there are 72 total since 1858. According to this document, there have been no medically unexplained cures. According to the document you're sharing with us, no cure has been certified. That means certified as medically unexplained from 1976 through 2006. Isn't that what that says?
I'd have to. I don't.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know.
looking at the. This is the NCBI.
What are the dates here? What's the chronology of the accepted miracles?
This is the NCBI, correct, Tony? That you're looking at, the Lord's Medical Cures Revisited.
No, he's. Oh
I
yeah, that's what he's
I was looking at the. I was looking at the paper that he shared.
Okay, so I've got here, the Lord's Medical Cures Revisited, and this was published in July of 2012. This article examines the cures recorded in Lourdes, France between 1858, the year of the visions, and 1976, the date of the last certified cure of the 20th century. Initially, the records of cures were the records of cures were crude or non-existent, and allegations of cures were accepted without question. A medical bureau was established in 1883 to examine and certify the cures, and the medical methodology improved steadily in subsequent years. We discussed the clinical criteria of the cures and the reliability of medical records. Some 1,200 cures were said to have been observed between 1858 and 1889, and about 100 more each year during the Golden Age of Lourdes, 1890 to 1914. We studied 411 patients cured in 1909 to 1914 and thoroughly reviewed the 25 cures acknowledged between 47 and 76. No cure has been certified from 76 through 2006. The Lourdes phenomenon, extraordinary in many respects, still awaits scientific explanation. Lourdes concern science as well as religion. And then it starts from Suberus, from Marie Bernard, all the way on. Then it just goes on. So I was just giving you the abstract.
So you're right, Tony. I confused myself. So the Lord's Medical Bureau, I guess, has not certified from the dates 1976 to 2006.
So I will say that there are 3 since 1976. Looking it up, but all of them are after 2006. So the paper is correct that there was one in 1976, been 3 since.
So the specific one, when I brought this up the first time, I was looking into the specific details of it. I had Claude to make like this write up. I don't know how much stock he put in these kinds of things, but I had sort of Claude make a sort of like documentary write up of the specific account. I know a little bit. I did a little bit of research myself. I was looking into it myself. It's Sister Bernadette Morio. Was the specific one that was certified in 2018. So Sister Bernadette, she's still alive. I think she's like 86 or 87. She had this like degenerative nerve condition called Aquina syndrome, and she was healed of that in 2008. It's an incurable disease. Like there is no treatment. There is no treatment that would work, or at the time that works, or that would do anything like that. It was recognized in 2018. And that was the way it happened is that the Lord's Medical Bureau investigates it initially, which it is. So the Lord's Medical Bureau, anybody with a medical degree, anybody who is a medical doctor can join it. It's secular or not. And that specific case, the head of the Lord's Medical Bureau is Dr. Alessandro De Francisis. So I actually have the number for the Lord's Medical Bureau office, if you want that, and Sister Maria's convent. So you can look those up specifically. But that specific case, according to De Francisis, was looked over by about 300 different medical physicians, secular or not secular. And those once the medical board of medical experts determines that these medical miracles are considered medically unexplained, then they give it to the bishop to make the determination of whether it's a miracle or not.
Okay.
So the board never certifies that it is a miracle. It's what the bishop looking at that then says, because of the context of it, then we make the determination that it's a miracle.
Okay. Do you accept that the frequency with which miracles occur has diminished over time?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because that just doesn't make any sense. Why would God's miraculous power be like attenuating over time? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, but that's post facto rationalization. I can explain.
No, I'm not making a post facto rationalization. I'm offering
yes, you are.
You
so as the medical attention and the medical technology being brought to bear to each of these cases increases, the frequency with which cases pass the established threshold occur less frequently.
Because they have got the medical threshold has become far more stringent in recent years than they have been in the past. I mean, the amount of attention to detail and like strict criteria that especially even if it's Catholic saints or the Lord's Medical Bureau, this is the amount of money and like attention to detail of these things the amount of it has increased over time. The specific strictness has increased. That's why the amount of certifications are much lower, but that doesn't imply that there's miracles happening less frequently.
So you can see that the number of certifications has in fact dropped.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the amount of miracles are decreasing. It means that the strictness of the criteria has increased.
I have a question with regards to that certification. So let's say this last sample counts as a mystery, right? We don't have another explanation so far. Is that fair?
Yep.
It's medically unexplained, yeah, I guess.
Okay. What bridges the gap between it's a mystery and attribution as a miracle? Because this is going from turning an I don't know into I do know, and this is why.
Yeah, so that would depend on the context, right? So it's not a...
Yes, I know. I picked a specific sample, so I'm wondering what justifies this one getting a pass.
Yeah,
what
so
let's that pass.
So let's look at Sister Bernadette's Mario case specifically, right? So
Yes.
What happened was that she was healed in 2008. She went to Lourdes and she was basically crippled from this Cauda-Equina syndrome. And a few days after coming back from Lourdes, she's in her convent's chapel. And then she reports, even after rigorous psychological testing, there's no documentation of her being, mentally ill or various other things. Lots of psychological testing was done on her. That what she reports is that she was sitting in her chapel praying, and that like God came to her and spoke to her, and she felt like a warmth in her leg. And then she no longer needed her medical brace. She immediately stopped using the morphine that she was on, the constant morphine she was using to deal with the crippling pain, because it was like a lower back inflammation, like compressed spinal column thing. And then the immediate healing that occurred after that, which is all recorded in the medical documentation, like the context of that, I think offers why like we can make this attribution.
So, do Hindu people report miraculous cures?
I guess occasionally, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how frequently they report?
I have no idea what I just said occasionally. I don't even know how what the frequency is.
So I'm wondering how Texas sharpshooter we are right now. Going all the people who pray and don't get it. We're down to one unexplained thing.
Oh, no. 72. I offered one specific. There are 72 cases.
Okay, so if I may jump in really quick, just listening to y'all address this, and Andrew's on kind of a track here, and I'm going to kind of agree with him on this. But I'm looking at this. There is in the International Journal of Clinical Studies and Medical Case Reports, in the IJCMCR, All right. This was published. I have the DOI. This was published in 2021. March 23rd, 2021. Paulo Nuno Martin, C-Tech, Fernando Pessoa, University of Porto, corresponding authors of like this. So I have all this stuff. So this is spontaneous cure of cauda equina syndrome was experienced by Sister Bernadette Morial. All right. So I'm looking at this.
Mhm.
And this comes from the, like I said, from the IJC MCR. So the case presentation is, I don't know if you've read this. The case presentation is kind of fascinating here because it's everything that was confirmed. And reading the case presentation and the words of this woman herself, I don't know how, and like if you were looking at this from like a scientific standpoint, I don't know how you could like logically contribute this to being a miracle. If you were like an independent, like independent investigator who was not like affiliated with the church or like that, because of literally the things that she's saying in her own words, just in the case presentation alone, and so
Can you share the DOI, please?
yeah, let me copy this and let me see if I can. Oh, come here, you. Hang on. Let me just, I've got the deal right here. Let me put it in the private chat.
I need to say I've been here for about an hour and a half. I should probably go in about 10 minutes here.
Yeah, don't sweat hanging around. We're gonna I just found this really, really fascinating because it goes into it, but predominantly it refers to her as well because she was a major part of the case presentation. Because there was one doctor that was involved, like one primary doctor that was involved, which is Dr. Christoph Fumery, who she predominantly went to. But the vast majority of the case presentation comes from her. Now there was,
she presents the case, but the way the Lord's Medical Bureau system works is that when there's a specific case and they want to investigate it, what they do is that anybody can join the Lord's Medical Bureau as a member of the Lord's Medical Bureau, right? Any doctor can apply, right? And the way it works is that when they are investigating a specific case, what happens is that, I mean, these are like private medical files, right? So you can't just share it with everybody, right? The way it works is that all of the doctors who are part of the Lord's Medical Bureau around the world convene at, I guess, Lord's or someplace in the world. And
right, that's all covered in the discussion.
They are given access to all the primary medical files. So all of the specific doctor's notes, all the specific tests, any scans or MRIs or anything like that. They are given access to all the primary medical records. But since they're private medical records, they're sealed like to the public usually, right?
Right. So, this is all covered in the discussion and conclusion and the process they went to. The section discusses the main medical procedures performed by BCM and CMIL regarding the case of spontaneous cure, blah, blah. But this is what gets me right here is the case presentation. The description of this spontaneous cure was made by Sister Morial herself in the book previously indicated. I am 69 years old, and since I was 27 years old, I have been followed up by Dr. Christoph Fumery because I started experiencing back pain, which led to the diagnosis of cauda equina syndrome, a type of spinal stenosis, resulting in quasi-paralysis. In fact, my left foot was practically turned, and I had to use prosthesis to keep it straight. I also had 4 surgical operations. The first was followed by the second surgical operation in 1968, since my back, my spine, and the pelvic areas were hurt because they rested on a rigid cervical lumbar corset. In 1973, I had the third surgical operation due to a permanent inflammation of the nerve roots as my leg suffered chronic sciatica pain. I started taking morphine to minimize the pain. In this regard, I often went to the anti-pain center in Nantes, or I'm make sure I pronounce that correctly. In 1975, I had the 4th surgical operation, and a neurostimulator was implanted on the lumbar region, which regularly sent small electrical discharges over some areas of my legs. In the 90s, perhaps due to these treatments, I had a type of remission of my illness. Even so, I have been very cautious about my spontaneous cure that occurred in 2008, having been advised to keep silence by the head of the religious congregation I belong to, who questioned whether the spontaneous cure would not be a transitory phenomena, such as my remission. In fact, in 2002, my clinical situation deteriorated very quickly, having been declared invalid. Meanwhile, my general physician, Dr. Christoph Fumery, suggested that I go to the Sanctuary of Lourdes, which happened on the 4th of July, 2008. It was part of the 150th anniversary is when she went to go visit. Now, The kicker on this one, this is where she goes and describes in Lord something happening that's very profound and although invisible.
I'm sorry. Can I just say something real quick? I'm sorry. I put I was trying to figure out a way to upload it. I put that specific write up by Claude that like talks about some of the documentation in the side chat. I don't know if you guys I'd be able to have access. I was trying to upload it to some PDF thing and it wasn't working, so I just put it in the side chat.
So the kicker on this one is that her primary care physician, who appears to be Dr. Christoph Fumery, okay, he's the doctor suggested that she go to the Sanctuary of Lords. And this is where she describes the events that took place in 2008 over a period of days is when that happened. But the thing that is, I think, being thrown out or being ignored is that she had a type of remission of my illness. Even so, I've been very cautious about my spontaneous cure, a cure that occurred in 2008, having been advised to keep silence by the head of the religious congregation I belong to, who questioned whether this spontaneous cure would not be a transitory phenomenon, such as my remission. We know that due to we already know by her own admission that as per the 4 surgical operations and the neurostimulator that she has implanted in her back in order to alleviate her symptoms, and the outcome would be a reduction or an elimination of pain that could take time. So this is just the fact that it happened before a spontaneous remission, but then the pain came back, which could happen. And the fact that we've seen that it could go away and it could stay away. These are possibilities. We've already seen that. I mean, she's already acknowledged in the 90s she had a remission of her illness, of her illness, but then it came back because obviously. But if she had updated procedures that improved the implant in her back to alleviate the pain in there, that could also assist. I would say, given the information that came from her own mouth and the experience here, that this could be a combination of improved technology, because they're not just going to leave the implant in her forever. If it needs to be updated, it will be updated. And so given time, given from the 90s to 2008, and when this took place in 2018, 2018 was when they confirmed it, not when it happened. It happened in 2008. So I would say, and it took several days for this to take place. It didn't happen all at once. It wasn't spontaneous by her account. Then after 3 days, on Thursday, July 11th, 2008, I left my room at the convent when I was resting. So it happened on the 4th of July when she arrived as a part of the 150th celebration, 150th anniversary. She prayed and like that. And then after 3 days on Thursday, I left my room at the convent when I was resting with Sister Marie. From there. Now, going
can
off
I just
of
can
this,
I just read the
yeah, I linked it in the private chat.
I've never read this case report. I just want to read the paragraph here. Then after 3 days on Thursday, 11th of July 2008, I left my room at the convent when I was resting, and I went with Sister Mary Albertine to our modest chapel across the hall for worship and prayer. At exactly 5 p.m., we were celebrating Eucharistic Communion, spiritually united with the sick of Lords. At precisely 5:45 local time, we were praying during the adoration of the Blessed Sacrament, and suddenly I felt a relaxation in my body together with a warmth that came out of the heart and spread throughout the body. I had no idea what was going on. Other miraculous people who were healed in Lourdes have described exactly the same phenomenon of inner heat. It is the self and being that is the origin of love and life. At the end of Vespers, evening prayer, I returned to my room. Then I heard an inner voice that said to me, "Take off your devices." And thinking about the Gospels in which Jesus said, "The paralytics, get up from your bed and walk." I took the thing off, that is the vest and the devices on my legs and feet. The left foot was already in place. I interrupted the morphine and the neurostimulator, then called Sister Mary Albertine, who asked, "What happened to you?" Almost 40 years of fighting the disease, and in a few minutes, I stopped being sick. It is incredible.
Okay, this is weird. Now, how would she be able to interrupt a neurostimulator? Neurostimulator is an implant.
I have a different question. Precisely 5:45. How would she know that?
When you're praying Vespers, nuns have very strict praying time schedules, so they know when they come in and when they leave.
But it was while they were praying. It wasn't at the start of prayer. It was through prayer. How can she know that it was precisely 5:45? Was she watching a clock?
Probably. I don't know. There's probably a clock on the wall.
When was the last time you were in a chapel that had a clock on the wall?
You've never been to some old chapels from the 70s. There's some there's some chapels that are very much like that.
Well, looking at this, I can say It's weird to me that they would that they would certify this, because the physiological effects that she now. I don't have her problem, but I do have lower lumbar issues. I have since junior high from a football accident when I was folded over backwards playing in a game, and I damaged my lower lumbar region. I'm supposed to be getting an MRI to get it, because right now it's causing me significant issues in my mobility and my ability to be active right now. So I'm trying to get it fixed. Now, I've been a chronic pain sufferer, a chronic lower back pain sufferer for over 30 years. So I'm familiar with that, but I'm also familiar with the effects of temporary realignment and temporary stimulation of that area. And that burst of warmth that she declared is literally I'm familiar with that. That's literally the effect of nerve decompression. Okay, that when it's legit, when you have a compressed nerve and then you get that thing uncompressed, that thing, and it can happen spontaneously, or a person can manually do it as well, or it can be done surgically. That effect right there that's well-known phenomena. This is it. Judging by her own words, I don't know how you would get to a miracle diagnosis on this. I don't know why they would do that. I could see why they may say not undeterminable, like scientifically undetermined, or whatever. That seems to be very, very biased, because all of this could be explained by as a transitory phenomenon from all of the procedures she's had before, and her neurostimulator, which is an implant that you can't just turn off, that has to be removed. Now, she did go off the morphine, but that could legitimately be as a result of the euphoria of not feeling the pain anymore, of the nerve spontaneously decompressing, which is possible, which is weird. I'm not saying that that's the cause. What I find weird is that they don't make any mention of that as a possibility.
Well, it's worth noting that one of the CMIL committee did not vote in favor of this being unexplained. And it's also worth noting in the last paragraph, the very last paragraph there,
in the discussion and conclusion section.
It's lower than that. I have to note the interpretation. So you just go back up. I have to note. Up again a bit more. Yeah. I have to note the interpretation of this kind of spontaneous cure by Indian philosophies as the awakening of Kundalini with
pranayama exercises.
Yeah, pranayama exercises leading to the occurrence of transpersonal experiences in an instantaneous time, and thus complement the previous perspective described by the quantum non-locality. Is that a possible explanation, Bob Joe?
I'm sorry, where I'm trying to find where
I highlighted it on the screen.
Give me a second.
And I can increase it so you can see it.
Right above conflict of interest. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it says it's a part of the discussion and conclusion section. After these procedures, the ecclesiastical investigation conducted another kind of evaluation in order to verify if the spontaneous cure of Sister Bernadette was due to divine intervention, so that the occurrence would be declared as a miracle. This was performed by a bishop of the Catholic Church, Monsignor Benoit Gonin, on 11th February 2018. I have to note the interpretation of this kind of spontaneous cure by Indian philosophies as the awakening of Kundalini with pranayama exercises, leading to the occurrence of transpersonal experiences in an instantaneous time, and thus complement the previous perspective described by the quantum non-locality.
Is he saying to my I need to go real soon here. Just is he saying that? I'm a little bit confused about what he's saying. Is he saying that the interpretation of the event is paralleled by Indian philosophies, or is he saying that this event, like what happened, the healing, etc., is like he sees with Indian philosophies?
So you're saying there's a miracle here, God must have done it. There are other people saying there's a miracle here, that it's because transpersonal non-locality, or whatever the hell they want to say.
Transpersonal experiences, and thus complement the previous perspective described by the quantum non-locality.
So you're saying it's a miracle, therefore God did it. They're saying it's a miracle, our God did it. and at least one of the committee said, I don't think this is unexplained.
I went to the source. It actually has a citation there at the very end. You see that? Citation 7?
Yeah, the 7, yeah.
Yeah.
So I just scrolled down to the bottom to look for that, and that looks like this one. Yeah, the references. So that looks like it's Martin's P as Philosophias, the India cura, spontaneous cure,
University of Fernando Pescado Porto.
Yeah, 2021, accepted for publication. So this P. Martins, whoever that was on that, is the one who's ever on this board is who contributed that citation.
He's on the board. Okay.
So I think it was pointing out that it's not unanimous, is what it was.
So
it's not unanimous. Yeah.
So you're saying this is unexplained by medicine, and we're still left with Andrew's question of, okay, does that make it a miracle? You're saying yes, it is a miracle, and God did it, as opposed to other people saying it's a miracle, but some other God did it, as opposed to somebody saying it's unexplained at the moment, but there are some potential explanations in there, which is the conclusion that at least one of the board came to. Right?
This is kind of what happens when you have an international board of individuals that can join that are all believers, but they may be medical professionals who themselves are also believers, but from different faiths, because everybody can join. So
I need to point out that the CMIL is not all believers. They have atheists and agnostics they make a point of having atheists and agnostics on the board. But at least one of those experts did not consider this to be an unexplained case. Now, he was in the minority, obviously, but I don't see why I should accept this as evidence of God, because as Andrew points out, there are kids fucking dying in Africa, and their parents would give anything. And I'm certain that the Christians among them are praying their hearts out that their kids will not die of starvation. But some nun who can afford, who also has highly religious doctors, it should be pointed out. This is another case where you can't rule out misdiagnosis.
So I need to say this as a matter of like the CMIL, to my understanding, this is the final stage in the investigation here, if I recall, is the final stage of like, this is the committee voting on it. The investigative stage before it is sent to the CMIL is done by this Lord's Medical Bureau itself. The Lord's Medical Bureau, that is opened up to literally hundreds of other doctors who look at the primary medical case files, right?
But you will notice that her doctor over decades was somebody named Fumery, at whose suggestion she went to Lord's. So she already had. So her doctor, one of the documenting doctors on this case file. And it's worth noting they list 3 doctors that she attended: one for painkillers, one for rheumatology, and Dr. Fumery was a general physician. They're not experts in these. They're not experts in these diseases.
That's why I wanted.
And it's highly possible. To me, it seems highly possible that he misdiagnosed it.
Well, that's why I brought up the Lord's like investigation itself.
Yeah, all they can do is go on his diagnosis.
No, that's not true. So that specific.
She no longer suffers the condition, Bob Joe. They can't look at her and say this is the condition. They can only look at his case notes and the tests that he requested.
Oh yeah, so that's you've added a thing. Yes, the primary test results and the lab data and the other medical
documentation. And what are the tests for this condition, Bob Joe?
Those are private medical files, like that were investigated by according to doctors.
They discussed it in the document you're purporting to have read here.
I didn't say I never read
he went through a checklist of 8 symptoms. She had the 8 symptoms. According to Dr. Fumari, she had the 8 systems that
okay.
qualified her.
I need to go in like 5 minutes. What I'm trying to say is that there are lots of primary medical test results and medical data, right? That is not released in this document because it's private medical files, right? This is a summary, right? All those test results, all that case data specifically, not just doctor's notes, not just case file notes, were given to the investigative
You're
bureau.
not listening. You're not listening. They describe the documents that they used.
How could
right?
how could they? Okay, we're gonna have to look at this specifically since you're being interrogating.
Yeah,
So
the links are in
this is
private
private.
chat,
You
so.
can't violate. This is like French medical law. You can't just give like private medical data on a public journal. Like, what are we talking
No,
about?
they're not. But they are giving the details. I have to mention that a dossier on the reports of Sister Morio were written by Dr. Fumare, Dr. Alliome, Dr. Frank Bersignel, generalist rheumatologist painkillers.
Where are we done? We need to be very specific. Where is this?
We're just in the first paragraph of discussion and conclusion.
Going down to this. Okay, so in discussion and conclusion, this section discusses the main medical procedures performed by BCM and CMIL regarding the case of spontaneous cure of Sister Morio. In the first stage, the BCM verified through the 7 criteria defined by Cardinal Prospero Lambertini if Sister Bernadette had poor prognosis regarding her disease, designated as Cotta-Equine syndrome.
Notice that the disease is listed in
parentheses. And if she was cured in a spontaneous and complete way without convalescence. In this regard, I have to mention that a dossier on the reports of Sister Bernadette were written by Dr. Christophe Fumari, who is a generalist, Dr. Christophe Allume, who is a rheumatologist, and Dr. Frank Beckignol, who obviously is a pain doctor, just says painkillers. In these reports, Dr. Fumari, Dr. Allume, and Dr. Allery testified that after the pilgrimage to the Sanctuary of Lourdes, she experienced an exceptional recovery for which they have no medical explanation.
What's the dispute here? I mean, rheumatologist is a specific expert on these kinds of diseases.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. I think rheumatology is to my understanding, it's like Cotta-Equine syndrome. It's like an autoimmune disorder, is it not? They said it's stenosis of. Hold on.
Cotta-Equine is a severe medical emergency caused by the compression of nerve roots at the base of the spinal cord. Key warning signs include loss of bladder or bowel control, saddle numbness, and severe leg weakness. Bladder issues, bowel issues, saddle anesthesia, leg changes. Common causes are herniated disc, spinal stenosis, which is narrowing of the spinal canal, tumors or infections, spinal trauma.
Yeah. A rheumatologist is a medical doctor who specializes in diagnosing and treating musculoskeletal disorders, autoimmune conditions, and inflammatory diseases affecting joints, muscles, and bones.
Right.
Yes.
So your argument. So what's the argument here? Is her nerve still compressed?
I guess not. No.
Okay. So all they can do is go on. So she's got an uncompressed nerve now.
Oh, 2 seconds. A rheumatologist does not typically treat Cotta-Equine syndrome. Instead, this surgical emergency requires immediate evaluations by a spine surgeon, neurosurgeon, or orthopedic surgeon in an emergency room. When rheumatology crosses over underlying conditions, rarely severe chronic inflammatory diseases like ankylosing spondylitis can lead to rare complications affecting the Cotta-Equine. A rheumatologist might help diagnose or manage the systemic disease, but they do not perform the emergency decompression needed for nerve compression.
Right, but the paper mentions the surgeries she went through, right?
Yes, she went through several surgeries.
Yeah, you wanted because you were contesting almost everything I was saying. What I was trying to get to the point of before we had to go back there is that all the medical documentation that she had before she had the disease and then after she was cured, like all that primary medical data, which is not referenced here at all. It says a dossier, right? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the specific medical, specific medical tests and results, et cetera, et cetera. The Lourdes Medical Bureau like they have, once they are called to Lords to investigate it, they have primary access. They, because of the way the investigation works, all of those doctors, which the head of the bureau, Dr. Alessandro De Francisi, said this specific case had 300 different doctors look at the specific medical documentation, and they look at those primary tests and the private medical data, right? And then once they conclude at the medical bureau that it's medically unexplained, then they send it to the CMIL. So there's 2 layers of redundancy here. That's what I was trying to say. So the hundreds of different doctors do look at all the medical tests and the primary medical data that is not able to be given in a public paper.
I'm kind of curious on a
yes, but that's.
Is there anything? Is there a specific pressing question that you like to ask? Because I do have to leave. I love being interrogated by you, Tony. I think it's very entertaining. Actually, I actually love this. There's like this riles me up. I think it's really fun. I just need to go in a few minutes. There's something specifically.
Before you go, I'd like to take a quick moment to take a further look back. Since we're focusing on Lord's Medical Bureau, they recorded. So far, their claims were over 7,000 claims, and they boil down to 1% that they want to try to claim as true miracles. Now, we're talking about the case of spontaneous remission, which is a thing kind of, in and of itself. Now, when I mentioned the Texas sharpshooter, this is actually more post hoc ergo propter hoc. She entered into the view of a particularly religious group, and that's when it happened. Therefore, attribution. So we're taking a list now of 7,000 claims down to 72 cases they even want to try to claim as miracles, but no justification beyond post hoc ergo propter hoc. Now, take a look at how many other cases of spontaneous remission are out there that are not attributed to anything. And realize this is the scale of what you're counting as evidence, while we didn't actually have a methodology for attribution short of coincidence.
Well, to my understanding, so that spontaneous remission is relatively common, like in the literature, like it's pretty well documented. But to my understanding, and I must leave. I'm sorry. I have to wake up in the morning. It's like midnight.
You're good.
It's over 11 here. The way they're very strict. Like they are very strict, right? When they say something is medically unexplained, like spontaneous remission is one of those things that would be explained, right? It just things happen that are relatively common, right? And but the point being is that, to my understanding, in this case, something like called Aquinas syndrome, like there is no like this something is just very no treatment can work.
We are down
that's
to.
Sort of
I just want, like I said, I wanted to pin this down to the idea of. We've got an I don't know, but they do. Attribution is kind of the problem here. We've got, yes, you may have a fringe case with weird circumstances. Maybe there's a few other unknowns in there, but we jumped to the answer though. That's my problem. We've ignored everyone else, and we've jumped to an answer.
Also, Bob Joe, you are feeling.
It's all down to her going into a special place, having prayed at some point, and that's coincidentally when it happened. Now the question is, how many other people did they send into that same church following this? They should be sending armies into that place.
Bob Joe, you're misinterpreting this document. So the dossier that was used, the case history was prepared by Dr. Fumery, right? That was the dossier that was used to assess her case history, right? It was written by Dr. Fumery.
Does the dossier include the primary test results?
It doesn't say. It says so. In this regard, I have to mention that a dossier on the reports of Sister Bernadette Morio were written by Dr. Christophe Fumery, Dr. Christophe Alliome, and Dr. Frank Becquignol. In these reports, They testified that after the pilgrimage, blah, 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 blah. Then this dossier was examined, and then they did tests on Morio to determine her current state of health. Because obviously they couldn't travel back in time to test how ill she was. They can only test what her health is now. So they are going on their entire thing is based on a dossier that was written by her doctor. And I will point out again that her doctor is a highly religious man.
Let me read this. Let me this paragraph again, and then I must depart in peace.
Yeah, if you need, you've got the link, so feel free. We can always pick it up on the next one. It's not a problem. Because now you got the resources you didn't have before, so you can check that out and dive deeper into it if you want. I don't want to hold you up any longer than.
I'll just do this one thing, and then I'll do this later. It's not because I don't want to be here. I actually love this. The problem is that if I stay here, I won't leave. So that's the problem.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. Like I said, I love the Grand Inquisitor Tony here. Like it's very entertaining. This is very entertaining for me. I really do like this. Because most of the time, all I'm doing is obsessively interrogating my own thoughts, which I've done for years. But it's fun to have those external critiques that I already make on myself externalized in the Australian physicist Inquisitor. So this is fun. Okay. So I will say thank you for all this. This is really fun. Hope to meet you all again sometime.
Awesome. Thank you, Bob. You have a great one.
Yeah. See you, Ron.
Bye.
With that, I will simply close out by saying the road to Lords is littered with crutches and no wooden legs.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. It's very difficult to. I'm trying to get Bob Joe to sort of realize himself that he skipped a couple of important steps, but he seems unwilling to sort of. He just sort of teleports across to the other side of the chasm rather than sort of seeing that he's actually jumped. Okay, let's accept that it's unexplained. Why should we accept that it's a miracle?
Yeah, the attribution that Andrew was talking about.
Why should we accept that it's a miracle performed by your God? How does this in any way, why does this in any way make a resurrection more plausible?
Why is God's power localized to specific places on Earth and not like, the cancer ward or the burn ward?
Have you ever listened to the Tim Minchin song, Thank You, God?
Yes, some time ago. It's been a while since I've heard it.
Yeah.
I love its work.
Yes. Largely unmoved by the starving masses, but fixes the eyes of one middle class white bitch. It neatly sums up what the hell is God doing? Like, in what sense? If you accept that this is a miracle and that God did it, then surely you accept God is just as responsible for every child that starves to death. Or dies of bone cancer, because God couldn't be bothered to get up off his ass and cure them. It seems a self-defeating argument. Like it viewed from any context, viewed from the large scale where we're just looking at sort of humanity as a whole, and if we're looking in fine scale, like. I don't see that this gets you to a God, nor do I see that it gets you to a miracle. Like nothing about this seems persuasive. Sorry, I started eating on screen, and I hope that people in the chat aren't too unhappy. It's been a while since
It's all good.
Since I've looked at them.
I just thought that it bought me more time. I was sadly mistaken.
Sorry, sorry, Andrew.
It's like. I figured 2 more bites. Just I don't want to deprive you. A starving Tony gets very cranky and turns out very badly for the interlocutor. You're not the same when you're hungry. Yeah. No, so like the attribution is kind of the key thing on there. And I did highlight the idea where apparently if it even was that one special place, why are they not piling in there? And why are we not seeing commensurate healing? So frankly, the fact that there's no repeats, hold on, I think I got a coin I need to toss.
Thank you, Sam, for showing how my point of view has been so flawed. I assumed there was no God at all, but now I see that cynical. It's simply that his interests aren't particularly broad. He's largely undiverted by the starving masses or the inequality between the various classes. He gives out strictly limited passes redeemable for surgery or 2-for-1 glasses. I feel so shocking for historically mocking. Your interests are clearly confined to the ocular. I bet given the chance, you'd eschew the divine and start a little business selling contacts online.
Yes, it
I like how Tim says how he's been an atheist since the age of reason.
Thank you, God, for fixing the cataracts of Sam's mum. I didn't realize that it was such a simple thing. I feel such a ding-a-ling. What ignorant scum. Now I understand how prayer can work. A particular prayer in a particular church in a particular style with a particular stuff, and for particular problems that aren't particularly tough, and for particular people, preferably white, for particular senses, preferably sight, a particular prayer in a particular spot to a particular version of a particular God. And if you get that right, he just might take a break from giving babies malaria and pop down to your local area to fix the cataracts of your mum. Tim Minchin's brilliant.
Yeah. I do like how the Lawrence one was over 7,000 cases, but they only tried to certify 71.
Yeah. And also the fact that, there are much more, the more stringent the medical attention becomes, the less frequently they're testified as unattested, as unexplained. And he's going, well, that isn't evidence that there are fewer miracles. Yes, it is.
Well, the best you get is unexplained until you justify attribution, which they don't have a methodology for. It's down to feels because of location at best.
Well, we had, I think, a really interesting conversation there. Kind of diverted off from where I was kind of like going with trying to address the whole idea of why. I'm curious, and I'm hoping I get to talk to Bob about this when he comes on next time, because I'm really curious to dive into why die on certain hills when they're kind of irrelevant in the kind of the grand scope of things. And like dying on the hill of the magistrate of adhere, or like believing what the magistrate says, dying on the hill of the flood, dying on the hill of these things. These are so silly. These claims are so, at this point, I view them to be silly. But knocking all these claims out and showing that there is no evidence to show that any of them happened, the magic that he appeals to say that God covered it up using magic is indistinguishable from them never having happened at all. So laying down on that hill to say I'm going to believe it anyway just seems completely unnecessary, because it doesn't address the larger issues, like the bigger questions or the bigger propositions that all of it hinges upon. Instead of saying like I'm just gonna listen to the magistrate, I'm just gonna take it, I'm gonna take it on faith that the magistrate is correct, because these are the tenets of the religion. You can eschew all that theological bullshit and you can just address the proposition at the core. Does the God exist? Because it would have to, in order for anything within the theology to be true. Theological interpretation, I largely leave that up to people like Justin, individuals who really dig diving into why the Bible is a crock of shit and why, nobody should put any stock in that thing whatsoever. I get that. But I want to go after the core proposition, which I think should be important for any believer. Because if the road they're taking to get to holding up that proposition is true, is irrational, then at least acknowledge that it is irrational. Acknowledge that it's irrational, and we can move forward from there. I want people to be able to be. I want people to be able to be intellectually honest about why they believe the thing. If a person comes up on this stage, if a believer comes up on the stage and acknowledges that their belief is irrational, they have no rational justification for it, they hold it for emotional reasons or utility or whatever, they can't show it to be true to anybody else, it's something that's personal for them, that's great. I'm not going to deride somebody for that. I mean, that's what they're convinced of. That's what they're convinced of. It's not my job to unconvince them. Only they can unconvince themselves by being intellectually honest and going out and exploring this. And even then, they could do it and still wind up in the exact same position where they're still convinced that God is. But they have to be able to be intellectually honest to recognize why they are holding on to a belief and why in the deluge of information that is available to them and the evidence that is available to them, they still want to hold on to that belief in the way that they previously did. That seems counterproductive. That seems counterintuitive to me if someone's goal is the truth, is access to the truth, or determining what is most likely true about external reality. If that's their goal, it seems counterintuitive to do that to me, and I want to address that.
I think I see an aspect here from a coherentist point of view. For the commonalities of everything he's argued today was basically the idea of how quote unquote miraculous it seemed for instance, the survival and then growth of the Catholic Church, of these miracles, for instance. It's those unlikelihoods. I'm sensing that as like a common theme across all of this. Like, what are the odds? It's not no coincidences kind of deal. Where all of these aspects fall suspect to that. So it's when you talk about a deluge of things against him, no, he's looking at, I'm betting he's facing a deluge of all the things he finds personal incredulity towards, funneling him towards his belief. So knocking down one thing won't matter because he's got 100 little coincidences that'll all count. Right. Every single one will count.
That's that right there. You hit the nail on the head. This is why I typically don't like getting mired down in the theological, mishmash or that particular intellectual bog, because it all depends. It all comes down to how they're interpreting it, and they can bounce around. And there's so much post hoc ergo propter hoc, and so much ad hoc that's going on. You can jumble around any kind of interpretation you want, or you can just pass things off and still get it, and still never address the core proposition. Which is why I find it to be. I enjoy listening to Justin dunk on people when it comes to their basic understanding of the language. When they think that the text is saying one thing, but he's going to the original deal, it's like, nope, this is where the mistranslation took place. This is why it took place. This is what was going on. Blah blah blah. I enjoy listening to him do that. But when it gets down into like how they're interpreting it, it's kind of like, you just get lost. And I want to address like there's too much wiggle room. It's too fluid.
This is a pareidolia issue. This is where, like, Justin can knock down individual aspects on the theology side and the literary side quite well. But when your entire processing filter is like, Justin knocks down individual issues, he's got a filter which applies to so many things that it doesn't matter which ones you knock down. See, the structure will remain because he's so diversified about where it's likely to be spread. This will count, that'll count, this will count. Every little thing will count. So any item that you knock down won't take enough of the structure out.
Yeah.
Unless you hit a big ticket, right? Maybe you hit the mother load. Maybe. Maybe someplace where he's got a vested interest in things matching. That's why I call it like a coherentist issue. This is like where you've got enough confirmation bias to keep the structure alive, no matter how many little pieces you're knocking down, unless you hit something really big. So maybe if there's a personal issue, personal situation in his life, that brings that into challenge, which would normally be like a personal crisis, for instance. So those are the things that both bring people to faith and take them out of faith on a larger scale. Those are usually the kind of things I might suspect would cause a change. But barring that, if a person's buttressed themselves up to the point where they're starting to count all those hits and ignore the misses and create an entire hierarchy of justification, unless you take a big boy out, nothing's going. It won't matter. We'll be on to the next miracle. We're down to arguing a single miracle ad nauseum at a place that had a reporting rate of only 1% accepted out of the 7.
That's 1%. Millions of people have been to Lourdes, like tens of millions of people. Like it's 1% of a tiny fraction.
Wait. Tony, did you just say it's like 1 in a million? Wait,
so you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah.
So the thing that gets me, like when I was 10, it was fairly obvious to me that I was a Catholic because my parents told me I was a Catholic. Similarly, I was a Christian because my parents told me I was a Christian. Had I been born to a Hindu or a Muslim family, I'd be Hindu or Muslim. It therefore cannot be the case that that the finer details of religious observance are the determining factor in whether or not somebody's a good person or not. As a 10-year-old, that seemed obvious, and you can plug that back into the parable of the Good Samaritan, where it's not the priest, it's not the Sadducee who's who look after the guy who's been beaten up. It's a Samaritan who's a heretic at least, and a member of a racial minority. So so you can plug it together and you can say, look, it's not the details of religious observance that are really important. It's being a good person. And so in that case, you can ask, well, what kind of a Catholic were you, Tony? Apparently a very bad one. Because I didn't think that you needed to be a Catholic in order to be a good person. You could be a good person without being a Catholic, without being a Christian, without being religious in any sense at all. So it took a surprisingly long time for me to abandon the idea that some sort of pantheist religion existed, and that Catholicism is in any way related to being a good person, because I don't think it is.
I'm sorry, Tony. I was like, you said, because it's like, oh, you say you're a Catholic, right? Or what kind of Catholic are you? I was remembering Civil War with Jesse Plemons. Like, what kind of Catholic are you?
Yeah. Right. Okay. I don't remember him asking about what type of Catholic are you. I remember him asking.
No, what kind of American? What kind of is like? So you're American, right?
Oh, okay.
What kind of American are you? Because it's a weird question, but they're saying like, what states are you from? Is what he was looking for. It's like, oh yeah, you're from Colorado. You're from whatever. It's like, but anybody who is not American, and then they were just summarily executing at that point. But it was like,
which was weird casting, but he was scary as shit.
He was scary for a 5-minute scene. He was terrifying, and because you can attribute that Christian nationalism takes hold, and this fucking country turns into an authoritarian theocracy. Yeah, but what kind of Christian are you?
Yes.
It's like that. How easily that translates over if we start like, he was. Well, I always go back to Breaking Bad and what Aaron Paul, what Jesse said about it is like that fucking dead-eyed psycho. So, but Jesse Plemons, he's got it. That dude can kill it.
Yes. He was also very good in Begonia.
He was. He's just a phenomenal actor. Amazing, and married to Kirsten Dunst, which is pretty awesome. So
I didn't know that.
Yep, married to Kirsten Dunst. One or two kids. I can't remember, but yeah, those two are killing it. They're both have incredible talents. So, and I remember, and you've seen Jesse Plemons in his Black Mirror appearances, right?
No, I don't think I have.
Dude, okay, I'm not going to spoil it. I'll just simply say he is one of the best villains that Black Mirror has ever produced.
Right. Okay.
Just
I need to track those down.
Yes.
Okay.
Check those out, because it starts as like his episode. I think he's done two appearances, but they start as one thing and turn into something. I want to let you see it. So, but he's brilliant.
Right. Okay. But he was brilliant. He was brilliant in Game Night. That's the film I have the most positive measures.
I liked him.
Memory-
I enjoyed his performance, even though he was kind of second fiddle to Kerry Russell. I liked him in Antlers.
Yeah.
A good horror film. He was solid in that.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a thing I've ever seen he's not been good in. Even in that weird Benedar Cumberbatchy was it of the dog? Was it Tale of the Dog? Or what was it? That weird Western movie he did with Benedict Cumberbatch. Power of the Dog or
Year of the Dog?
Year of the Dog?
Year of the Dogs is actually a you should look up Year of the Dogs.
The Power of the Dog.
It's an Australian documentary about an AFL club in their last year.
Yeah.
And the power of the Dog, which had Benedict Cumberbatch, Jesse Plemons, Kirsten Dunst, Sam Neill, so Paul Dano, Keith Carradine. So really, really good. It was a weird movie, very, very weird. Not as weird as West of Heaven, South. What was it? South of Heaven, West of Hell. Not as weird as that one, but definitely a weird beneficiary cucumber patch. I was trying all the different ways to pronounce it. Benadryl Kumbaya. So the fact that I love him ever since I saw the video when he can't pronounce penguins.
Right. Okay.
For some reason there's a. Did you ever see that, Tony?
I think I have, but it eludes me.
He's trying to do. He was doing a voice. He was doing like voiceover for a nature documentary it was about penguins, and he could not, for the life of him, pronounce penguins correctly. So penguins. So all the different ways he pronounces penguins is just penguins was one of my favorites.
Jesus. Okay. You never know. Yes, I have to say that I have some somewhat negative feelings about Benedict Cumberbatch because he's in my opinion, one of the worst ever adaptations of Sherlock Holmes.
You didn't like the BBC Sherlock?
Hated it.
I thought the relationship between him and Moriarty was a little off kilter, a little off. It was weird. It was just a little too off the mark for my taste. I understand like what they were trying to do, and there was some like the allusions to the text, like the Reichenbach Falls and stuff like that when he supposedly died and shit. I kind of dug some of the things they did, but yeah, I would say this new Sherlock series, where he's young and he meets Moriarty at college, and and he's hanging. And he does a lot with Mike Croft and like that. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah,
that was a good.
I think that's a really good series. I actually thought so. Elementary was a really good series.
Mm-hmm. Binge Thinker.
Yeah.
Binge Thinker's here, says hi.
Oh, hi, Binge Thinker. Good to see you. But they were just there's a story in Sherlock where the underlying mystery is that Mycroft knows that there's a plane that's going to be blown up by terrorists, so he decides but he doesn't want to compromise his intelligence source. So he lets them blow up the plane, but he loads it with dead people. So there are 300 corpses or whatever that have been put on the plane, and this is idiotic on every single level. So how do you imagine keeping it secret that you're transporting truck after truck of dead people into a fucking airport and stacking them into and how do you think that the people whose tickets you cancelled in order to put the dead people on, I was going to be on that plane, and then when the newspapers show up to interview the families of the dead people, who are they going to find? Oh, no one, because there's nobody related to them. Also, your flight crew are dead because you can't parachute out of a transport plane at 10,000 meters. You'll die unless you've got very specific. It's just stupid on every single conceivable level, and Mycroft presents it as this fucking work of genius. This doesn't fucking work. The real world doesn't work like this. And also, do you think the airline is going to be happy that you're blowing up $300 million worth of hardware? Isn't your job to stop that from happening? Why are my insurance premiums going through the roof, and why are my ticket sales going into the fucking cellar? Because you want to blow up one of my planes. I thought that was the bad guys thing. Stop the bad guys from blowing up the planes. There's
Mycroft are just the worst. Mycroft is just the worst.
It's just idiotic. And Mycroft is supposed to be vastly more intelligent than Sherlock. And it's just it is wall to wall stupid. There is no level on which this plan works, makes any sort of sense. And Sherlock, when he had this explained to me, said, "Throw on, Mycroft, come this way, right this way. We've got some people I want you to chat with. We've got a nice room, rubber wallpaper. You'll have fun, because you're out of your fucking tree if you think that makes sense." Also,
out of your fucking tree. I'm using that. Same episode. That episode is A Scandal in Belgravia, which is adapted from A Scandal in Bohemia. In Scandal in Bohemia, Irene Adler outfoxes Sherlock Holmes, steals the blackmail material back, and then fucks off. In this one, not only does Sherlock Holmes outperform Irene Adler at every fucking level, she has to get her ass hauled out of being executed because he's turned up. But she falls in love with him in the process. So you've taken a story from the 1870s and you've made it more sexist and intolerant. Congratulations! I didn't think, Jesus. Sir Arthur is rolling in his fucking grave.
Also, she starts the episode as a lesbian, but she is so smitten by Sherlock Holmes that she's cock-slaved by the end of it. Because even though it was written by two gay guys, apparently lesbianism isn't real, and it would all be cured if she just met the right man. I hate that piece of television so much. So flames. I don't know if you remember Clue. The movie
yes.
Clue. Flames.
Chase teases physics. Says, "I didn't like that Burger King cupboard latches Sherlock had superpowers with his senses." Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But I mean, to some extent he does, right? To some extent, he just notices stuff that other people don't, and it's true in Elementary. In Elementary, he sees things that it would take a lot for somebody to know, and he knows stuff. I'm okay with some degree of magic, but just don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Don't have the most idiotic stuff happening and pretend that these guys are stupid. Well, today's episode, turn your hands. I could go for ages on this one.
And good to see you. Good to see you back, Clive Wells. And good to see you, Cops. Professor Hizzle, thanks so much for being here. NFL Music, you made a bunch of claims earlier on the stream. You should probably come up on stage and defend some of them, especially if you're a believer. You're the kind of person that we want to talk to. So come on up, seriously. And make sure I saw some other people pop in. Tony Regime, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Binge Thinker as well. Appreciate you being here. Scientific Origins, as well as Sure, I know I missed somebody. I know I saw Cosplodicus and Vert de Ferk. Good to see you. Vert de Ferk says, at one point he accused you of being political. I would love to slap Bobo. Sorry, Bob Joe, to defend the apolitical virtues of religion. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be that Bob has been, I think, really good form for the most part. I think that there are some scenarios in the discussion that have put him into positions where he's been forced to rely upon some of the talking points that come up in apologetic spheres in order to kind of defend things, and it puts him in a bind. But I like that he's willing to go back and do research and explore stuff that he hadn't done previously. That's a good thing. So like he's like the information that Tony and that I found and put in the private chat, he's going to take that and go look at it. So I think he has an open mind. He's willing to engage. I just want to get him to that intellectually honest position and start exploring these things. That's kind of the hope. That's where I'm kind of aiming for. And I didn't, and wrote it in the last name. Yep. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Okay. Just make sure I didn't miss saying hi to anybody in the chat. So why y'all put me on timeout for giving good arguments? You haven't given. Okay, so NFL. It seems like I have to explain this multiple times. Okay, so I'll be chill in my explanation for it, because occasionally I have to give this one. You're welcome to be in the live chat and engage in discourse with the other people in the live chat. I got no problem with that. In fact, that's kind of what we expect. But if you come into the live chat and you just spout stuff, and you don't defend any of your positions, you don't provide any examples or evidence or whatever you can, as much as you can in the live chat. If you don't engage in the discourse and you're just here to spout stuff, and it's just going to be considered spamming. You're not interested in actually having a conversation. You're just interested in rambling off nonsense, either to self-validate or to self-validate through rage baiting. Okay, which we're not interested in. So the reason one of the mods would have timed you out is because you weren't engaging. You were just spamming stuff. You weren't actually defending anything. You weren't bringing anything up. You were just spamming. I say, bring it up on stage. Come and talk to us. The link is pinned right there in the side chat. You can't miss it. It's free to come up. You don't have to pay any money to do it. We're right here. I'm a non-believer. That's a non-believer. That's a non-believer. Different stripes, okay? But we're open to hearing your evidence, to hearing your argumentation, to assess that. We're not looking to clip you and embarrass you or try to trap you or try to farm views off of you. That's not the point of this stage. We want to have the conversation. So come on up. Otherwise, the mods are just going to time you out if you keep doing it. So just to give you the heads up. Okay? I've had to give that talk a few times.
It's also a little bit embarrassing that I'm engaging in this sort of rant with Calasia in the chat. I know Calasia a little bit from The Line, where they're very, very kind, and so I feel a little bit embarrassed that I'm ranting about television shows. But yeah, Sherlock Holmes is a character I hold very dearly, and Sherlock the television series was a pile of steaming bullshit.
What about Guy Ritchie's Sherlock? What about RDJ?
Oh, I like it. Okay. I remember somebody being outraged and saying, can you imagine? They put Robert Downey Jr. as Sherlock and Jude Law as Watson. I've gone, well, pick those two actors. Which one's the dissipated drug addict and which one's the chick magnet?
Yeah.
Jude Law is the chick, and quite frankly, I really enjoy them. I mean, they're light fun, and I think they're quite good movies. I've got a soft spot for Guy Ritchie. I like his films more than most people. I do. Jeremy Brett.
I dig his stuff. Jeremy Brett is Sherlock Holmes. Is that from the new series?
No, Jeremy Brett in the 1980s, 1990s. They did a reasonably faithful series. They did sort of change some of the stories so that they had. I remember there's a particular story. It has Michael Holmes in it. It might be the Greek attaché or some document.
Young Sherlock is the new one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
I really enjoyed it. I saw it. I really and indeed the Enola Holmes stories. I quite movies. I really the Jeremy Brett version is excellent. He's also got some affectations with the way he plays Holmes, the way he smokes cigarettes, for instance, is interesting and different. Like it's a very skillful, very good, very faithful adaptation. The Greek Interpreter, that's the one. In the Jeremy Brett version, there's a climax on a train where Mycroft Holmes pickpockets somebody. That isn't in the story. The story doesn't end with anything anywhere near so dramatic.
Beat Me Up Bob asks, what about Basil Rathbone Sherlock?
Basil Rathbone, I mean, those are the ones I first saw. He was very dashing. They're obviously only loosely based. The thing I didn't like about those was the depiction of Watson. Watson isn't a bumbling idiot. He's very intelligent. He's very sharp, and he's capable of his own insight. So I didn't like what they did to Watson, but I really enjoyed the Basil Rathbone Sherlocks, and I have very, very. Tony Regime wants to know what I think about Lord of the Rings. I think the movies are way better than the books. Yeah, the movies are sanitized. Sir Equinox points out, but it was the period of the time. So there's Henry Cavill plays Sherlock in the Enola Holmes movies. For those people who don't know what Gretchen is talking about.
It's just got a season 3 too, a season 3 order.
Right.
For Enola Holmes, yeah.
Right.
Somebody asked me
what were your thoughts on the Avenger movie with Sean Connery in it?
Yeah, that's the one with Ralph Fiennes and Uma Thurman,
yes.
who were taking over the roles, if I remember correctly, from fucking what's his name? Son of a bitch. It's been a long time. If I remember correctly, from Patrick McNee and Diana Rigg, who were the original John and Emma from that. Yeah. And that movie came out in 98, if I remember correctly. And it's been a long time. As far as like movies with Sean Connery, like the ones that stand out, to me, like obviously were like Finding Forrester and which I thought he was brilliant in, and of course The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which I enjoyed, even though he hated making that movie and it was the last movie ever made. So like he's like this because I thought he was decent as Quatermain. But I mean, I love Sean Connery. I mean, I love his the work he's done in the filmography he had. And, obviously he was Indiana Jones's dad. He was Henry Jones, but I can't remember much about the Avengers film. I just remember who was in it, and I remember like the poster was like the two of them together, and like him in the background, like haha, I'm the villain. So that kind of shit.
Yeah,
Hunt for Red October was great. Yeah.
Two things about the one. It was in general pretty underwhelming. But there is a chase scene with people in giant, brightly colored teddy bear suits. Like there's a scene where the bad guys all show up to a meeting and everybody's wearing a brightly colored teddy bear suit. And then sort of it breaks up and you've got one teddy bear chasing another. So it's this dramatic chase sequence through an industrial estate with two brightly colored teddy bears. And that I thought was some form of genius. And very much in sort of the campy mode of the campy sort of absurdist mode that the Avengers sometimes hit. So that particular scene with a fight scene and a chase scene with two brightly colored teddy bears, I'll remember that forever. I thought that was great. But in general, too much reliance on CGI. The stakes were too high. No reflection on any of the actors involved. I think they could have got an English woman to play Emma Peel if they'd really wanted. But yeah.
Do you remember what I think? I think it was Uma Thurman's first film appearances. The very first.
Is it the Adventures of Baron Munchausen?
Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Yes.
Where she plays Venus,
yeah,
married to Oliver Reed.
Appeared in the clamshell, right?
Yeah.
Good to see you, Gretchen. Thanks so much for being here. And Ugly German Truth says, "Don't lie, your favorite Sean Connery is Zardoz." Yes, Zardoz. I remember first watching that movie, and that shit blew my freaking mind. That he jumped on that film, and oh, holy shit! Just trying to imagine the conversation with his agent in order to get him signed onto that movie. He's like, "Hey, Shawnee baby, I got this new movie for you. I hope you're interested. You get to run around in Buccaneer boots and a red diaper with bandoliers on your chest. What do you think?" "I love it. In fact, it's what I'm wearing. It's what I'm wearing right now." Let's do it. So just trying to imagine him going out for that. It's like, it's such a Connery role that his sweat induces orgasms or induces orgies, which I think is hilarious to me. That was an unintentionally funny ass film. It really was. Zardoz speaks to you. And it's then the Wizard of Oz is like, oh, it's so weird. But then you have Time Bandits, and yeah, he was amazing in Time Bandits as I think he was Agamemnon in Time Bandits, wasn't he?
I can't remember who he played in Time Bandits. It's been too long.
It's been a long time.
I remember John Cleese's Robin Hood.
Yeah, he was Agamemnon, and he was the firefighter at the very end.
That's right. He was the firefighter at the end. Yeah. David Warner is
David Warner was evil.
Yes.
Just evil. When his one henchman is like brings up a very valid concern about what he's doing, like, and then destroys him.
Question.
Excellent question. Freaking love it. And Shelley Duvall was in that. Ian Holm was Napoleon.
Napoleon Bonaparte. I want little people kissing one another.
Now I got to go back and watch Time Bandits. Time Bandits, Brazil, and Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Gilliam's take on the life cycle, on childhood, on middle age, and old age. Just absolutely brilliant. I love that trilogy. Absolutely do.
Of those, I only own The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, but it's one of those films I really rather enjoy.
It was like one of those moments. It's like understanding when I first learned that those three films were a thematic trilogy it was him expressing like childhood, middle age, and old age, and that the exploration of these things, it fundamentally altered how I interpreted those movies. Because when I initially watched them, I watched them as standalones. It was kind of like, but it was little details that you learn about. It's kind of like when you learn that the movie Mother with Jennifer Lawrence and Javier Bardem, when you learn that Javier Bardem is God and Jennifer Lawrence is the earth and the house, and so Jennifer Lawrence is Mother Nature, and then the house is the earth, and then all the people that are like Michelle Pfeiffer and Ed Harris are representing humanity. And
they're Adam and Eve, right? And they had the two kids who kill one another, and and so it took me ages. Like I was watching it, I watched it, and I'm going, "What the fuck did I just watch?" and then 20 minutes later, you go, "That's the Bible. That's the Bible."
Yes. We were on Week in Horror. We were doing an episode of Week in Horror, and that movie had just come out, and Alex was talking about it. He was kind of like, and I just watched this movie Mother with Jennifer Lawrence and Javier Bardem. It's like, oh, dude, I cannot. That movie is like blowing my mind. Like, what the fuck was going on? Yada yada. Like this is like, it was like you do realize that Javier Bardem is God in that, right? He was like, what? It's like, yeah, Javier Bardem is God. Jennifer Lawrence is nature. It's effectively Mother Nature. The house is the earth. And the humans are Adam and Eve and the rest of humanity that attack and destroy everything. And then the cycle continues on and on again. And he was like,
it's got this relentless nightmare quality to it. Like,
right.
She looks away from the people saying, "Don't do that." She looks away, and they're destroying the place. And you just go, this is this is exactly like a nightmare, and so that
And
was what
when
hit me first. And then you go, oh, these are all versions of biblical stories, like
when
Cain
I
and
told him
Abel.
that, he was silent for like 5 minutes as it
Right.
just kind of like sunk in, and he was like, no. I was like, and then it just became all clear. It was like, and then I think it just, I love learning stuff that fundamentally alters how you view what you just saw. And
Yeah.
when you learn the underlying inspirations behind the storytelling, I've always dug shit like that.
I remember going to see what's that David Lynch film? Something Mulholland Lane, is it?
Mulholland Drive?
Mulholland Drive, that's the
Yeah.
one. And sort of I was thinking about that for a while. I'm going, okay.
Well, Lynch is like quantum physics.
Yeah.
Nobody
Well,
understands quantum physics, especially
I think
physicists.
I think you can actually summarize Mulholland Drive in one sentence, which is LA is hell.
Oh, okay. I can see that. I can see that.
Because it's where the devil lives. The devil lives apparently out the back of and there are these the demons that come underneath the door that are giggling when they drop her out of the taxi cab, and sort of these different nightmare scenarios. The hitman does the job and then turns out to have shot the woman next door and has to shoot her, and then again, this is like hell. This is some hellish punishment. Like, again, it's like a nightmare. He's trying to make it look like a suicide, and there are 3 people dead, and then he has to shoot the floor cleaning machine, the vacuum cleaner or whatever, because it's whining. And it's just like everything is going to shit and everything is hellish, and nothing makes sense. So that's what I think Mulholland Drive is about.
I always liked David Lynch showing up in Family Guy when he did how David Lynch stole Christmas. He slithers out of the chimney. David Lynch. It's like David Lynch is like, "Hi, I'm David Lynch. Here's a present. Don't it's a severed thumb. Don't look away. Let the horror wash over you." Did you leave out some black coffee? No. Next time, leave out some black coffee in a dish, both now and in the past. Fucking love it. Oh.
Can you even name a film based on a TV show that was actually good? I think
film based on Tim Burton's Story Equinox brings up Tim Burton's Dark Shadows. Well, I found Dark Shadows to be endearing up until the 3rd act. The problem with a project like that is it's really hard to kind of like bring into the film deal. Like if they're not weak throughout, they typically tend to like falter in the 3rd act, and I think it kind of did. It wasn't. I mean, but that's not Burton's fault, and that's not any of the actors' fault. I think it was just the material is what it was. It's like that's a very, very long story of Barnabas and all the shit that's going on. That was a fucking soap opera that went on a good deal. So trying to get a full like a good solid 3-act movie out of that would be really, really tough. So I would say, but it wasn't bad. A movie based off a TV show that was really
21 Jump Street, Addams Family.
Addams Family. I'll agree with Addams Family. Addams Family was solid.
I'm looking through a list here. I mean, there are some good Batman films.
Let's see. And Clive Wells says, I hope he got paid well for Zardoz. I hope Sean Connery did pull a decent paycheck for Zardoz. But then again, he got to run around in a red diaper and, Buccaneer boots and bandoliers on his chest, which is pretty awesome. Are you kidding me? That's what I'm wearing right now. Let's do it. All right. Let's see. We don't have anybody over in Discord at the moment. Bunch of looky-loos that have come through. And I don't see anybody in the chat, or maybe we do have some believers in the chat. So I'll just go ahead and put it out there. If you are a believer in the chat, we would love to have a conversation with you. The link is pinned down there at the bottom. You can join the stage. We'd love to talk to you about what you believe and why, or if you find any of the topics on the screen interesting, you can address one of these. If you don't think evolution is a fact, if you think the earth is flat, vaccines do in fact work. You know, God does not exist. Christianity is a cult. If you think Christianity is not a cult, if you think a God does exist, or if you claim to know one exists, if you think Christian nationalism is not a threat to representative democracy, if you think the Bible is a science book, you know, or just like this, the name of the stage. Why do you believe in a God? Bring your reasons. We want to hear them. We want to talk about them. We want to hear your arguments. Want to hear whatever evidence you have to present. So please come up on stage, because that's what this is about. We've had a good, decent conversation with Bob earlier, just kind of a continuation of prior discussions. So we hope that any believers in the chat, we'd love to chat with you. I agree with you, Chase. Flat Earth is the lowest tier of things to argue in favor of. Certainly. Let me put out some links and see if I can put out the fishing rod. See if I can bring anybody in, because there are a number of channels that are up that I know that I can post to that haven't blocked me yet. Let's see. And if not, I do have something we could take a look at. Man, I'm gonna be editing all day tomorrow. I know that for a fact. Oh, that's nice to see a channel that's given some love to the Yellow King in Carcosa. That's nice.
Yes, always nice.
Haster. It's one of my favorite
yes,
creations.
He shall not be named.
That's why I dig him so much.
Yes, it was what really turned True Detective. I mean, you can make the argument that True Detective is a little bit slow, but then sort of they start dropping, links to Carcosa, and you're just going, hang on. Do the bad guys think they're in a Lovecraft story, or are we in a Lovecraft story? Like, what the fuck is going on now?
Dude, when they in the very last one, when they find the where they were living, and he's trailing him out into the labyrinth, and he passes by that barn or whatever that building is, and he's put the black stars all over. I was like, oh shit.
Yes.
This is where these people are not right. Not right by any stretch of the imagination.
And you're there thinking, so is he having drug flashbacks, or I'm not entirely certain. So I'm currently looking through a list of television shows that have. Are you saying the South Park movie isn't any good, Juggernaut Jared Reed? What about The Fugitive?
Fugitive was good. I enjoyed South Park Bigger, Longer, Uncut when that came out.
Yeah.
I was working for Cinemark when we showed that movie, and we had constantly had parents coming out who actually were dumb enough to bring their kids to that fucking thing. we just thought they were dumb. It was like what are you doing? It's animated. It's fucking South Park. Are you out? Are you out of your tree? What are you doing? Tommy Lee Jones was on fire in that. I didn't kill my wife. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Oh, sorry. It was bad. I had it twisted. He had the gun. I didn't kill my wife. I don't care. Like, ooh, do we have a soft sit? Oh. Strawman does not wish. Oh, I'm traveling officer, and my all cap strawman does not wish to make joinder with you. Get out of here, soft sit. Scoot. I got you, Kalasia. I was like, ooh, a soft sit. I haven't the last time I talked to a sovereign citizen was actually in person. And it was at the Satanic Temple demonstration up in Kansas, and there was a guy I ran into up there because I was taking photos, and before I went up to go talk, I was listening to the whole thing, and there was a dude who was loudly complaining about how the police had cordoned off like how they had done like the barricades, because he wanted to walk in a particular area, but they had the area barricaded off, and they were trying to maintain, because the area where the demonstration was it was downtown, and it was extremely tight in trying to like mitigate and try to like ameliorate traffic so that there were no major traffic snarls, and trying to keep things flowing so that you wouldn't get giant traffic jams around the area, because there were still people down there, they had to go to work. And so they were trying to do their best. And the way they had set up the barricades was to facilitate that a lot better. And he was like bitching about that and saying, this is unconstitutional and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and I heard him bitching about it. And I was like, and I could have kept my mouth shut. And I was like, actually. And then apparently it came down to, he has a real problem with the 10th Amendment. That's what it came down to. He does not like that the 10th Amendment gives such broad powers to the states, you know, in the way that they function. So hot stuff. 312. Good to see you. Says, arguing for a god is difficult, JL. You'd have the higher ground like Obi-Wan over Anakin, but faith in God is stronger than everything. Okay, so hot stuff. If you are, I don't know if you're a believer. I don't recognize your name. If you are a believer, we'd love to have you up on stage, because I understand that you're convinced of the proposition, but it's not a proposition you know to be the case. Okay? If you know, I don't know, like I said, I don't know how deep of a believer you are, or how like reliant upon the Bible you are, but if you are a Bible believing Christian, 1 Peter 3:15, I'll just throw that at you, you know, and say, provide your defense. We want to hear it. By the tenets of your own religion, when asked for a defense, you should be ready to supply it, and you should be willing to, people who like us, the assembled party here, who is ready to hear what you have to say and present to us. We want to hear that because we want to critically analyze it. So come on up. I mean, it's
anything, huh?
We're open. There's no one else up here except for us.
I'm curious about that stronger than anything. So how about like cheap stainless steel cutlery? Here, bend my spoon. Come on, Yuri. Pray for the spoon to fall.
I see you're trying to bend the spoon with your mind. You want some help with that?
Thanks.
Have you tried thinking there is no spoon?
Whoa.
Ubuntu? I'm going to learn Ubuntu? What if the Matrix ran on Windows?
I met a rhinoceros called Ubuntu.
Come on, hot stuff. Are you related to Sean Connery?
I'm clearly too intimidating for this hot stuff person. So I'm going to go. And yeah, thank you for having me up. Sorry,
Always.
Everybody, for yelling.
No, you're good. You're solid. But I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, Tony. You have a great one.
And yeah, I'll talk to you all later.
Watch out for the big reds and the Sheilas. They're out there. We do have someone who came up on stage. Set scales. Do me a favor real quick. Let us know in the private chat if the audio is coming through. I want to make sure that there's no bugs. Make sure you can hear us okay. Awesome. Set scales.
Hello.
Welcome to the stage.
Howdy.
How are you guys doing?
Doing good. Was there a topic on the screen you wanted to talk about, or something specific you wanted to address?
Well, I've never seen your show before, so I thought I'd just come up and talk. But I guess if you can make a point, or if you want to debate or maybe discuss something, I recently made a video about the Tower of Babel demonstrating that it is in fact a historical building, which I know is something a lot of atheists tend to reject.
Do you okay? So, if I may ask first, like, are you like you're a believer, right? You're a Christian.
No.
So, how would you identify yourself?
Kind of just do my own thing spiritually. Find my own beliefs. It's really based a lot in Hermetic thinking and Egyptian and Mesopotamian mythology.
So, are you a polytheist or are you a monotheist?
Well, there's only one thing that we would call God, but this thing is within everything else, and essentially everything's God.
So,
It's a real vague way of describing it, but
so a pantheistic view. A pantheistic view.
Yeah, I'm kind of like a mix between a pantheist and an idealist, I think. Down there. People have told me I'm very Spinozic, like Spinoza.
Okay.
Well, that would imply that you're not ascribing any intentionality to this totality.
No, only just to experience itself. And then we, the experiencers, give existence meaning.
Okay.
Sounds Spinozan.
I do want to clarify that as far as the Tower of Babel goes, it's not a matter of being an atheist. It's a matter of the understanding of the archaeological evidence, and the story about the Tower of Babel is like that particular building in that way is regarded in archaeology as not a building that ever existed, but that the buildings that inspired the Tower of Babel were more likely the real Mesopotamian ziggurats that existed, particularly the Etemenanke ziggurat and the ziggurat of Borsippa. So are typically understood to be the inspirations behind that. So already existing structures were probably the inspiration for the Tower of Babel, the idea of the Tower of Babel. But even if the Tower of Babel did exist, it would just be a super tall structure that has nothing to do with why languages disseminated the way they do. And because we can trace that back, like where languages came from and how they developed over time. Linguists and the individuals who study linguistics via archaeology, this is not, or in anthropology, is not that like mysterious. Going all the way back to the Proto-Indo-European languages, the Proto-Semitic languages, and the areas that they dispersed out from the planet. So the Tower of Babel is not really a thing. As far as the supernatural aspects of it, as far as the story goes, it's just a really, really tall building. But it doesn't explain anything regarding the dissemination of languages. So there's nothing like impressive about it. It's just kind of like it was a myth in order for ancient people to try and explain why there were so many different languages. So, which is pretty much all that was. That's what the evidence shows, at least.
Well, I generally agree with most of that, except that there was some sort of language event that happened there, except it wasn't really a spoken event, or it had nothing to do with spoken language. It just had to do with writing becoming more prominent and being used to centralize the city-states more so than before. And it was used in a way in conjunction with astrology so that the aristocrats and the bureaucrats who were controlling the labor of the city-states were the only ones who understood the language. And something happened that basically collapsed this control that they had over the language, and it became less effective. And it drove Mesopotamia into what they call the Dark Age, which lasted about 80 years from the 1500s to the 1400s.
Well, okay, well, hang on a sec. The Akkadian Empire lasted from 2334 BCE to 2154 BCE. In
Yeah, so
the
Borsippa,
united, that was under King Sargon. It was initially unified when Sargon of Akkad unified the independent Sumerian city-states and the northern Akkadian lands to create the Akkadian Empire. And it was Sargon that centralized the government of Mesopotamia. But the collapse of it ultimately the Akkadian Empire fell due to the combined effects of weak leadership, persistent revolts and civil wars, invasions by the Gutians, the Amorites, and the Elamites, and a 300-year drought that took place.
I'm not talking about the Akkadian Empire. I'm talking about
that's what unified Mesopotamia was.
I'm talking about
the Akkadian Empire.
I know that, but the one that came afterwards under Hammurabi's rule, who also had a very large empire,
that was Babylon.
Yeah, and that's the one where the tower was of Borsippa. That's who's credited with building the tower, which is in honor of the god of writing, and he's the one who.
Hang on a second. Babylon was founded as a port city by the Amorites in 2300 BCE, and then it became an independent empire in 1890. Is when Babylon established itself as an independent empire. Was in 1894 BCE. That was the reign of King Hammurabi and the development of the Hammurabi Code, which informed a great deal of the legal system that proliferated throughout the Levant, and so which is where the tribes got their interpretations like that and filtered that into the Levitical with the Levites, the Levi tribe, which were the priests at the time, which is where they interpreted a great deal of their the laws that God passed down, where much of them were taken from the Code of Hammurabi. Plus, a bunch that they added to it. So, yeah.
And I'm saying that between the collapse of Hammurabi's empire and the collapse of the Borsippa event, which would have been about 1750 BC, to about 1550 BC, it was a gradual decline within the written language and its power to control the people until eventually the decentralized or the centralized system collapsed entirely. And the people were scattered in the dark ages trying to rebuild themselves. And then I think, I can't remember who took over in the intermediary period.
Well, when Babylon was founded in 2300, which was during the reign of the height of the Akkadian Empire, Babylon was founded as a city port. It became an independent empire much long, what is it, 2154? That's almost 300 years after the Akkadian Empire fell. Is when Babylon basically secured its power and became an independent empire. So, and it started building up its forces from there. But at the same time, and then Babylon did what it was doing, and then of course in the Levant you had the 12 tribes of the 12 Jewish tribes, and the 13 technically if you count the Levites, and so things carried on for a time as the surrounding empires were building themselves up, which would include the Assyrians, the Hittites, and I think those were the two major power, and Egypt. So Egypt to the west, and then the Hittites to the north, and then the Assyrians to the northeast were all developing their empires at the time. The Hittite Empire lasted from 1600 to 1180 BCE, and they eventually broke apart, and they formed little little Neo-Hittite cities, which were eventually swallowed up by other empires. But the big powerhouse in the region was the Assyrians. They were the major powerhouse that was developing in the northeast, and then Juggernaut, the Levi Empire, creator of genes, until they ran into conflict with the Jews after the Israelite conquest of Canaan. So, as far as the language breakdown, the written word, okay, so at the time of the Akkadian Empire, things weren't written; they were carved into stone, and they were carved into what were called steels. So as far as that, but the vast majority of the people who were doing that were just scribes, were the people who were educated enough to do it. And so it's not that there was a breakdown. The languages did change over time as a result of the empires breaking up and being swallowed up by surrounding empires, by surrounding groups, and then you would have cross-pollination of languages, and this took place over like 300 400 years, which you would expect to see. You'd expect to see as languages as two languages came into connection with one another, you'll get that change. We see that here in America. You know, we saw that from when England came over to America and began colonizing here, and then, I mean, that's just a natural progression of language.
And it's after about 400 years from Sargon, after he founds his empire, that you get Hammurabi. And what he does is he's dealing with all these mixing of languages, and he establishes the written language that everyone can read, or at least the people who are trained to read cuneiform can read it, because not everyone had that privilege. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how Hammurabi came along. He made his central Borsippa, which was, that's where the Tower of Babel was of Hammurabi's time, which was
no. The Tower, according to biblical chronology, the Tower of Babel supposedly occurred in between 2242 and 2206 BCE. About 100 to a few, either 100 to a couple hundred years after the global flood, is when the Tower. That's according to biblical chronology.
Yeah, well, biblical chronology
the Ushur chronology places the event around 2242 to 2206 BCE, calculated using the lineages and generations listed in the Masoretic text. Alternative traditions estimate shift if using the Septuagint timeline, which can push the broader post-flood window back closer to 2700 to 2000 BCE. Tradition positions the narrative strictly before the rise of major ancient literate civilizations like Egypt or the early Mesopotamian dynasties. So according to biblical and chronological estimates, the Tower of Babel event took place before unified Mesopotamia ever existed, because unified Mesopotamia didn't take place. Proto-Semitic speakers in the Levant, the archaeological evidence shows that Proto-Semitic speakers arrived in the Levant about 3800 BCE, and they occupied Canaan, Phoenicia, and Syria, Palestine. The Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Perizzites. And then unified Mesopotamia occurred 2334, 2154. So Keith Sargon of Akkad, and this is estimated place of the event. So tradition positions the narrative strictly before the rise of major ancient literate civilizations like Egypt or early Mesopotamian dynasties. The Mesopotamian ziggurats, archaeological horizon, and then the Ushur chronology places the event around 2242 to 2206, which would take place which actually is set during the Akkadian Empire, not prior to it. So there's a lot of different.
Could I just mention something? Can I just mention something really quick? Okay, because if we try to pin down Nimrod or even Moses or any of these Bible characters to one particular person, we're missing the archetypal language that the Bible is communicating. You see, Nimrod is not one person. He's multiple people crammed into one character who represents a specific type of ruler who demands that the surrounding lands, just like it says in the Nebuchadnezzar stele, give him manpower, they give him materials so that they can build his projects and defend the city. This is what Nimrod represents.
Okay, well, hang on a sec. I understand the interpretation you're going with, that these characters that appear in the book are amalgamations of other characters. That's very similar to the kind of historical view of who King Arthur was. That King Arthur was a fictional character that was actually an amalgamation of numerous kings, of different kings, all kind of rolled into one. So I understand your interpretation there. My question is, why would I mean, if it's myth, okay, why would I ever believe any of the God stuff? Like, why is this just not ancient peoples coming up with stories to explain things that they didn't fully understand? Like the Tower of Babel, like that is a mythological story that was invented to try and provide a reason as to why so many different languages existed. And the fact that, you know, intertribal communication was difficult, or inter-empire communication was difficult, because they spoke different languages. So they needed to find a reason as to why. Why don't we all just speak the same language? So the Tower of Babel was a way of kind of describing that. And so
Well,
I hold that these things are myths, that they are myths invented by ancient humans. That's all they are. I have no reason to jump the gap to believing that there's any kind of a god entity involved.
well, two things. First of all, the Tower of Babel story is not just limited to Jews or the Abrahamic religions. It's found in Polynesia. It's found in America. It's found in Europe. It's found all over the world.
Wait, hold on, hang on a sec. Found in America.
Yes,
There's no Tower of Babel like deal in any of the Native American.
but they
any
have
of the
stories.
indigenous.
They have
nothing-
stories about it.
No, they don't.
They
Not
actually-
in
yes, they do.
indigenous. No,
Yeah.
not in the Great Plains tribes, and not in the First Nations.
No, they have. Yes, they have stories about the Tower of Babel before the missionaries arrived. Okay, I'll post the source for that in a minute. But
I've got a timeline.
I was gonna make
question here.
another point.
I found something kind of odd with this because based on biblical
Oh,
timeline, where the Tower of Babel should have been a thing, should have been around 2200 BCE, which is stated to be about 340 years on the outside after Noah's flood.
Right.
yes,
Which-
they're describing.
Which hold on. See, the curious thing is the longevity of the Egyptian Empire, which goes to around, was it 3100 BCE? Now, that would mean that the Egyptian civilization apparently started 500 years before the flood and just kept on rocking.
Yeah, there's no mention of a global deluge in Egyptian history. They were as for an empire, they were meticulous record keepers.
Now, the big thing is that since you were focusing on Babylon and that side of things, see, Egypt was still a thing this whole time as well. The whole time. Egypt was a major player right up until the Roman Empire kind of took that out. They were contemporary. So to pin everything on Babylon, no. Just no.
Babylon is a post-flood civilization.
Okay, so
Yeah, so was Egypt. Egypt was 3100 BCE all the way.
yeah, the
Babylon
Egyptians.
was
Yeah,
Babylon
the Egyptian
they're about
the Egyptian
2000.
empire. The Egyptian empire predates the flood.
And there's continuity. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Continuity through. So it's like, no, Tower of Babel, no. There's an Egyptian empire talking about all sorts of conquests of all sorts of different lands and all sorts of different people.
And I'm looking at this. I'm just trying to find a source on cosmological beliefs of the indigenous Americans. I don't like the fact that the Institute for Creation Research uses the term Indians here, but nonetheless, I've only found two sources. Actually, sorry, I only see two sources. American Genesis, the cosmological belief of the Indians, which is produced by the Institute for Creation Research, and then Distant Memories of Eternal Earth, produced by Associates for Biblical Research. Okay, and looking at their citations, this shit is awful. There is, but as far as like legitimate archaeological circles go, there are no indigenous American like myths that are any way close to the Tower of Babel story. That is a specific narrative from the ancient Near East that originated in Mesopotamia and was first put down in the book of Genesis. So that there's nothing in the West. I mean, the people in the East weren't even aware that there was a Western Hemisphere. So
They speak about the confusion of the language from a sacred, holy people and how it was lost and how it confused the people and it's scattered over.
Human beings had proliferated throughout the earth long before that. Like human beings crossed the Bering Strait and came and then filtered down through the Americas and on the Western Hemisphere thousands of years before any of this shit took place. which is why you're talking about the Mesoamerican Empire as well. The Mesoamericans were going at the same time, but the people in the East who were coming up with these stories, the Mesopotamians, they weren't the only ones going on. You had the Egyptians, which predate the flood, and then even before that, you had human civilization. You had evidence of human civilization in the West from I think 12,000 years ago, when after nomadic humans crossed the Bering Strait and then filtered down through past the Arctic Circle down, or filtered down through Canada down into the Americas.
Can I just ask for a moment, exactly what point are we trying to make? Because what I said when I first came in was that the Tower of Babel was historical.
And we've already
conceded this point.
No, we're saying it's not. We're saying it's a myth. It's a myth.
You conceded it immediately by naming the towers Borsippa and Etemenanki.
No. Okay, you're messing up what I said. I did not concede that it was. I said that the myth of the Tower of Babel was likely inspired by Etemenanki, and possibly the other one that I mentioned. Okay. That's likely the inspiration for that story was because Etemenanki was a 300-foot tall ziggurat. Okay, but there was no Tower of Babel as described in there was no Tower of Babel as described in the book.
Yes, there is.
No, there wasn't. There's no archaeological evidence to support that.
Etemenanki is it?
The structure described as being built does not match a ziggurat.
Yes, it does. They literally baked bricks in huge oven buildings to make uniform bricks, about 17 million bricks to build the Etemenanki Tower. They mass-produced bricks to build it. Yes, they did. In oven buildings.
No. That's the construction.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are you arguing again?
Let me see. Origin, that's like that. A massive sky-reaching tower in Shinar and divine, language. Speaking in one language, a massive sky-reaching tower in Shinar, post-flood humanity, blah blah blah. Describe it. That's a painting of it. The most widely attributed inspiration is Etemenanki, a ziggurat dedicated to the god Marduk in Babylon, which in Hebrew was called Babel. A similar story is also found in the ancient Sumerian legend Enmerkar and the Lord of Arada, Lord of Arada, that's amazing, which describes events and locations in southern Mesopotamia. According to the story, a united human race migrates to Shinar, which is lower Mesopotamia, where they agree to build a great city with a tower that would reach the sky. Yahweh, observing these efforts and remarking on humanity's power and unity, confounds their speech so that they can no longer. Yeah, that's because humans being able to accomplish great things apparently is a threat to God's power, which is just freaking weird.
That's originally not necessarily what's going on there.
Okay, so the depictions of it, reaching the sky and shit. Obviously, it did. It's just so it doesn't matter. The tower, the story in there, and the cause when God struck it down, and then all the people had different languages and messed up everybody's languages or confused everyone's languages. That didn't happen. It was not a localized event. It was an event that took place over a long period of time as a result of people traveling and kingdoms breaking up and being swallowed up by other cultures, which is something that we see happen all over the planet. I'm saying that irrelevant of all of this, because the archaeological evidence to say that the tower existed as depicted in the myth, that it was likely inspired by the ziggurat. So that's fine. But it's a fictional story based off of an actual thing that exists. That doesn't mean that the Tower of Babel story was real or that the effects of it falling down were real, because that didn't happen. Okay.
It did happen, actually. It actually did, because archaeologists will point to the fact that Borsippa is vitrified, and they will state the reason is because lightning struck it.
In 331 BCE, Alexander the Great captured Babylon and ordered repairs to the Etemenanki. When Alexander returned to the city in 323 BCE, he noted that no progress had been made and ordered his army to demolish the entire building in order to prepare a final rebuilding. His death, however, prevented the reconstruction. So, no, Alexander the Great had it demolished.
That's Edamananke. I said Borsippa. Borsippa is the one I'm telling you the events are based on. The Jews are writing about Edamananke. That's the one they would have seen. That's the one they would have been exposed to when they were captive in Babylon. However, they would have been exposed to
Borsippa collapsed primarily due to military destruction by the Persian king Xerxes I in 484 BCE and a massive intense fire that melted its famous ziggurat. That's how Borsippa collapsed.
Okay, what started the fire? Because it wasn't military stuff. It was the lightning.
Military and political destruction. Xerxes I, the Achaemenid king Xerxes I, heavily damaged and partially dismantled the great temple of Nabu in 484 BCE while crushing a regional revolt against Persian rule. But this is 484 BCE. You're talking about the Tower of Babel, which is set like in the 2200 BCE. So no, they obviously can't be that. And then Alexander the Great destroyed it, demolished it in the 300 BCE, in the 300s. So no, the story itself was said to take place only a few hundred years after the flood, which would be in the 2200s BCE. So this is centuries later, when Entomonanke and Borsippa were finally demolished. So no.
And through all of this, and exceeding it, is the Egyptian Empire.
And okay, so you got and so as far as Borsippa,
that does not disprove it.
No,
hold
on. The story. Hold up. The story of the Tower of Babel is like that's dated back to hundreds of years before Alexander and Xerxes I came through that area. So
yeah.
No, so attributing the collapse of that to the collapse of Borsippa, you're attributing a story that took place that said to take place in the 2200s to an event that took place hundreds of years later after the fact. So
Borsippa was not built in the 22. You keep using the biblical dating, and I'm telling you, I'm not there to not use but they're describing the Sargon Empire and using a tower to symbolize that it was centralized.
Okay, hold on. Hang on a sec. The tower itself, okay, that story originates in Mesopotamia, right?
Yes, and there are other stories as well around the world.
Okay, the story, no, they're not. They're not identical to that. No, they aren't. And so, but it doesn't matter. The story of the Tower of Babel originated from ancient Mesopotamia and is recorded in the book of Genesis. The Mesopotamian roots, the ziggurats. The tale was heavily inspired by the towering step pyramids called ziggurats built by ancient Sumerians, Assyrians, and Babylonians. Okay. Entomonanke. Scholars specifically connect the legend of Entomonanke, a massive 300-foot tall ziggurat in Babylon dedicated to the god Marduk. Now, the actual story, like when was this supposed to have taken place? When they said that the Tower of Babel. So when was the Tower of Babel supposedly destroyed?
If you're asking Google, you're going to get the same answer it just told you about Alexander.
No, I'm going to the citations on that. So the Tower of Babel was a post-flood rebellion. His mercy intervened not by destruction like this, and answers to Genesis at 2242 to 2206 BCE. God stopped its construction and scattered the people by confusing their languages. If connecting the legend to the historical ziggurat Entomonanke in Babylon, its final physical demolition, if you are connecting the legend to the historical ziggurat, its final physical demolition occurred around 323 to 312 BCE. But the story is older than that, on the orders of Alexander the Great and his successor. Okay, and Borsippa was taken down before that in 484 BCE. Partially destroyed by Persian king Xerxes I. So Xerxes I heavily damaged and partially dismantled the great temple of Nabu, the Azida temple, in 484 BCE while crushing a regional revolt against Persian rule. Centuries earlier, the city...
How does this explain the vitrified remains?
Explain the what?
The vitrified remains.
I'm getting there. Centuries early, the city also suffered severe plunder and torching during Elamite raids in the second millennium BCE. The Elamites, who I mentioned earlier, contributed to Mesopotamia's fall, though it was later rebuilt and expanded by Neo-Babylonian rulers like Nebuchadnezzar II. The vitrification, the melting of the ziggurat, The distinct glass-like, rock-like chunks of melted brick visible at the ruins today were caused by an extreme fire. Archaeologists believe that this massive heat came from the internal combustion of reed matting and bitumen, materials originally laid inside the mud brick core of the ziggurat for structural reinforcement, once fire breached the structure. So it was an internal fire as a result of how they reinforced the structure itself, which caused it to burn from the inside. And an enclosed flame like that will burn extremely hot because there's nowhere for the heat to escape to. So that's why it melted it.
Even if that is the case, it does not change the fact that language was compartmentalized through cuneiform that only an elite scribe caste could read, while the ziggurat served as a fixed archaeological point, which basically served as the city's clock to coordinate the people and their labor. While at the same time, these gods. Well, hold on. Let me answer this.
This is also wrong. This is also wrong. Hang
on.
As PhD Tony is pointing out, earliest Mesopotamian writing was 3350 to 3200 BCE. Earliest Egyptian writing was 3300 to 3200 BCE. Harappan writing was 3300 to 2800 BCE. So multiple written languages way earlier.
I never said anything like that. I know when writing was invented. I didn't say there was no writing, or I didn't say writing was invented during the Tower of Babel time. I'm saying that it was well, let me clarify. Let me clarify what I mean, because clearly there's miscommunication.
Let's get to the core of it. How do you get to a god?
I'm saying that there is. Okay, I'll get to that right now. But I'm saying that there is an aristocrat class who wields the power of cuneiform over the illiterate workers, is what I'm saying. Most people were not literate around 2200 BC.
That's fine. That's fine. But we understand.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
But we understand the proliferation of languages and the changes of languages over time.
Okay, but that's not addressing that's not addressing the point I'm making. That's what I'm trying to say.
So on that point, you just said, so the elites were the ones who actually were the literate ones. Who cares? We still have multiple languages. What does that get you?
This is you're missing the point I'm making. This is entirely all we should care about, because they used this language to control other people, and what's being symbolized in the Tower of Babel story is the loss of this control because the people become literate.
Fine. Then it's symbolic. I don't care.
Yeah.
Set. How does any of this get? I understand the myth, and I understand how languages actually proliferate. I don't care what some idiot, what some ancient elite people wanted to do with language or use it against the people. It doesn't matter, because it doesn't get you to a god entity, or any god's entity for that matter. This is just ancient people coming up with shit to explain things they did not readily understand, because the fields of science that address these things, the fields of inquiry that address these things from an objective standpoint, didn't exist at the time.
They understood more than you give them credit for. They understood how to coordinate large groups of people and compartmentalize knowledge and information from them, which is what this language is all about.
That's fine. Sure, maybe they did that, but that doesn't prove that a god exists. That just proves that elite people wanted to control non-elite people. So how are we getting?
Let me answer what their gods are. Let me answer what the Babylonian gods are.
I don't care what they are. I want to know how you know they exist.
Well, it's not really. It doesn't matter if I think they existed or not, because the Babylonians think that their gods existed, and that's what matters. And the reason that matters is because they are basically a nation of idol worshipers.
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Ancient Japanese believed that there was a dragon in the volcano that got mad. So that's why earthquakes took place. This is all mythology. It's all mythology. I don't care about the mythology. I understand how myths develop over time. What I'm curious about is, why do you believe these gods exist? You're muted. You muted yourself.
While you consider that, looking at that idea of literacy as if that was somehow given back to the people, take a look at Egypt, that was still at around somewhere between 1% to 5% of the population. There's no major boom in literacy.
Take it easy, Gretchen. Have a good night.
The people en masse did not become you know,
Have a good night, Vertifer. Thanks so much for being here, bud.
substantially literate during any of
I'm
this.
really sorry. I had to step away and do
That's fine.
something at my house, so I missed like the past 2 minutes. Of what you
The only
said.
thing I was asking, the primary thing I was asking is I understand how myths develop, and I understand how myths are passed down through time. And I understand that ancient people came up with a wide variety of ways of explaining phenomena that because they didn't have the technology or the means to actually explore what was causing these phenomena. My question is, why do you believe that these gods exist?
All their gods are just channeling beliefs into a centralized location, which basically would inhabit their idols.
Well, I don't
So
care about
if you
them. I
have-
don't care about the ancient Babylonians. They're not here on the stage. I want to know, why do you believe these gods are real?
It's because they believed it. Okay, and the reason
Hold on.
that
You
well, hold
believe that
on,
they're
hold
real
on.
because you believe
Hold
they're real
on.
because the Babylonians believed in them?
You're not letting me explain what they are, and if I explain what they are, my position will make a lot more sense. Okay, the Babylonians, like I said, were idol worshippers. This means that they worshipped their beliefs about how they thought the world should be, and they found a way to channel people's beliefs into fixed locations, which were ziggurats or idols.
So you
They
know this.
thought-
How do you know any of this? How do you know this?
This is literally all they did. They synced up their
No,
civilization
this is a claim.
with astrology.
This is a claim you're making about
No,
what
it's
they were
not.
doing and
No,
what. No,
it's
this is
not.
a claim you're making about what the. Okay, hold up.
I could okay. Well, I'll
Archaeology.
tell you. Let me tell you a source, so you know I'm not making this up. Okay, you can just look to the festival of Akitu, which is an 11-day ritual where the people take the idol of Marduk, parade it through the city, and basically chant how great Marduk is. They on the citizens get to see the idol, which they never get to see the idol. It's the only day they get to see the idol is during that day. The
Wait,
king
the way
goes
you said
through.
the way you said the festival of what?
Let me type it in the private chat.
Akitu, Akitu.
Akitu.
Okay.
Ancient Mesopotamian spring New Year celebration centered on agricultural renewal, cosmic order, and royal legitimation. Originating over 4,000 years ago in Sumer, it evolved into a 10 to 12-day national holiday in Babylon dedicated to the god Marduk. Okay? So what?
Okay, I'm pointing out the ritual that made their gods real to them in their minds. They would get everyone to focus their attention on these idols, and these idols were basically meant to capture their attention and generate the god or power
Okay,
the
no,
god within.
I get that.
This
Okay, hold
is
up. No,
what
no,
their
no.
gods were.
No, Set, I get that. That's a bunch of ancient people who believe a particular thing, dancing around doing rituals that don't actually do anything.
No,
There's
they
no-
did a whole lot.
No, hold up.
They worked all day
There
in the
is no
field for
magic.
these
There is
gods.
no magic involved. There is nothing supernatural there. That's a bunch of ancient people holding a celebration and doing rituals that don't actually do anything.
Well, then you don't understand how
I've got
magic
a-
works. Then
I've
magic is
I've
all
got a
about
quick
using your
timeline.
word
I've got a quick
to
timeline
get
issue
people
with
to do what you
this.
want.
This festival, its origin was apparently around mid 17, like the late 1700 BCE territory.
Which is about when the Tower of Babel would have fallen.
Not according to everything else we just saw, which is around 2300 BCE, which places
Again, I'm talking
this
about
festival. This
Lord
festival is
Christ.
separated by about 500 years.
Okay. So Seth, I get that ancient people believed in the existence of gods. They made up god concepts the same as humans have done since time immemorial. I understand that these people had rituals that they dedicated to these specific gods. I am saying that there is no evidence that there was any kind of magic or supernatural nonsense going on, that it's the same stuff that humans are doing today, that they engage in ritual, they have confirmation bias, they count the hits and ignore the misses, and like literally, these people believed in gods and they were praying for agricultural renewal. If all of a sudden there was a drought, it wouldn't tell them, they wouldn't interpret that as that their gods don't exist. They'd interpret it as that they made the gods angry somehow. So it literally nothing. That's the problem with beliefs like this, is that they're completely unfalsifiable. It's like if they fail, then they failed for a reason because of the gods. If they succeed, they succeed for a reason because of the gods. There's no way to get out of it. There's no way to address it from the outside of it, unless you simply say, well, how are you concluding that the gods exist? It's not like they were walking around amongst them saying, hi, we're gods. There's records that are like this. No, these are ancient people writing shit down. I don't care about that. I understand why they believed it, because they were ancient people.
All the magic is just their attention and how much they venerated their beliefs.
Okay, that's great. That's not magic. That's not magic.
That's
not. No, it's not. That's just people.
The magic that makes people work.
That is people
and
being
give up their
convinced.
lives to the city-state.
I don't care. That's just a bunch of people being convinced.
That's literally all the Tower of Babel story is all about.
Okay,
and you're saying you don't care about what it's about.
No, I don't care about claims about them, especially magical claims that you can't verify. That's why I want to know.
There's nothing magical. You're the one who keeps saying magic. I have verified the claim.
These gods
had idols.
No, Seth, these gods don't exist.
I'm telling you, their gods were their beliefs that they put into
and
idols.
I don't care about that, because they can
I don't know what to tell you. You're never going to figure out what these gods really are or what they mean.
They don't exist. They don't exist.
They exist within the minds of the citizens who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to the gods. They're real to them.
I don't care. They are abstract concepts.
Okay, well, you should care, because if you look around, are we really too much different today? Have we really changed that much?
We've changed to a great degree, but no, human beings still come up with fabricated concepts in order to explain shit that they don't understand or make the universe more tolerable to live in. We still do it to this day.
And the Tower of Babel story is pointing out what happens.
This is not a justification. This is not a rational justification to believe.
Yes, it absolutely is.
No, it's not.
It is absolutely a rational justification to show that people knew what they were talking about when they wrote it.
No, Set. A rational justification would be literally a justification that is in accordance with logic and reason.
What have I said that's illogical?
Because there is no
evidence. What have I said that's
illogical?
Because
you've got to let me answer the question. Because there is no evidence. There is no evidence that these gods ever actually existed as concrete things in reality. You yourself have conceded that they existed in their minds. They're abstract concepts that have no causal power in reality.
But no, they absolutely do have causal power in reality. This is what you're
Seth, please demonstrate how you know. Please demonstrate how you know any god has ever done anything in reality.
The people center their whole lives around these gods and their demands. This is what
that is irrelevant.
This is absolutely. This is the whole point I'm trying to make. You're calling it irrelevant.
Seth, is it logical? Stop.
No.
Is it logically possible?
No.
Seth, I gotta mute you now because I'm asking you a question. Oh, and he runs the fuck away. Of course he does. He just wanted to fucking preach.
That's not even preaching. It's just rambling.
I tried.
We allowed a diversion from where's the tower? Where's the damn tower? Nobody cares. Yes, people had beliefs. Nobody gives a shit.
I wanted to ask him, is it logically possible that these gods do not exist and that just belief in them gave them the impetus they needed or the inspiration they needed to accomplish the tasks they needed to accomplish?
No.
Is that possible?
He conceded that.
That these are abstract concepts in their mind. Right, exactly.
Yeah, the question you're trying to ask, he already told you. It's like he's not believing their things, but apparently it matters that people thought about them. And nobody cares what people think about. He's saying that there's a tower out there whose identity he can confirm that apparently the rest of the world isn't doing. With a timeline that just doesn't add up. Looking at empires that coexisted, they were contemporary to each other. No tower that matches the description, no actual linguistic significance. There's no relevance to what he was saying. And the math doesn't math. However, the meth might meth, which is close enough.
Well, you wanted to complain that he won't be. I won't be muted and constantly interrupted. Sorry, sorry, Set. I mean, I hate to pull the card, but it's my fucking stage. And if I'm going to critically examine your claims, and you won't be quiet to answer a question, then yes, I'm going to mute you. Okay, I let you ramble for a good long while before you started getting all into when we started challenging you and you started getting all antagonistic. I'll break this down in case you're still listening. I don't know if he's even still in the room, but because it's Angel Rivera, good to see you, says that was one hell of a runaround trying to say because these other gods existed, my God exists. We didn't even get to that point.
He's not saying that. That's the thing. He apparently doesn't believe in an actual God anywhere, and he's not saying theirs. He's talking about the significance, but he didn't tie the idea of why people thought something was significant to them as having any relationship to any of the rest of the topic matter. The idea of the Tower of Babel. So he didn't actually tie it to anything. He just started talking. People have beliefs. Oh, thanks. That's a nifty for our Tourette's you've got going on there. That's a nice new topic that we weren't talking about a moment ago. Where are we going with any of this? Because none of the pieces were related. It was just like free-form rambling.
The issue being is that I don't care. I mean, I understand that ancient peoples had a variety of different beliefs. Okay, I don't know why you're so focused on the Babylonians when the Egyptians were far older and far more diverse, in what they believed. And I mean, why not just go with Egyptian mythology? Okay, one of the oldest on the planet. So either way, I really don't care. I don't care that the Egyptians had their pantheon. I don't care that the Mesopotamians had their pantheon. I don't care. I understand that ancient people came up with a variety of shit that had utility for them, both socially and in a number of other ways, and that helped to push them along and help them to survive. I get the survival utility of God concepts. I do. But the survival utility of God concepts does not logically entail that they actually exist. You yourself conceded that these things were abstract concepts that may have given them inspiration. That's fine. Great. Whether it was good, whether it inspired them to do good things or inspired them to do bad things is entirely subjective to the individual doing the evaluation. We can say the same thing about the Mesoamericans, who their beliefs literally led, like they take the Aztecs, for example, their beliefs inspired them to commit human sacrifice en masse because they believed it was what the gods required in order to protect their civilization from encroaching sin, because they believed it was a legitimate force in the world. So people willingly giving up their lives or sacrificing slaves or prisoners of war to these gods would show them that they were willing to make these great sacrifices so that the gods would protect them by keeping sin out. It doesn't matter. I understand the survival utility of these ancient god concepts. Doesn't logically entail that they exist, and it does not provide a rational justification for you to believe that they exist. If they have utility for you, that's fine. Okay, but it doesn't entail that they're there, or that these are real causally like entities. It doesn't work that way. That's why what you're saying is irrational. I was trying to get to that point. Is it logically possible that there were no gods at all, that they were just made up concepts in their mind that inspired them to do great stuff, or to like continue to do and succeed at what they were doing? Sure, that's entirely logically possible. There's no problem with that.
Except that he already conceded that he doesn't think they existed. He's not claiming they exist. We keep making it sound as if he was saying that.
He believed.
He's not saying anything useful.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, along those lines. But I was trying to drill down as slowly as I could without being confrontational to why he believes that these things exist just because ancient people believe they exist, or just because they had utility for ancient people. That the Egyptian pantheon had utility for the Egyptians. So what? The utility means nothing.
Well, I'm not even sure if it's necessarily utility he was going at, because like he's trying to describe, like, his phrasing made it kind of implied that even they didn't believe their gods actually existed.
Yeah, which is weird because I'm pretty sure the Babylonians truly did believe their
gods. Projection, like cool story trying to justify that.
It's like I'm pretty sure the Mesopotamians and the Babylonians and the Assyrians all believed their gods were real. I'm pretty sure they did. The Greeks certainly did. The Romans certainly did. Yeah, the Egyptians certainly did. So the Hittites certainly did. I like the Hittite. I like the primary Hittite god because it's this big jack dude with a fucking deer head. because Indo-European beliefs were heavily inspired by and what was it? What's the one they anthropomorphize animals and shit? I love that stuff. Huh?
Animism.
And animism is kind of like the internal animation, like the internal fire, the spiritual fire and everything that animates everything.
Also
but
a projection of like the outside world as a manifestation of the supernatural. So things encompassing forces. So you can take a river and grant identity, like godhood, to like the seas, for instance, which is where, of course, you get things like Poseidon and other, elemental gods, where you take a look at how Yahweh, through previous iterations, through El and whatnot, started out as like a mountain-based god, then turned to a sky god, and then it's like, oh, nope, now we got to go completely material and one up those other guys.
And good to see you, Randall Flagg. Walking Dude is in the house. Set scales, he's done taking off, so he's no longer here anymore. All right, I wish he hadn't just bailed. People got to understand that they don't control the fucking stage. They don't. They do. I mean, I don't know what puts it in their heads that they're going to control the flow of the conversation, especially when we have questions that need to be answered to kind of clarify and stuff. He already got his timelines messed up, and PhD Tony has pointed out to me that he was using the phrase Tower of Babel to refer to something other than the biblical story, but I don't know what kind of like myth he's working with here, because we went to the historicity of the fable of the myth. And I mean, if he's changing all of that up, I don't know what justification he has to do that, which is weird.
Well, we know he's doing that. That's the thing. So, like, as soon as he brought in the North America link that you challenged, he's applied it far more globally, and I'm betting that would be a really long, painful rabbit trail as he tries to bring every culture into alignment with it, because I think he's got a narrative he wants. And we're going to see some really nifty string on that pin board between the push pins.
Oh yeah,
we're going to get like some freaking like spirograph grade shit going on. That's all I'm saying. Looking
at this with the Unified Mesopotamia, the Akkadian Empire lasted between 2334 BCE and 2154 BCE. The Tower of Babel is estimated in biblical chronologies to be about roughly dating between 2200 BC and 2400 BC, so dating back to the Mesopotamian Empire, to the Akkadian Empire. Though from a historical standpoint, it's considered a mythological narrative inspired by the real Mesopotamian ziggurats. That's fine. Historical and archaeological context. So historical ziggurat age, the physical structure of Etemenanke was initially built or rebuilt extensively by rulers like King Nebuchadnezzar II in the 6th century BCE, approximately 2,600 years ago, though its foundational origins date back much earlier in Babylonian history. Scholars connect the story to ancient Mesopotamian ziggurats, especially Etemenanke, a massive ziggurat dedicated to the god Marduk in ancient Babylon. Time after the flood, traditional biblical calculations using the Masoretic text place the event about 101 to several hundred years after Noah's flood during the time of Peleg. Estimated date range around 2200 BCE to 2400 BCE, which would put it squarely 2200 to 2400, which would put it actually 2200 to 2400 BCE. 22. So either just before or right smack in the middle of the Akkadian Empire. So because Babylon was founded as a port city by the Amorites in 2300 BCE, and then it didn't become an independent empire until 1894 BCE, and the Tower of Babel is supposedly in Babylon. So that tracks with the historicity that tracks with the actual archaeological evidence regarding the Akkadian Empire and when Babylon was founded by the Amorites, which is all take place in between 2334 and 2154 BCE. But the complete destruction of Etemenanke didn't take place until Alexander came through, and the other one, I keep wanting to call it Burundi, but I know that's wrong. What the heck is the name of the whatever it is? That one was about 100 years before Alexander, or maybe somewhere less than 100 years before Alexander, which was done by Xerxes the First. Yeah, because it was Xerxes the First son Darius who was problematic. It was a problematic Persian for the Greeks. like Bosippus or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. But the destruction of those took place hundreds of years after the fact when the story itself originated. The story itself originated during the Akkadian Empire and was utilized by Jews. And take it easy, average Joe. Yeah, definitely. You have a great one. Have a good night. So his timelines were all messed up.
Yeah. Now, apparently, Sumer is looking very, very contemporary to the start of ancient Egypt, not the modern Egypt Empire, but the ancient Egypt beginning. So those are at least somewhat close as far as Mesopotamia. But if we're looking at Babel taking place over like 700 to 800 years after the fact, no, we already had all those separate cultures, and they're pretty decent distance between them as well, geographically.
I'm adding this 4,500 to 4,000. He says 4,500. That was when Sumer was developing. Was between 4,500 and 4,000 BCE. Cool. All right, the Ubaid period, the Uruk period, the early dynastic period, 2900 to 2334, which would be the Sumerians, be the ones that preceded the Mesopotamians, and looked like the Egyptians were rocking it around the same time as the Sumerians. Cool, awesome. All right. Well, that was interesting. I wish it hadn't ended with him just leaving, which is kind of a bummer. I wanted to finish that one and come to a logical terminus, but they've got to be able to listen. They got to be able to listen and answer questions. So, damn it, I didn't. I applaud myself. I didn't let him do what I sometimes let people do. Right? I didn't fall into the trap. I just letting them carry me down. I wanted to keep it essentially focused on the primary topic at hand.
We did get away from the actual building down to the idea of whether or not people believe stuff. Further away, that was the last distraction. There's a bit of a gap in between there. Down to dating the building and trying to put it in perspective with the relative empires that were in play. That timeline was the big one. So people's beliefs, that was a red herring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't matter about whether people had their beliefs or anything. It's whether or not that building actually was a thing of any significance.
I wonder if I should have brought it. I was like, why the Babylonians? Why believe in the Babylonians gods? Why not believe in the Egyptian gods? Why not believe in the Sumerian gods?
Oh, but remember, he was never actually arguing those. Like I said, that is the red herring. Even mentioning beliefs is a red herring. The question is what is the Tower of Babel? What does it mean? Is he trying to say that there was a tower that people thought was significant? I mean, what is it that this tower is? If it's not that diversification of language as per the story, okay, somebody had a tower and they thought it was cool. What does this tell me about anything in the region? It doesn't say anything. So that's why I'm trying to find the time. The timeline is a marker where we can look at the evolution of languages through different cultures.
Right.
I don't know where he's going. I don't see a destination. There's no destination that I can see in that picture.
We're wandering in the desert.
Probably
where are we going?
40 years, I think, is the traditional number.
It's dude, it was that far. Topographically speaking, it was like it was there. Just go in that direction. It's no, oh, we're lost. Oh, where the fuck are we?
Yeah. On that thought, hold on. Okay, hold on. Just because we brought that idea of wandering and whatnot into play.
I've got him in the back again. He came back.
Oh yeah. Well, let's keep him there for just a moment, because there's a certain thing that I've been kind of having in the back of my mind about wanting to do.
Ugly German Shrew says they should have worn a kilometer-deep groove into Sinai by walking in a big circle for so long.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. So, on my to-do list someday where it's actually safe to do this.
Uh-huh.
Now, apparently, people kept getting lost for 40 years in the desert, having left Egyptian, slavery, apparently. But according to Google Maps, that's about a 1-week walk from Cairo to Jerusalem. I got me a hike. It's all I'm saying.
Fuck yeah.
That is 7 days. I mean,
Nice.
Not only can these motherfuckers not judge like fluid levels, which explains why they landed on the only piece of rock barren of oil. It's like, sorry, some things are just not your strong suit. The ability to reach a coastline and just fucking follow it sucks. See, this is across at least a major road, one particular major road here. I could probably have that redirected. Let's just see if it allows me to redirect one of these things northbound.
Really quick, spam goes here. The movie with the phone spreading a zombie-like mind virus thing, they walking around in circles around the towers. That was the movie Cell. That's the movie Cell. It was an adaptation from the Stephen King novel.
Okay.
And John Cusack and Samuel L. Jackson in it.
Now here we can see how Google Maps only wants to redirect me and doesn't allow me through the Gaza Strip to get there as a shortcut.
Right.
Okay.
For obvious reasons.
For that one stupid and obvious reason. Okay.
Yeah.
That was a real dent in my plan. Now that was not a problem back then. Okay. They didn't have fucking excuses. You follow that goddamn river to fucking sea and keep on north. Moses sucked. I'd have fucking rocked that shit. So scales. The big question is how we went from a tower to caring what people believed, and whether or not this had anything to do with actual languages or not.
The point I'm trying to make is that the tower served as a fixed point for people to concentrate their attention and labor, which their beliefs powered the labor, and the beliefs of Babylon pretty much said that they are to dedicate their lives in service to the labor of the gods. So why it's important is because people used beliefs, convinced the people that their own beliefs were gods to be worshipped, so that they can be controlled and used by authorities using writing and astrology in a way that the people they're ruling over do not understand.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Like I stated before, after you left temporarily, I understand the utility of unified beliefs. I personally hold that the development of God concepts over time, over human history, was as a result of their efficacy in helping human beings to band together under unified groups and accomplish tasks. And that a kind of like it was born out of that this was really that unifying people under this common belief was very, very effective at getting people to do stuff and convincing them to do things like go to war, take resources from other groups, yada yada yada. I get the survival utility. I get the social utility of people being convinced that these things are true. That's fine. You get 1,000 people together, get them all believing the same thing. You can get them to accomplish, amazing things or even terrible things. Okay. But that does not logically entail that any of these things are real as like concrete things. These are abstract concepts, which are mental constructs only. They exist in people's minds. They only have the power that people are willing to give to them as far as their devotion and their faith and their belief. They're not actual real things that exist in causal relation to anything in the world. They can't be demonstrated.
I'm just going to say the Tower of Babel symbolizes mythopoetically what happens when the people all concentrate their beliefs towards one thing that is based in the disrespect of each individual around them.
That's your take on it. It's not archaeologically supported, but that's fine. That's great. That still doesn't logically entail that any kind of gods actually exist, which is what the purpose of this stage is, which is why I wanted to redirect the conversation back. Why do you believe that a god or many gods or any god of any kind, why do you believe that they actually exist as concrete things in external reality? Why do you believe that they exist? What reason?
If we judge the fruits of the labors that these beliefs generated from the people, they generated very real, tangible things that coordinated the people's actions. They made their beliefs real. They believed they were serving Marduk and his city. They did everything they could to preserve and uphold the city.
I get
This
that,
is
but
where it
I get
becomes-
that. Yeah, I get that. But do you believe that the utility of a belief logically entails that the thing being believed in actually exists in reality? Because
it exists.
the Christians deeply believe in their God and Christ, and that inspired them to commit the atrocities of the Crusades. So, yeah,
It basically forms an egregore. It forms egregores, is what it forms. I don't know if you're familiar what egregores are. Egregores are just essentially what happens when people focus their beliefs and attentions towards one things, and individuals' beliefs and attentions overlap with other individuals and forms a collective thought pattern, which is basically what we see with Christianity. They've formed an egregore with their beliefs.
right. But that
Any belief.
but I'm trying to get that. We're still covering ground where people can be convinced of something and they can behave in a way that is consistent with that belief and the rituals entailed within the theology that builds up around that belief. That's fine. I get that. And I recognize the social and survival utility of such things. That is demonstrated throughout human history. But standing here now in 2026, I'm asking you, why do you believe any kind of a God exists as a concrete thing in reality, unless you acknowledge that they are merely abstract concepts that human beings invented?
Well, to be very clear, I don't agree with what they were doing in Babel. I think it's very heinous and sick and a huge source of needless suffering in the world that mirrors why there's still so much suffering today.
Okay.
However, the concept of God for me is just essentially the highest perception of all, the thing that is perceiving all things at once simultaneously.
Okay,
That's
so but
God is.
that's your perception. I'm asking you, why do you believe such an entity exists?
Hold on. Earlier, I asked about it being an entity with intentionality, and you said no. And now you're giving me all sorts of things that imply perception in a mind. Why?
I'm sorry, what did you say before that?
That when I asked, when JL first mentioned the concept of pantheism, I wanted to confirm the nature of that thing not having intentionality, and you said that is correct.
Yeah, and
now
it's,
you're ascribing some definite mind type properties to things.
no,
We're gonna need a clarification on that.
there's still no intentionality there. The God is just basically a mapping force that allows experience to happen.
Okay, how is that in any way falsifiable? That's a completely unfalsifiable concept.
It's actually not.
I don't think your wording is unclear. What is a mapping force, and what is this with regards to allowing?
Oh man, I could go on about it, but this is gonna be like another half-hour conversation or something.
I'm not going anywhere.
All right, well, the mapping force in mathematics is what they call the Hopf vibration with an F. HOPF vibration. And it serves as the mapping coordinate between topological spaces. I view the world in a topological sense. And the Hopf vibration is the force that maps the spaces between topological manifolds that allows them to coordinate with each other in various ways. It's the connecting force. And this is what God is, and it's within all things.
And you can demonstrate this and validate its existence.
Hold on.
Well, hang on, Andrew. I just want to say, you can. Yeah. This has been experimentally confirmed to exist, right?
It's mostly theoretical physics.
When you say God is here, what is God?
God is the force which bridges together opposites. Specifically, the opposites of order and chaos. You see, this is what the Bible. If we look to a biblical passage, for example,
No, I need to hold on a second. I need to make sure you understand. What do you mean by order and chaos?
So, if we just look to our lives, for example, because we basically do the same thing God does, we're like miniature versions of God. Within our life, we have many different possibilities that we could choose from. We could be any number of things or do any number of things at any moment. This is the chaos. It's the order of or the potential of our lives. But through our choices, which we can only make one choice at a time throughout the present moments, we order that potential into one path, which we call the past, which carries us through life. We order the chaos around us through our choices, and it's up to us to balance these forces as best as possible. And that's what God does.
Okay, why would I jump to the God thing when I can just say human beings make decisions and we do the best that we can? Why would I jump any of this to a God concept?
Well, because it's pretty much explained in Genesis and the Hop vibration I was just telling you about. There's two things we can look to.
Okay, the book of Genesis is a book of myths that is not scientifically accurate in any stretch of the imagination.
But it's basically like it's poetry explaining the world as the people from that time period understood it. The main difference in how they understand the world between how we understand the world today is we focus on quantification and measurementation and trying to control external variables, while they were focused on how the world relates to them in an internal sense.
Okay, so it seems I think that we would need a mathematician up here to kind of like break some stuff down. But it appears to be, I don't know why you're invoking Hopf vibration in differential topology. Hopf vibration, also known as the Hopf bundle or Hopf map, describes a three-sphere, a hypersphere in four-dimensional space in terms of circles and an ordinary sphere. Discovered by Heinz Hopf in 1931, it is an influential early example of a fiber bundle. Technically,
yeah. So okay, what these spheres? Well, I can tell you what the spheres do so you can understand it. They go into a space and they coordinate patterns of possibilities within the space. So, and then within the patterns that they create, then the fiber bundles can pass through these circles or spheres. So it's the thing that allows the fiber bundles to move.
So Hopf vibrations exist as real physical phenomena embedded deeply within the fundamental laws of quantum mechanics, electromagnetism, and optics, even though they describe higher dimensional geometry. So quantum states, electromagnetism, light, and optics. So you're going to tell me that ancient Mesopotamians had awareness of quantum fields?
They had an awareness that there was an ever-present force that allowed experience to happen in the first place that was beyond the physical.
No, they were individuals who had experiences and then came up with invented stuff to try and explain things. They didn't have awareness of quantum fields. They didn't have awareness of quantum mechanics. We're talking about an ancient people who didn't understand like various things about basic cosmology that we know to be true today.
Okay, well,
so it seems like you're taking stuff today that we understand today, and you're trying to back map it onto ancient thinking to justify certain conclusions, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because
is that we're all examining the same reality, and through our use of language, we will all inevitably identify invariant properties within existence. These are things that do not change, that we can identify and call certain names that may be more accurate than others, some less accurate than others, but we're all pointing to the same thing and identifying it. And I'm saying that the ancients understood God.
No, they took the term God and they whatever name they gave to it, and they ascribed it. It was an abstract concept that they literally imposed upon aspects of a reality they did not fully understand. That's what that is.
So,
and that's what all the evidence indicates.
I would say they understood reality.
Mug, right? We all get, this is a commonality. This is where we've reached the agreement on. We've agreed on mug.
Yes, it is a mug.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's about the depth of what you said about commonalities. I mean,
what's the poly market on Andrew showing a mug within 7 hours?
Yeah, and what do mugs do? They contain water or liquids in a way so that we can hold it and drink it. That's an invariant characteristic that we
it's not.
can.
No, it's not. No, it isn't. It's an expression of what our hands do, so that we can use something. We design them so that we don't have to do it with our hands anymore. And we can hold hot liquids and cold liquids simultaneously without affecting us. Back before we invented them, we had to use our hands. We had to use our hands as cups.
Have this nifty handle on the side.
Okay.
Is it a mug when I take the handle off?
I think you guys missed what I said. The design of the mug itself is an invariant characteristic across cultures that anyone who designs.
What do you mean by invariant? Because we understand why humans. Change. What do you mean by invariant? Change. No, it does change.
Doesn't change. No, mugs don't change.
Hold on. Wait. What kind of mug is this?
That's still used to contain liquid.
What kind of mug is this?
It's still used to contain liquids.
What kind of mug is this?
Yeah, but scales. This is what you're failing to recognize. The term mug or cup or whatever is literally a term that we apply is a label that we apply to a thing that we specifically designed to do what our hands used to do.
Okay, so you are identifying an invariant characteristic. Why
are you calling it that?
Because it doesn't. The use of the cup doesn't change. You just said they're designed for hand violence.
I'm going to pin this down to a nice little sample. So since it's invariant, about, say, I don't know, 3,000 years ago, where am I going to find a car?
You don't even have to go back that far.
How about a construction crane? It's invariant, right? So all things are always, right?
You're pointing to modern technology.
Well, which kind of boring shit? What level of boring shit is your line of thinking actually applicable to? How boring do we have to get for your description to be menial? Absolutely trivial.
If we take what JL was saying, and that these containers, someone was using that word in the chat, that's a more universal term. If we use these containers for our hands to use liquid to drink, the invariant characteristic is that we can hold them in their hands, they can contain liquid, and we can drink from them. This is universal across all.
That's a tautology. That's like saying a thing that can hold liquid is a thing that can hold liquid, and we've wanted things that can hold liquid.
This is the point I'm trying to make.
But scales. The problem that I have with this is that you are way overcomplicating this.
How did I? No, I'm not. I'm saying
hold up. Because I can break this down very simply. Human beings wanted to be able to hold liquids and free up their hands, recognizing that there were structures like rocks that could contain liquid like this, that their hands could make a bowl. They decided to take clay and earth and harden it up and then either fire it or just like develop it into a bowl or some sort of deal to hold things so they didn't have to do it with their hands anymore. This is a progression of tool making, no different than chimpanzees and orangutans utilizing bundles of leaves to catch rainfall.
So you're explaining universal characteristics.
That's not universal. No, this is just tool making. That's all it is. I don't know why you are ascribing all of this woo nonsense to it.
What
There's
is
no justification for you to. There is no rational justification for you to ascribe all this woo nonsense to it.
Hold on. I'd
Nothing
like to
I
take your,
said
I'd like
was
to take your
woo.
leaf
What
analogy.
are you talking about?
Yeah, I want to take your leaf analogy there. Yeah, using a leaf, a big leaf to collect rainwater,
Right.
now has the essential property of mug. What are we saying? Wait, hold on. Wait.
I mean, you can get a
Hold
little
on,
bit
wait.
of glue.
I want to identify.
Get a little bit of glue off the
This has the
leaf.
essential property of plate. Oh, wait, it's a mug now. Plate, mug. So my hand now has the essential property of mug, right?
Well, you see, as JL was describing, he described it as a tool, and your hand is not a tool. A tool is an
You're right. Oh, it is. Trust me.
extension
This
No,
is
hold
a
up,
hammer.
hold up. No, hang on.
This is a hammer.
We can use our
2
hands
seconds.
as tools. Fists can be used like hands can be molded into fists and used like a hammer to pummel something. We can dig with them. They're not very versatile tools, but they are useful tools. Not to mention, like, what about a saucer? Is there a difference between a saucer and a mug?
I mean, if you want to refer to your body as a tool, you're free to do so. I'm not going to do that.
Trust me,
so-
I've seen a lot
so
of bodies that are
let's-
definitely tools.
So a lot of brains too. So I'm really curious. None of this gets us to a God entity whatsoever. You're taking some modern concepts that we're aware of, and then you are back mapping them onto ancient cultures that there is no evidence whatsoever in their historicity
I think you
that shows
guys
that they
just
had
looked it
that
up,
show
right?
no, there is no evidence
You
in
did
their there is no evidence in their historicity that shows that they had any conceptualization of these things. The best we've got is that ancient cultures made up God concepts and they imposed them upon things and the things that they observed in reality to try and explain them. The evidence we have is that human beings exist. We are one member, the last surviving member of our genus. We have common ancestors with everything that exists on the planet. Everything on the planet is related, and that cultures develop over time. Things get passed on. We try to make up concepts that describe things. We have a better scientific understanding of reality now than we did back then, but we're just products of the system. Why are we going to God concepts? What is the justification there? Because otherwise, literally, the evidence shows that we are products of the system that are simply doing our best to understand the system. That's it.
Okay, well, let's just maybe think of the system in terms of scale, beyond human systems. So you can go down to a certain scale and you can go up to a certain scale beyond a human. And
Sure,
I'm
like the solar
saying-
system, the universe, the galaxy, the universe, so what?
And if you go up to the scale large enough, you're going to find the thing which is experiencing all the things underneath the scale, because it comes from everything that exists in the universe comes from a separate place.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because this is what is described in topology.
No, this is a claim. No, hold up. This is a claim that is made, but it has not been verified.
And it is
Now,
perfectly in sync with the Genesis description of
No,
God.
okay, hold up. No, hold up.
4 more levels.
No, hang on a sec. I don't care if it's in line with if like ancient thought has made it through to modern day. There is no way to demonstrate that there is anything experiencing the universe other than the agents within the universe.
Now, I want to try to identify a piece
That's
here.
everything.
You went from agency, no agency. Now, what is doing the experiencing when it doesn't have any kind of intentionality? What is the thing with experience but no intentionality, no mind, no conceptualization?
Are you talking about us or God?
This thing you're talking about.
The thing that you're identifying is the thing that's having the experience of the universe. Like,
everything
we've just gone
everything in the universe.
We've gone from pantheism.
What do you? Okay,
different classification.
Experiencing.
I'll say, are you a panpsychist?
I told you, I'm like a mix between panpsychist and an idealist.
Okay. Then I'm just going to drill down to something really simple. Great. Then I'm going to drill down to something really simple. Can you demonstrate a mind existing without a brain?
It's
Because
not.
I do have
nec-
someone in the back, so
it's
I want to
not-
drill down to this.
It's okay. Well, you can let them get on after I answer, but I'm
Sure.
just going to say it does not come down to a mind. Thoughts are not primary. The first thing that matters is touch and feelings. And before we can cognize thoughts, we have to process experiences through our sensory perceptions. And God is essentially no different. God exists within this realm of everything happening at once. And as it limits this potential into projected spaces or universes, it experiences everything that will happen in that universe in a sense similar to the hop vibration, where it was those spheres forming a map that essentially touches everything within the universe, every pattern.
So okay, so are you a pantheist? Do you believe that God is identical to the universe?
It's kind of both. God is within the universe, inherent to the universe,
Okay.
but
So
it's
why
own
not
thing
why not just call it the universe?
because there's something that precedes the universe.
How do
And
you
that's
know that? Hey, wait. How do you know that?
because the universe just couldn't exist in an empty void while being ordered
That
and
is
structured the way it is.
that is not what any cosmological model says. And are you familiar with the Hartle-Hawking no boundary proposal?
No,
Okay.
Wow.
well,
I'm gonna leave it with
well,
this. I'm gonna leave it
I
with
know
this.
that I
Scales. I'm
know
gonna
that
leave it. No,
some say
scales.
there are
Hold up.
boundaries.
Scales. I'm
Some
gonna
say
hold
there
no,
are
scales.
boundaries.
No, stop, because you're not familiar with
Okay,
these, but I can get you
go
familiar
ahead.
with them. But I'm gonna give you a recommendation. In the private chat, I'm gonna give you the name of a book that just came out. It's an excellent resource called The Battle of the Big Bang. Okay. It is a comprehensive breakdown of all the varying different cosmological models. Okay. You will find that the vast majority of them do not say that the universe had a beginning. They
I
do
know.
not
I
hold that
never
the
said
universe
it
had a
did.
beginning. So
I'm aware of that, but they still think that there's something outside of the
no, they
universe
don't.
that
No, they
is like
don't.
the void.
No, outside of the universe is an incoherent term. There is no outside the universe. The universe is the sum total of everything that exists. So no, there is no outside the universe. There is no outside of space-time. Describing something as being outside of space-time is essentially it exists for no time, in no place. It's non-existence.
Well,
So
that's
no, there. So I gave you. Damn it! I lost the other dude. I was trying to get to him. But I
well,
gave
let
you
me
that book.
just say, I have heard that they give the universe a finite space, which they say is, I've also heard is ever expanding. I've also heard it's not. I've heard conflicting
Well,
reports
yeah.
on that.
Well,
But
I gave you the name of the book. It's really cheap. You can pick it up, and I strongly recommend you look at that, and then maybe you can come back and we can have a chat from there. Okay. So I appreciate you coming back, and we had
all right,
a pretty structured conversation there. So we'll see you on the next one. Thank you, Scales. I appreciate it.
okay, good night.
You too. Sorry about that, Oscar. Thank you for your patience.
That's all right.
So, welcome to the stage. What do you got for us today? Do you have an interest in one of the topics on the screen, or did you have a question or anything else specific on your mind?
Oh, well, I seen the prompt of the panel is, why do you believe in God? Bring your reasons or some type of argument.
Sure.
And I'd like to, I'm pretty sure you would have heard of it before, but the transcendental argument for God.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to hand the reins over to Andrew, and I need to go use the little non-believers room. So, Andrew, I'll be right back and allow you to continue this.
Alrighty. So lay it out for us.
Yeah, so I'm guessing you're pretty familiar with the transcendental argument, but there's a certain number of preconditions and transcendental categories or invariant entities that have to be the case for the possibility of knowledge to even exist. And prior to that, there has to be something that can ground those invariant, transcendental, immaterial categories or entities, which would be a deity figure, I believe to be the Orthodox Christian God.
So first, I guess we're going to have to clarify what knowledge means.
Knowledge would be a justified true belief.
So what is truth at that point?
Well, truth is an objective understanding of something.
I don't see that as how that's actually used. Now, see, psychology has, or philosophy rather, has two different categories for that. One being synthetic truth, the other one being analytic truth. Analytic is basically as per definition, and the second one, synthetic, kind of implies that experience is required in order to get confirmation. So, for instance, observations in the physical world. So, statements about an external world would be verified by the observation of the state of affairs of the external world. So, X is the case. Like, there is a mug. This would be a synthetic truth. So, this would be verified. The truth value is determined by the act of verification. Now, what methodology do you think we would use for that?
Just quickly, I'd like to point out that to even know that synthetic truth has a bunch of presuppositions and preconditions that have to necessarily be the case to even have access to the exterior world, and to know that that exterior world is actually being correctly, objectively seen and known by the self.
Oh, no, actually, that's the thing. See, now those things, analytic truths are the ones that are capable of being absolute because they are by definition. Synthetic is not. Synthetic is not an absolute. Never has been, pretty much never will be. So that's not how those are used. So the absolutes that you're looking for are not a thing.
So you're basically saying that we can't actually give a coherent justification for any objective truth in the exterior world.
Objective. You want absolutes. Now, here's the thought for you. You're a believer, obviously. So, which thing are you applying this transcendental argument in support of?
The Orthodox Christian Trinitarian God.
Oh, yeah, the one that can send lying spirits, and apparently they can deceive all sorts of things. See, deception is inherent with magic. So apparently you think you could be looking at a staff, but it could be a snake at any time. Up can be down can be up, left can be right. Nothing matters on that worldview. So don't worry about what you think is absolute, especially when you've got magic on your side, where reality doesn't have to be reality.
Okay.
Things are as decided. So your access to absolutes is forfeit immediately. Apparently, every supernatural thing in those books tells you that every sense you have could be a lie.
Well, if on my worldview every sense that I have can possibly be a lie, that would be self-contradictory, because me having the ability to use the faculties that have been given to me, but they can also be wrong, and me coming to the knowledge of knowing that would also be using the things that are incorrect and can be wrong. So it's a self-contradictory position, and that forfeits the possibility of objectivity.
I'm describing the problem with your position, because you literally got that can directly fool you and fuck with you, and has a history of doing it according to the books. It has a history. So basically your expectation for normalcy is forfeit.
So I think what you're saying is that there's supposed magical beliefs or magical instances in the historical scriptural text, but that's ultimately going to rely on what you believe is actually metaphysically possible or not, which is another prior position that I am trying to hammer home, the fact that these prior things are the more important things than historical evidence, things like this. This is a philosophical, logical.
What I'm getting at right now is that, you see, you're talking about grounding. Meanwhile, you don't have ground to stand on. See, you've literally made yours saying that you're grounding the thing in the thing that can actually act as pure quicksand for you. So the thing that guarantees, according to you, that access to potential knowledge is the very thing that can be lying to you. The very thing that can be doing that. Remember, God sends lying spirits. There's a nice little verse about that, amongst other little deceptions that have taken place. And its ability to actually change the rules. Like, you know how you think gravity works? Well, what's the parting of the Red Sea? I wonder. Dead is dead. Dead's not dead. apparently everything you think you know gets to mean nothing at that point. And that's documented. That's the thing. It's written. It's already happened, supposedly. So your guarantor is the thing that fucks you.
So this just really doesn't make sense to me here. You're pointing to miraculous events and saying they contradict the imperialist, naturalist sort of worldview that you believe to be the case, I believe.
No, you're mistaking. I'm on an internal critique right now. I'm in the critique of your worldview. I'm showing how the source that you declared as grounding is the very thing that fucks with you. Documented.
I want that laid out to me on how it's inconsistent. The fact that if I believe in the transcendental, invariable deity being the Orthodox Trinitarian God, how it's a contradiction or it's illogical for that being to come into space and time and to do things that we don't understand as a naturalistic cause, but it's a cause from something that's universal, invariant, and outside of creation itself. That's not inconsistent or contradictory.
All that was empty. I was talking that it could literally warp reality as you think you know it. You think this is a mug? Poof, it's a snake now. It's not a mug. Was it ever a mug? Was that a thing? Was that a projection? Is God producing hallucinations in our minds? God hardening Pharaoh's heart. Apparently, God can literally fuck with your brain. All of these deceiving can fuck with you. Now that's the problem.
Yeah, Descartes' demon literally eats priests up.
Yeah, for breakfast.
Descartes' demon is a self-contradictory position, because if we have an evil demon deity who is ultimately deceiving us at all points in times, and he's given us the rationality and the possibility to discover the fact that we actually have an evil demon that is the deity in our position, coming to the knowledge of knowing that is part of the deception itself. So it's a self-contradictory position.
It actually is not. It's simply positing a logical possibility that cannot be eliminated because there's no way to do it. It's not making a statement as to the totality of what you're being. It doesn't make a statement about the totality of what you're being deceived on. It's just saying that it's a logical possibility that you cannot eliminate.
Yeah,
but it's also not.
But just quickly,
it's also not claiming that it's all deception. You can't tell what's what.
Right.
You would never know.
If you can't tell what's what, you coming to the knowledge of knowing that, you don't know if that's a deception in and of itself. So that there is self-contradictory. That can't be possible.
No. Now what we did is we just knocked you off that tower of absolutes. Welcome to. Now I want to clarify
that the evil demon God is a self-contradictory position. That argument makes no sense, because if the evil demon God is constantly deceiving us or is giving us reasoning faculties that are deceptions, us coming to the knowledge and using those faculties to know that would be self-contradictory.
No, it wouldn't, because hold up. It would not, because it doesn't confirm that the demon does or does not exist.
Yeah. Now
that's the whole point. The whole point is it's unfalsifiable. You can't determine the truth or falsity of it, because you can't determine to an absolute degree or an nth degree as to what exactly could be a deception and what is definitely not a deception. The whole idea is that the presentation of reality that we experience, that we share amongst ourselves, we cannot be 100% assured that what we are experiencing is in fact there to be experienced. And so Descartes' demon is just the hypothetical, is basically a thought experiment. It basically says, if there was a demon that was deceiving you, okay, and part of that deception would be that it's unfalsifiable, that you can't determine that the demon's actually there. How could you eliminate the possibility that there is a demon or that there isn't a demon? And you can't. So, because there's no mechanism by which you could do that. All this shows is a limitation on how we can determine the veracity, like the extreme veracity of a thing being true. We have to make allowances for the logical possibilities we cannot eliminate, which is why we get to the position where we can determine things to be probabilistically true to such a degree that it would warrant certitude. That doubt would be irrational unless there can be evidence that is presented that would warrant doubting that proposition. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and if that's true, then the logical possibilities would ultimately be a deception as well.
Well, no, there's no way to tell that. No, there's no way to tell that they.
So
there's no way to tell if they are or they aren't. That's the problem. There's no mechanism by which we can tell they are. Some could be true, some could be deceptions.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. So basically, you're forfeiting objectivity and you're denying any invariable universal object
I'm not
principle, like the
forfeit-
laws
no,
of logic, which you're using to actually argue this point, which would be
hold up.
self-contradictory.
No, I'm not, because I don't hold the same ontological starting point that you do regarding logic. I can take a different ontological position on what logic is and what the origin of logic is and what the nature of it is that you aren't taking, and it's still valid.
Now,
Yeah, so is logic
there's
universal?
an issue with your transcendentals, because at that point, especially when you start taking a look at like Kantian at that point, where when he said justified true belief, and now when we take a look at what justification was with is there a mug, and all of those things require that sense data, and all of that, do you know what that's called? Reasoning. That's not an absolute. Reasoning. So
Yeah, and you have-
justification is a
And real
you
quick,
have to
sorry
give a-
to interrupt.
you
Sorry to
have
interrupt
to
real
give-
quick. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Cops are the biggest gang of all. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. So many people I want to thank, but mostly Satan. Thank you so much. Satan definitely appreciates that. And Jessica Transmetal Alchemist for 10 Australian says, the funniest part of playing a trick on someone is when they realize that they have been tricked. They are humiliated for their foolishness. Knowledge of the trick is a core element of the game. Thank you so much, Jessica. Excellent point there. So continue on. Sorry, I just want to make sure those don't get too far away from me.
Yeah. Just quickly wanted to say that you actually have to justify reasoning now. You can't just appeal to reasoning ad hoc and not justify it. Reasoning, I don't know your position on reasoning, but do you believe that it's invariable, it's universal, and it's immaterial as well? Reasoning, you can't actually physically see.
Nope.
Hold a second.
None of it.
I hold reasoning to be it's a brain process. That's what we're describing when we're reasoning about
principle. The principle, not the neurons firing your brain, but the principle of reason itself.
Okay, so reasoning is just thinking about things. That's what reasoning is just thinking about shit. That's all reasoning is. Okay, whether you are reasoning in accordance with logic and in accordance with logic, or you're reasoning in accordance with your emotions, determines whether or not your conclusions are going to be justified or irrational. So the key point on this, and something I wanted to jump back to before I let Andrew take it back over again, was you made a statement regarding God, like doing something outside of time and shit. That doesn't follow. Premise 1, a timeless state cannot change. Premise 2, God is atemporal. Premise 3, if God is atemporal and created time, then a timeless state changes. Conclusion, therefore God did not create time. That's modus tollens. So I can just reject that by its entirety. Continue on, Andrew.
Yeah. Well, we kind of covered the idea of what reasoning is. And what justifies reasoning? Apparently, it's function.
Well, what justifies? Well, the principle.
Well, what justifies the existence of your ground?
Of my foundation of the worldview. Is that what you're asking me?
What justifies that as being a ground?
So, at the paradigmatic level of every worldview, it's either going to be circular, axiomatic, or arbitrary, right? So, I believe that given the type of being that the Trinitarian Orthodox God is, he gives the most coherent justification for the worldview that we experience, the world that we experience, and given his nature of being universal,
yeah, because you've defined it that way, right? Because it's defined that way, right?
It's revealed that way.
No, it's defined that way. There's no demonstration there's no demonstration that God has revealed anything.
So let's look at
how. I want to make sure that we drill this. There's no evidence that any God has ever revealed anything. People can claim that it was revealed to them, and they would be indistinguishable from just intuitions about shit, which is entirely subjective to the individual. So, no, at best you can say that people intuited these things, and that's the way they defined a God, is it makes sense to them. But that assumes a whole lot of things that can't be demonstrated to be the case. It also assumes that God exists to reveal anything at all.
Yes, I understand. My argument is that if these things aren't divinely revealed to us, then that forfeits the possibility of having knowledge at all. That is the
incorrect. Hold up. Incorrect. It just invalidates the possibility of its metaphysical ontology underneath the banner of the God. I can hold another ontology for these things that doesn't require the God. So there's no problem there. It's literally, as PhD Tony will often point out, this is literally just different axioms. I don't have to hold the metaphysical ontology that you are assuming about these things in order to justify the God claim or define it a certain way. I can hold an entirely separate one that doesn't require a God, and it
I
works
don't
just
believe
as
in
well.
axioms.
Yeah,
I don't believe in axioms.
Before we jump off axioms there, see, because you're the one stuck on that sense of absolute. Well, I don't think there's anything you get to absolutely claim that way. Now, when you talk about something being revealed to you, what would you use to justify the nature of that revelation? What kind of absolute access do you have?
Well, from the Orthodox position, we are created in the image of God, so we have
that's
the
nice.
objective.
I asked what actual method you've got, short of your feet.
And I'm getting to it, right? Because we are created in the image of God in our worldview, we have the ability to reason after God, and we have been instilled with certain attributes and abilities that come from an objective source and have been given to us. So that is our basis for having an objective view of the external world, and that is how we can reason to these things.
Cool.
Yeah. So you just believe you have the access.
Yeah.
Not actually
The only
revelation.
Yeah,
I'm asking you to justify revelation.
The only
so
way
if
for
you're
that
to be
to
like
be true.
this,
Hold up, Oscar. The only way for that to be true is if the God actually does exist, because it is entirely logically possible that those underpinning or that those ontological assumptions you're making are false. You're just describing them, and I can hold a completely different one. So it's entirely logically possible that the God doesn't exist.
No, it's not, because this argument is metalogical. It's prior to logic itself.
No, I don't have to hold logic itself. I do not. No, it's not, because I can just describe logic as a schema that we invented to describe what we perceive. I can literally just say I can literally just say it's subjectively derived. It doesn't forfeit knowledge. It's simply I need a language that helps me to describe the what I observe about reality, the operations of reality, like how a reality appears to operate, and I develop a schema that can help me to describe that to other people, and we can use that to make predictions about what we would expect to see in the future. I can literally ground logic as that, and it is not problematic. It still works.
No, you can't, because you can't get to objectivity from a subjective
I never said
schema.
that you can. No, hold up. I never said that we could, and I'm not saying that we can. We don't need to be able to get to it. We don't need to be able to. No, I do hold that there is an objective reality that exists independent of our experiences. But what we can determine to be true about that reality is probabilistic in nature, not absolute. We don't have that kind of access yet. We may in the future some way be able to cross that bridge or solve the problem of hard solipsism, but we haven't yet. So at best, our propositions are going to be probabilistic in nature, which is not problematic. Yeah. So because as long as the probability is high and the predictive models work, then we know we're on the right track.
But that probability is also using the subjective schema. Yeah, so it's ultimately going to be arbitrary or subjective.
But you missed it, Oscar. The subjectively derived schema is designed specifically to describe what we perceive to be objectively existing reality. So as long as the reality doesn't fundamentally change, the schema will remain consistent. We don't hold, because there's no evidence of such a thing that would disrupt the universe to that degree. But we also acknowledge that it is entirely possible that such a thing could potentially exist. The problem is there's no justification for us to believe that it does. So there's nothing there that we can identify that would simply disrupt the laws of physics, or disrupt logic as we use it descriptively. So we operate as though it doesn't, because there's no reason to think that it will. For example, I said probabilistic certitude to such a degree that doubt would be irrational until you can present evidence of something that would warrant doubt, which would be technically, by your lights, the demonstration that your God actually exists, because by your lights, that's the only thing that could ever disrupt these things. So
it's worse than that, because see, the very thing that can do that disruption is his God.
So that's what I said. The only thing
forfeits your access, because everything can change out from under you. Magic's real. Staffs become snakes. Oceans part. Dead alive, alive dead. Nothing fucking matters. And this is all for you to pretend that you have absolute access, which is just you're making shit up.
So we get that you can make strong inferences. We get that you can make strong inferences about things. We do as well. But we're not saying that you have that level of demonstrable or demonstrable and definitive access to be able to make these claims, because ultimately you're defining the God in a specific way to do a specific thing in order to undergird your ontological assumptions about various concepts like knowledge, truth, justice, beauty, whatever the various transcendentals. I'm saying you don't have to do that. And it doesn't, like, all of a sudden the system doesn't suddenly upend. Okay? We would need a demonstration that the God actually exists to do the things that you think it does.
Yeah, so basically what I've heard is we use this subjective schema called logic that we subjectively derive, and we somehow have access to the objective external world, and we get objectivity
That's not what I said.
from
No, Oscar, that is not what I said at all.
That
You've
is
got
what you
to,
said.
you've got to actively listen. We invented a language. We developed a schema which means it's subjective. It comes from us.
Yeah,
it's hold up.
And you believe it? I'm trying to steel man the position.
Stop. I'm explaining it to you. The schema is mind dependent. It comes from us, but it is designed specifically to describe the operations of reality, like what we observe and how things operate. A thing can only be itself. It cannot be that which it is not. That is an observation that we make about reality. The language the schema that we develop to describe that is what we call logic. Now, we acknowledge that we can't cross the boundary or cross the border of like the hard problem of solipsism or like this, but we can say that so long as the universe remains consistent, there is no reason to think that the laws of logic will ever change. By all intents and purposes, they appear to be universal and inviolable. But that's because there is no evidence of anything that could ever upend them or change them. There's no reason to believe that any such thing exists. However, if a God concept does exist, as you were describing, then such a thing would exist and could upend the laws of physics, the laws of logic, could invert them, do whatever it wants, because that is what it is. It can literally just change things on a whim. We don't hold that exists because there's no evidence to believe. There's no evidence to warrant belief in such an entity. So there's no reason to think that the universe will ever just change on a dime tomorrow. The probability of that is like virtually nil. So until you can present evidence that such a thing does exist that could do this, I don't need to accept that. I can simply say, this is what we use to describe the universe. So long as the universe is consistent, which it appears to be, probabilistically, it's damn near certain. So we'll just operate like this until something happens that upends the paradigm. Something that would upend the paradigm would be you demonstrating that a God actually exists to do the things that you think it does. But you haven't done that yet. You've defined it into existence, and you've defined it as undergirding your ontological assumptions, but you haven't actually shown it to be. That's the kicker.
So can I speak? That was a long time.
So address what I said.
So you use probabilities from the subjective schema to make observations of the external world, which gives you access to knowledge. So you use probabilities, but those probabilities rely on the subjective schema, which means that which
is designed specifically to describe objective reality.
So those
you keep leaving that out. You realize it's not just a language that just like arbity flippity blah blah. That's not what it is. It's specifically designed to describe what we consistently observe.
I understand. I'm pointing out that you can't get in a. Just quickly let me speak.
Let Oscar finish this thought.
I need to add a piece here because we are letting a piece slip.
Okay.
Access to knowledge. That is what we take as knowledge. Gravity. How many times do I have to drop it before I'm justified? See, when you talk about justification, when I drop it 100 times, how many times do I have to drop this object for me to get the picture? How many times, Oscar?
Well, what I was just about to try and explain before I was cut off is that objectivity is impossible to get from a subjective schema. It's
We're not trying to. We're not trying to.
We never claimed that we were. We don't need to.
This is your
JL
garbage.
just said that.
This
No,
is
No,
your
no, Oscar,
garbage.
no, Oscar.
Let me explain
no.
this. Okay, I talked for
but
10 seconds, and I'm trying to ask you a
no,
question,
because
and
you
keep...
completely went in a direction that was irrelevant. We are not claiming that. We are not claiming that it arrives at that. We're not claiming that that's what it delivers to us. We are claiming that the methodologies we use and the schemas that we use allow us to derive a probabilistically backed certitude about reality.
Do you believe in an objective external world?
Yes, I believe that there is an
Thank
objectively.
you.
I believe that there is.
I believe.
I am a realist. I believe that there is a universe that exists independent of our experiences. Yes.
Yeah, you're cutting me off saying that I'm going on a different position. That I'm sure, man. You're saying that is literally your position. You do believe in an objective external world.
Yes.
But I have
plenty of evidence to back it up. Yes.
Yeah, but that evidence is ultimately going to have to be interpreted through a subjective logical
Okay.
How can it be objective?
Okay. Yeah. This is fantastic. Hold on a second. No, it's not. We interpret that through our basic observations. Correct. That's where we begin. Basic observations, right? It's where we start.
Yep.
Okay, because we're going to dispense with this Planega EAAN bullshit real fast. Evolution does, to a degree, truth track and produces organisms that have the ability to track truth. Truth being that which corresponds with reality, to recognize the external reality for what it is, and to operate within it successfully in order to survive and produce offspring. The ability to do this is genetic. Okay, a species that has the capacity to do this successfully is able to do two things: survive long enough to produce offspring. Offspring or organisms that do not have the capacity to do this, to track where nutritious food is, where water is, not to that's a predator, not a friend. Species that can't do that, or organisms that can't do that, don't survive long enough to breed. So we know that our senses, that our ability to interact with the world as a product of the system, are sufficient enough to tell us what is true about reality. We can test these, we can make predictions, and then we extend beyond survival mechanism to simply experimenting with things in reality to explain phenomena. The success rates that guarantee our survival as a species are enough of a foundation to conclude that the things that we are determining about reality through experimentation are probabilistically true to such a degree that that you need to provide evidence of something that would warrant doubt before we would ever doubt them. So Planet EAN does not hold any water because Planet is a quack and he completely fucked that shit up. So yes, evolution does secure truth tracking in organisms. It includes us and many, many other species as well. So we recognize that. That's demonstrated in nature. That's how we know.
Well, that's a nice story. I don't really get the part where we got the knowledge of an objective external world using our subjective experience.
Answering
predictive models.
No, not even. No. This one here, no. This one goes down to straight philosophy. I hold one axiom, three presuppositions. Got a guess as to what they are?
I'm gonna see if I can turn you up a little bit, Andrew, because you're coming in a little quiet.
Yeah,
what is it? I've got three laws of logic: law of identity, excluded middle, non-contradiction, and then the axiom being logic.
No. The key out of there is the cogito. That's the axiom. Yes, I get sensory data. I am getting experiential data bombarding me. Experiences coming at me. Whatever is happening, there's a happening. And there's a sense of self, which is the thing doing the experiencing. Now, could everything be in a figment of my imagination? Could I be the little brain in a jar? Meh. So that's why the next presupposition, experiencing things where I can't explain that coming from my own mind. So I may as well go, fuck it. I'll grant that the stuff that I'm experiencing isn't all just me. Now, I grant you exist, separate of me. There's another mind out there, and that we're experiencing probably the same kind of thing from our own vantage points, a shared external existence. Everything else gets earned.
Nice. So basically, can I, if we're going to do that, I might just start with Descartes' cogito too, and I'm just going to grant that God exists.
Oh, so you could just grant anything, right? So like you're
critiquing
you're not overselling yourself. Hold on, wait. Can I get bells on this God? How many extra features do you want to put on this thing? Do you realize what epistemic load you're doing when you're like, you know what? Forget about just the idea of thinking there's an external world at all. I'm going to make a God, and I'm going to make him fucking specific. He's going to be the triune perfect thingy.
Yeah, I understand that God has metaphysical
whole story for all of this,
dude.
And you think that this is on the same level of that kind of presupposition or axiom, huh? You think this is the same kind of epistemic bar? No, you're going to Magic Happy Land for bullshit.
Well, Magic Happy Land depends on actually what you believe is metaphysically possible.
How many?
Right?
Now, remember,
stop cutting me off.
Every property
Please stop cutting me off.
Every property you add to your thing bogs you down.
Yeah, that's nice. What I'm doing is I'm critiquing
the idea of
Andrew, hold up. Hey, guys. I understand that the cadence in which Andrew talks, it makes you sound like he's done. Okay? But you guys keep talking over each other because Oscar thinks Andrew is done, Andrew is not done. So let's make sure that we limit that to talk as far as talking over each other. I get it. Let's just try to finish a thought so that we can move on to the next thing.
Yeah. The idea of just saying I just get to presuppose God, that's just like the shortcut of I don't want an excuse for the most complicated thing imaginable. See, it's enough for me to imagine there's even another mind. Now, I only infer another mind, for instance, if I was going to see another creature moving over there, like if I see my reflection in a pool and I think, hey, look, I appear to be a creature and I see another thing moving and it appears to be a thing too. How do you think I grant identity in the first place? How do you think that happens? Like if JL, I see a picture of JL, but see, I bump into people who look like JLs, and they go, ouch, when I bump into them because I'm bigger. Why do you think I infer identity? All of that experience. So I got my justification, and I understand that I'm granting the identities. And how do I know that it's a person and not a rock? Why do I think there's a mind behind that? Probably the interaction. So, for your thing now, how do you get to presuppose that as opposed to my actually using my sense data and using that, commonality for justification?
Okay, are you finished? Can I go now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. What I'm doing is critiquing Descartes' cogito, and the fact that if you could start with the axiom of the I think therefore I am sort of cogito position, and then you just presuppose and grant these other things and don't have to give a justification for that. If you can be arbitrary and ad hoc and just grant these things to you, why can't I myself just do those exact same things? I'm not saying that my position is I just merely presuppose God to be the case and therefore he's true. I'm critiquing your position on how you just can grant yourself things and then be arbitrary in nature, considering their presuppositions that haven't been justified, and how that's okay.
Well, presupposition kind of belies the idea of having the full justification to begin with. See, that's the thing. Now, the question is that, see, I took down the mere idea of I even grant an identity to an entity, something that might think. I had to earn my way up from there. I had to earn my way up from just the idea of me bumping into shit. Look, gravity, fall, stuff, interaction, all of those things. But you've skipped all the way past that to now there's a whole specific entity. You haven't even said how you got to an entity. See, how does any observation go, look, this is a God, and this is a God. You just went from cogito to instant full picture. You didn't even take a baby step. You just took the giant leap directly to God, do not pass go, do not collect $200. And now you're ascribing properties. How do you ascribe a property? What's a property? What defines that? And it's going to get fractally worse from there. Now, this is that epistemic barrier that you just leaped right over. I'm doing the baby steps. You just jumped to the finish line and declared victory.
If it's arbitrary, it doesn't matter where I jump to.
It's not arbitrary. It's the most minimal. See, I'm bottom up. That's constructivism for you.
Mhm.
See, I have observation.
Minimal.
What is this? Fall, fall, fall. Look, I do the little baby steps, and then I build, and before you know it, I run into a thing walking down the hall.
Yeah. Minimal presupposes a value judgment of something being bigger or small, so that's also another thing that you're adding into it. So you act like your little presupposition at the start is a small baby step, but
Which
there's
one?
so much metaphysical things loaded into the prior things.
Which one?
Well, the say we'll just take what was your first one? Identity, the fact that there's a self. All right, we'll start with the cogito itself.
Oh no! See,
Yeah.
that's the thing you don't get to deny. See, that's like sort of the idea of saying, I am experiencing. Good luck fucking faking that. If I'm faking that, what does that even mean?
No, I'm not saying that you're faking that. What I'm saying is that for you to say that I am having experiences, there are so many things that are just presupposed and built into that, like sentence structure, words,
No,
self,
no.
things
I
that
get
haven't been justified
Hold
and
on.
are arbitrary, which
Look
is
at-
a whole host of metaphysical things, almost to the scale of say a random. I just presuppose God, right?
Doesn't
I,
matter.
you
Doesn't
know,
matter
Jose,
what
Jose,
it
Jose,
is.
I
metaphysical
get.
things that you
Jose,
just
say,
grant
I
yourself.
understand. I also like starting from the cogito, but I'm a little bit harsher in my assessment of it. I do hold that the experience of self, in order to say that the self is having the experience of an external reality, that even the self is presupposed. So I kind of go with the Nietzschean critique of the cogito on that, is that an experience is being had, and that experience can be doubted. That's what we can confirm. The question then is, what is having the experience? The perception is that it is the self that is having the experience, but that perception could itself be a deception. So, but that's it's unfalsifiable. There's no way for us to break that. So we can literally say, we can work with it, is that it appears to be the case that it is the self that I identify as being separate from other agents that I observe, that is having the experience. And yes, that's a presupposition of the self, but it's kind of a strong inference. So we can just operate from there. Sure, we can infer that there is a self. The self is having the experience. We do it by our experience itself. The fact that we can doubt the experience kind of reinforces that idea. So what? That's great. The whole point is like where you can just like axiomatically assume that there's a God. He's like, well, I'll just axiomatically hold that there's a God that exists. Okay, you could do that. Sure. It wouldn't be parsimonious in any way. Okay, I mean, what Andrew was describing and where I operate from as well is from a bottom-up perspective, not a top-down. Operating bottom-up, we start very, very basic with the basic observations that we make about reality. And then we work upwards from there within the purview of the things that we have, that we can demonstrate that we have access to, with the evidence that we have. From that, we can arrive at a metaphysical position. We should never start at a metaphysical position and work down to try to force everything to fit that metaphysical paradigm. We should always work up to one. That way, if we get new evidence that suddenly changes things, we can alter our metaphysical paradigm to reflect the new evidence. That's intellectually honest. That's intellectually honest and is parsimonious.
So, and two quick points before I let you respond there. So, first, I also don't feel that we need to come to metaphysical conclusions. See, I can actually just contextualize my experience and run with what I got. Now, what is it? Why is it? I don't need an explanation for that, nor would I expect to necessarily have justification for an ultimate answer, because it's like using the tools you've got to try to prove the thing that makes the tools. What are you going to do that with? It's the same reason why revelation is worthless, because you have no tool to justify the origin or nature of revelation. You just get to take some sort of word for it, which is worthless. But you brought language. You brought language into that idea about what I was bringing to the table as a presupposition. Language was also something I didn't start with. So, bottom up, as JL said, even language isn't there.
Yeah.
Language, that happens as you grow up.
Okay, so like I don't. This isn't even a conversation. You guys spent 7 minutes talking there. That's so many points for me
Oscar,
to
are you gonna
try
piss about
and.
are you gonna piss about the meta, or are you actually gonna like demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing?
Oh no! Well, you bring up so many points, and I don't have the possibility to address them one at a time because you bring up like 40 different points to speak for 7 minutes.
One.
I'd like to pick one, which is that can I get a justification for belief that the external world actually properly imprints itself and gives you a correct view or interpretation of the external world to the self?
Okay, the best way that we can do that is through scientific methodology, through novel testable predictions. That's the best way that we confirm that there is an independent there's a reality that exists independent of our experience, an objective reality that's independent there. There are a number of experiments that we can do that confirm these things are consistent beyond our line of sight, beyond our ability to observe them. And so we don't have to be actively present for these things to be predicted. So the number one way, experimentally speaking, that we can confirm this is through novel testable predictions. One of the earliest ones was the candle in the closed room.
Yeah,
if you're familiar with that experiment.
But that's begging the question.
It's not begging the question. It's not making any additional assumptions. We're not making any additional assumptions. We're going with what we have access to. It's not begging the question. Hold up. Begging the question is assuming the truth of your conclusion within your premises. When I take a candle that I know burns at a specific rate that I can measure, and then I take that candle into a closed room, okay, and I set the candle on a table, and I light the candle, and then I say, it is this time when I'm lighting the candle. If I come back, then this length, this measurable length of candle will be melted away. I close the door, we control the experiment, we watch it, make sure nobody goes in. Then at the designated time, we walk in, we look at the candle, and we measure that it has in fact melted to that degree. Nobody needed to be present for it to be continuous. There was no evidence of anybody going in there. There's nothing that we have access to that we could demonstrate that would upend that possibility. We would have to assume the existence of something that that would be able to interfere with it. We can control the experiment to a degree. We can do this multiple times in multiple different settings in multiple places around the world. And we can confirm that to a probabilistic degree, that is what is going on. We confirm through experiments and novel testable predictions that there is most likely, to an extreme degree of probability, that there is an external reality that operates independent of our experience, that doesn't need us around to exist. And we can confirm that to such a degree that you would need to provide evidence of something that would warrant doubting that.
So what I mean by begging the question is that you're begging the question of that the external world is accurately conveying the information.
It did. I was able to measure it. Yes, I was able to measure it. My prediction came true.
Yeah, you're presupposing that you're begging the question that external world is correctly transferring.
No, I'm not. I'm not starting with I am not starting with the assumption that is what will absolutely take place. I am testing it to see if it will. That's the
testing.
And then, do you know what a novel testable prediction is?
The testing presupposes Oscar, that the external world will correctly convey the information.
No, it will convey me information. I have to repeat the experiment multiple times, and you're completely ignoring it. We know that our senses track truth. We know that.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Do I have to go
back to the evolution?
Do I have to go through?
It.
Right.
No.
So I don't have to say it again. You did listen. I've refuted the EAAN. So we know to a degree our senses track truth.
You just appealed to a evolutionary story, and you just have there was no actual philosophical justification.
It is not. I don't. Evolution. Okay, no, hold up. Oscar, I don't need a philosophical justification. I have experimental data to back it up. I don't have to make. I don't have to make.
Is prior to that.
I know. I don't need to do that. I don't know. I do not need to start. No, Oscar, I do not need to start with a philosophical assumption. I don't need to do that. I can simply start with an observation. That's it. That's all I'm starting with.
The observations presuppose so many.
It doesn't presuppose shit. It doesn't presuppose anything. I am making an observation.
doesn't
I
presuppose
am making
anything.
an observation of what appears to be an objective, independent reality. I am not saying that it is objective and independent. I'm not saying that it doesn't require my observation to continue persisting. I'm not saying any of that. I am running experiments to confirm what appears to be the case. And then I asked you, do you know what a novel testable prediction is?
Does the experiment itself
I'm asking
have
you
prior
a question. I'm asking you a question. Answer the question. Do you know what a novel testable prediction is?
No, I don't, but I'm going to be respectful
Okay.
and hop off if you're going to mute me.
Okay, don't bitch about the meta. It's my fucking stage, and I'm asking you questions.
I understand, but you don't answer any questions, and you're too silly to understand
I
that
will.
scientific experiments themselves presuppose a whole bunch of philosophical necessities to be the case. I don't know how you're denying that.
No, they really don't. Not anymore. No. You're thinking about ancient times. We have since dispensed with that. We don't have to make those assumptions anymore. So, going back to it, a novel testable prediction is a prediction that we can make about reality that yields new information about the system. That's why it's novel. It releases new information that we didn't have prior. New information that we didn't know was there until we wouldn't know until the prediction comes true. So, we can predict things about the universe that yield new information that we don't priorly have, that says if our understanding of reality is accurate, and then we do this, we can predict that we will see this if our understanding is accurate. If our understanding is inaccurate, we will not see this prediction take place. But then we see it take place, we know that our underlying understanding of the universe is correct. That's what a novel testable prediction is. That's how we determine that we know things.
Yes, okay. So it's just quickly, is accuracy and inaccuracy, are they value judgments that have prior preconditions that have to be the case for that to be true?
Because they're not value judgments. They're not value judgments in a moral sense. They are simply saying that which corresponds to reality and that which does not correspond to reality. That's literally just a philosophy of truth in that. If you hold a correspondence take on it, then truth is that which corresponds to reality. That's basic.
So that's a philosophical position that you have to presuppose is prior to the science. So I am correct, actually.
No. Hold up. No. That's a theory. That's a theory of truth. There are different theories of truth. There's coherentism, there's pragmatism, there's semantic, there's rhetorical. We can literally say, just like the vast majority of people just operating out there in the world right now are correspondence theorists. That which is true is that which corresponds with reality. That's just a basic kind of inference that we make about things. Truth is the label that we give, or it's a property of propositions. We make a proposition, and then that whether or not that proposition has the property of being true is determined by whether that proposition accurately reflects reality or corresponds with reality.
Yes.
That's not a presupposition. That's setting the guidelines.
I'll ask, is induction required to run a scientific experiment?
It can be, or it can be involved in it. It's not necessarily required.
Technically, what is the first step of the scientific method?
Step 1.
Yeah, what is it?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, sure. Let's get your answer first.
Yeah, what is it to formulate a hypothesis?
To make an observation.
Or to make an observation.
Yeah.
And then
to make an observation.
Observation. Look at that. It's called Gibby. We got sent. We've got some kind of input. Yep. We have an experience.
And then formulate a hypothesis. Is that the next thing? And then go.
Well, we make an observation, and then we ask a question based upon that observation that we then test.
Yes, which would be the hypothesis into the test, yes.
Right. So, and that could be a strong inference. It could run off that we could infer something about that, or we could, a number of ways. It's not required. It's oftentimes involved, but it's not necessarily required, because we could just be doing something redundantly to confirm an observation in and of itself. So it'd be like, this is what I'm observing. I'm going to hit it from another angle or get another person involved to confirm that the observation of what I'm seeing is actually what I'm seeing. So
Oscar, we're going to give ourselves a little sample here. I'm going to have an entire pallet of bricks, and you're going to be across from me.
Yep.
Now, every time you tell me that I need access to absolute truth, I'm going to pick up a brick, throw it at you. Now, you see, every time I hear the thud and the screams and I see the dripping of blood, I'll get it what's known as a performative contradiction from your soon-to-be pulp self. Now, I'll ask you again, and I'm going to pick up another brick and I'm going to chuck it at you. Now, I'm going to wonder at what point am I going to be justified in thinking I'm chucking bricks at you? How many bricks do you think it'll take, Oscar?
So
For me to feel justified.
hypothetically murdering me with bricks.
But
I know. No, he didn't say murder. He said how. No, he said how many bricks. No, how many bricks
squishing me into a pulp?
No,
with
Oscar.
bricks.
No, Oscar. How many bricks thrown at your head will it take to convince you to get the fuck out of the way? That's what he's asking.
Yeah.
How many bricks
I
being thrown at
understand
your
that.
head would convince you to duck?
And how many would it take for me to believe that, yeah, I'm hitting you with bricks as I'm watching the effects I'm expecting?
Do you not understand what I'm saying? That
Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm waiting
yes,
for
I
my
understand what you're
feedback.
saying.
How many bricks does it take? This is how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? How many bricks does it take to form justification, Oscar?
yeah, it would probably create one to give me a justification to get out of the way, but there's so many things that are presupposed in this hypothetical that you need to justify.
Oscar, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, so I'm going to say it as gently as possible. Nobody gives a flying fuck about your absolutes. All I need is to know that I ain't going to get hit by that brick twice.
Yeah, so we don't care about
Nobody
objectivity
needs your
or
absolutes. You cannot demonstrate your
Okay.
absolute. Nobody cares that you assert your
That's-
absolute.
Well,
And the very thing you're trying to define as guaranteeing your absolute is the very thing that can violate, and as according to the texts, has historically violated. So you are literally creating quicksand. Spare me the bullshit.
The primary thing here, Oscar, is we don't need to invent a god or define it a specific way in order to understand reality or to make claims about reality or to determine what claims are true about reality. That, like I said before, the ontological assumptions you're making about the nature of these abstract concepts, we can simply hold different ones. We hold ones that are more justified because they're not predicated upon the existence of an entity that you can't demonstrate actually exists as a concrete thing. That's all it comes down to. It goes directly to what Van Til was trying to do with presuppositional apologetics. If you understand Van Til and why he was doing what he was doing, so because it was really intellectually dishonest what he was doing.
Yeah, I just want to sort of hammer home the point that you say that your position is more justified, yet
It's more rational and more parsimonious. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about justifying rationality itself.
Wait.
Can't it just
Well, rationality is just in accordance with logic and reason. That's all it is.
yeah, and logic and reason, those are things that also have to have prior justifications.
No, they don't. Reason is just hold up. Reason is just thinking about things, and logic is a subjective schema
It's
that we
just
have.
the subjective schema.
That
Now-
we hold up.
Yeah,
with
there's-
that is designed to describe what we perceive to be objective reality, which means its rules don't change because its rules map to reality. So
Yeah, but
until
you can't
reality
know that
changes,
because it's
until
subjective.
reality changes,
Yeah.
logic won't change. But these are descriptive in nature, descriptive, not prescriptive. I
Yes,
can
I
still hold that,
understand.
and it still operates just fine.
Yes, but if the subjective schema is what you're using to have knowledge of the objective external world,
That's what I'm
then it
using to
could be.
chuck bricks at your head. Every
Hang
time
on,
I
hang on a
Yeah,
second,
and-
hang on a second,
and-
Andrew.
so you can't actually know that the
Oscar,
external world's
Oscar, we're going in
objective.
circles now because you're simply going back
I
to
know.
how can I determine what is true? And I'm going to say because
Yeah,
evolution
I am.
truth tracks.
Yeah, but that's just a story. You weren't
It's-
there
well, hold
to
up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
You weren't there
No,
to
Oscar,
independently
Oscar,
verify.
hold up a sec. What do you mean by that's just a story? We have
That's-
experimental data that confirms this.
Do you have experimental data from the quote millions of years, or any empirical observation?
Oh, I don't
or
even
any
need to worry about that.
scientific
I just need to worry
data
about the next brick.
from the
Wait,
millions
hang a second,
or
Andrew.
billions of
Okay,
years
hang on a
to-
sec. No, hold up. You do know, I'm just asking this. You do know that we don't need to be present at the time a murder is committed to convict the murderer of the crime, right? You do know that.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm trying to get
Okay,
home
no.
is that
If I
there's-
just heard a laugh in the back of your fucking voice, we
Maybe.
don't have to be present for that. We can observe today that organisms can truth track as a way of their as a result of their evolution. We can observe that organisms that cannot successfully truth track do not survive to pass on their genes to the next generation. We understand evolution in the passing of gene alleles over generations within populations. So, and that results in phenotypical changes, and that those that are selected for are the ones that support fitness, which is their ability to procreate and give and make successful offspring that can continue the process. The ability to truth track, to recognize and operate within an environment successfully is a part of that. So if the organisms that exist today are all genetically related, per our understanding of evolution, genetics, and a number of other fields, and a wide variety of other fields, and we are the descendants of prior generations of organisms going all the way back to abiogenesis, and those organisms were doing the same thing, then yes, we can strongly infer that that was how those organisms succeeded, is that they were able to track truth, recognize water supplies, recognize food, avoid predators, find shelter, and proliferate and pass their offsprings down to allow eventually to blind us. It's a strong inference based upon the evidence that we have now. So what is the problem with this? It's not a story. We have data to back it up.
Yeah, but that data presupposes a whole host of philosophical things.
Name one thing it presupposes.
Induction.
No,
regularity
induction is not the problem.
of nature.
No, hold up.
Regularity of nature.
It doesn't presuppose the regularity of nature. We observe the regularity of nature. There's no reason for us to think that nature was ever different in the past. We actually have mechanisms, such as we have scientific mechanisms that we utilize to confirm what the past would have been. Okay. Yeah. Yes, it's probabilistic based upon the evidence, but there's no reason. There's nothing that exists that would warrant us to think that it was ever different in the past. So why are you going with this nonsense? Either that, or you don't actually understand how science works.
No.
How is it nonsense to say that the regularity of nature
he wants to try to justify the regularity of nature. So once again, I'm going to start picking up bricks, and every one that lands is justification. So you're off here going, well, what if laws of physics change? Says the guy whose God violates them. You don't have the ground. All you can do is imagine you have ground. You can't demonstrate it. And you can't demonstrate that it does anything for you. It doesn't do anything. You don't have any more access than anyone else with any other worldview. You imagine you see a thing. You think your eyes can't be fooled, Oscar? Really?
Pareidolia apophenia would prove
what
differently,
a
dude.
bunch of dumb shit. You're just as fallible as the next guy.
Type 1 and type 2 errors. You make them too, dude. False positives and false negatives. Every human being is susceptible to them.
Yeah, the fact that I'm a fallible person doesn't mean.
I know. Well, it didn't guarantee shit for you. That's what happened. It didn't guarantee shit. Your knowledge can be wrong.
Yeah, trying to get down to this. We have the data. Now, we don't hold, because there is no evidence of anything that would exist that could make the past be different. Okay, sure, yeah, it's induction, but induction is not the problem that you think it is. We acknowledge the problem of induction. It's not really a problem. We acknowledge induction, and we incorporate it into the model as to how we determine things to be probabilistically the case. Okay, so it's not the problem that you think it is. It's not really the problem of induction, not anymore, because we've incorporated into the methodology in order to ensure we are as close to truth as possible without making a statement that we are not warranted in making per the evidence. We have the evidence and the experimental data that can confirm these things to such a probabilistic degree. You have yet to demonstrate that a God exists as a concrete thing in reality that stands in causal relation to everything that is not itself. That is a thing that you have defined into existence. It's exactly the same shit that Van Til did when he came up with this neo-fascistic method to try and keep people from leaving the church, which is the whole reason Van Til thought up presuppositional apologetics because he had no better way to try and convince people to stay in the church and to convince them to stop asking questions than to come up with this iron-fisted way of defining God into a position that they could never defeat it because it's completely unfalsifiable. That's what Van Til did. He took his fucking inspiration from neo-fascistic leaders.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a genetic fallacy.
It's not a genetic fallacy. I'm explaining to you
I
the
said
roots.
it's a bit of a genetic fallacy.
It's not
right? Yeah,
at all. I'm explaining to you why Precept looks the way it does, and why it does the way it does is because there was neo-fascistic underlying principles to try and create an iron-fisted mechanism to keep people in the church by stopping them from asking questions.
Yes, Van Til bad, Precept bad. Okay, whatever. Right? Just can I get a justification for induction?
Precept is philosophically vacuous.
Yeah, but you just grant yourself induction. Can I get a justification for induction?
I don't grant myself. Okay, so induction is I don't grant it. I acknowledge that it is a barrier, but we incorporate it into it, and all it does is inform our probabilities. That's all it does.
So in other words, you just grant it.
Oscar, what is induction?
How is that?
What is induction?
How is that not granting
what
induction?
Is induction? Oscar, what is induction?
That the past will be like the future, and the future will be like the past, and the regularity of nature.
Not purely.
Oh yes, not purely. I don't have the definition on hand. Okay, right, but that is the part of induction I'm trying to argue for in the scientific method, that there's regularity of nature, and the past will be like the future. Okay.
Do you remember who came up with the problem of induction? Who first articulated it?
No,
I'm asking Oscar.
Quine. Was it Quine?
No, it was David Hume.
David Hume, yes. Sorry, I get them too confused. Okay.
Who was an atheist, by the way? Just
I understand. That. Yes, I understand Humean skepticism. Okay, I'm using these arguments against your position to show that. And then I'm positing what I'm doing is using the Humean skeptic arguments against you and positing a coherent position. That is what my argument's trying to do.
No.
Okay, but the existence of induction, which it was literally is what Hume is talking about. It questions whether our reliance on inductive reasoning, inferring general rules or future events for past experiences, can be logically justified. We recognize that we cannot make absolute statements regarding this. That's what turns these statements into probabilistic statements. We acknowledge that we don't have access to all the information, so it could be different. But there is no reason to think that it will be until we have evidence of something that can change it. So we incorporate it into it's just a limiter on it's a limiter on the veracity of the statements that we can make about reality. That's what it is. That's what Hume was identifying. Okay, so it's not this giant fucking problem that just eliminates it. It's not a problem that eliminates epistemology entirely. It's not what it does.
Pragmatism doesn't get you to justification.
It's not okay.
Really pragmatic.
It is not scientism.
Justification.
It is not scientism. Scientism is an old 18th century term that was used to describe individuals who did science.
Pragmatism.
Okay.
Pragmatism.
Pragmatic application is important. No, pragmatic application is important. That's where you get novel testable predictions from.
But it doesn't get you to epistemic justification.
No, yes it does. Yes it does. Because guess what? This is Wittgenstein. Knowledge doesn't have to be absolute to be knowledge. And truth doesn't have to be absolute to be truth. You can determine these things and hold them with certitude based upon their probabilistic certainty. They are probabilistic to such an extreme degree that it would be irrational to doubt them. We don't even say that the Earth orbiting the sun in the way it does and would predict its position in its orbit is 100%. You realize that, right? We don't say that. It's 100% that the Earth will be at this particular coordinate position in relation to the sun tomorrow at 12 noon Central Time in America. We don't say it's 100%. We say it's 99.9 because you never know. Something might come along that might alter that. So we do a predictive model that tells us what most likely will occur. There is no reason for us to deviate from that predictive model until we have evidence of something that could show that the predictive model is wrong or the predictive model is flawed in some way. And then we improve the model. That's how that works. We don't need the absolute.
And you don't have access to absolute on your own.
You can't solve the problem of hard solipsism.
No, worse than that. He's trying to shoehorn in the thing that literally fucks with all reality. You have no access, Oscar. What is that going to do? Nobody needs your absolutes, Oscar. Nobody cares about your absolutes. You don't have access by the definition of the thing that you're saying grounds the ability for knowledge, except that you're just doing the same thing as everyone else. So you're not doing anything. What does it give you, Oscar?
That's a good question, Andrew. Planet Peterson brings it up a lot too in a different way. He says, "What does your position of precept allow you to do? Differently from what anything that we can do?"
Oscar, you can hit the unmute button yourself.
Yeah, I can't unmute you. If you muted yourself, you have to unmute
No.
yourself.
I stopped.
I figured it out.
I stopped an interruption there. But
okay.
Nice that you found the button yourself. So, Oscar, what knowledge, quote unquote, is guaranteed for you?
Well, it depends what you mean by the term guaranteed. What do you mean by the term guaranteed?
You're saying your thing secures absolutes for you somehow.
Yeah, okay, so the objective truths that I can justify is belief in the external world, the knowledge of the self, and the knowledge of God. Because without the person of God, objective knowledge and the world as we know it can't be given a coherent justification.
I'm sorry. What do you mean by objective knowledge? Because objective is mind stance independent. What do you mean by objective? Oh, you mean knowledge about objective reality? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about, so okay.
Well, no, hang on, Andrew. I'm just trying to say, when you keep saying objective knowledge, do you mean knowledge about objective reality? Is that what you're talking about?
It's worse. It's worse. Oscar, your definition there was circular as fuck. Your God guarantees you access to belief in your God.
Okay. Yeah, and I grant that. And I
grant you the ability to know about the God.
I grant that at the paradigmatic level, I'm ultimately, because the
paradigmatic,
God,
dude.
That's the paradigmatic level. The foundational level. How you guys start with the code?
You're just saying I believe God because I believe God. You got
this is literally all you're basically saying is that you know a God exists because a God exists. It's tautologically vacuous, dude.
No, it's not. I'm saying that the justification for God is going to have to be circular, given his nature.
You're saying that God exists because you believe a God exists. You're saying that you're saying that the only reason you believe a God exists is because a God exists.
No, the reason that I believe God exists is a reductio ad absurdum. Every other worldview and every other position fails at a fundamental level.
No, it doesn't. No, Oscar, hold up, guys. Hold up, Andrew. I'm going to explain to you why the reductio ad absurdum does not work here. The reductio ad absurdum doesn't work because our worldview is not trying to undergird ontological assumptions being made by your worldview. We don't hold to the same ontological assumptions that you're making. Therefore, it is not a reductio ad absurdum because we view this from a different paradigm, one that is more justified, because we're not begging the question of an existence of a God to do the thing that you think it do. So we don't we don't have to invent this thing to undergird our ontological assumptions. In fact, we don't even have to start with ontological assumptions. We can simply look, what is this thing? It is an abstract concept. I take this abstract concept and I impose it upon reality. It does not say anything additional about reality. It's literally just the way I am compartmentalizing it, or I'm describing it in view of my own subjective or my own stance-dependent mechanisms. That's all it's doing. So no, ours is more justified and more parsimonious. You are the one who is literally multiplying your entities unnecessarily. You don't need to do that. Yours winds up in circularity. You claim that you can know a God exists because God exists. How do you know God exists? Because God exists. That's insane. Which is exactly why Van Til lost his debate against Garrett Clark, because it's fucking bullshit. It's philosophically vacuous, dude.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you want me to justify God, the justification is the impossibility of the contrary, and then the positing of the coherent worldview to explain the external world.
Okay, hang on a second, Andrew. This is important. Why is it impossible for there to be no God? Explain to me that. Why is it impossible?
Because without God or without a universal, immaterial, abstract
I don't need all the
entity,
fucking
deity
descriptors.
like
Just
God,
tell me why it's impossible.
because you can't achieve objective knowledge without that God.
What do you
right?
mean
also
by
can't-
objective knowledge? Now hold up. What do you mean by objective knowledge?
Knowledge that is true, independent of a stance.
Okay.
True, independent.
If I hold that truth is a property of propositions, and that those propositions, and that a proposition has the property of truth because the proposition accurately reflects the perceived reality, then I am justified in calling something true because it corresponds to reality. That's the only justification I need.
That
Sure,
presupposes
you could be
orthodox.
skeptical. No, sure, you could open the door to radical skepticism, or to some level of skepticism at all, which you should be doing, because I'm not going to center a position just because something appears. I'm not going to center it solely on the fact that it corresponds with reality, because I could still be wrong. But it doesn't matter. We're not claiming that we need that level of knowledge or that quality of knowledge. We are saying that we're not going to assume that a thing exists because we can't demonstrate that it does. We have no access to it. We're not going to assume that it does exist. And we're not going to make the underlying ontological assumptions that you're making because they require you to invent a mind, to find a certain way, to undergird them.
Yeah,
so
but
no,
that
the reductio doesn't work.
Yes, it does work because in your worldview, just to even make the empirical observation, you presuppose
hang on, Andrew. Let him finish. Go ahead.
You presuppose that the faculty or the process that you are using to make a observation of the external world will accurately represent the external world to you.
No, I'm not presupposing it. I've already explained how we're not presupposing it.
Then you can't know that the external world is actually objectively out there.
Oscar, I've already told you how we don't presuppose that anymore. And knowledge can be probabilistic. Just because we can't get to 100%, just because we can't determine if we are or are not at 100%, doesn't mean that we aren't.
I think I'm getting confused on how do you know that there's an objective external
because we
world?
can confirm it to a probabilistic degree that is so high, doubt would be irrational. Hold up, I'm not done. I am not done. We can confirm it to such a probabilistic degree that it would be irrational to doubt. That's it. Now, what do you have to respond to that?
So you do presuppose that the external
No,
world...
I don't. No, I'm not presupposing it. I have confirmed it to such a probabilistic degree that it would be irrational to doubt unless you can present evidence that would warrant that doubt. That is not a fucking presupposition.
Can I just talk through? I'm going to walk you through this really slowly. I'm not trying to be a dickhead or anything here, but if you believe that there's an objective external world, then to know that presupposes that the external world is accurately conveying information to the
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And I've already explained how it's not. I'm not doing the circle again with you.
So you can't know that there's an objective external world.
We've got some linguistic.
Yes, I can.
JL, hold on. We've got some linguistic problems because he's recursing, and not the way you think. You said about an objective reality conveying something objective. Now, you're super fucking up all across the board on this. Straight up. First, remember, we're not the ones out there making absolute claims. We don't need it. We don't care. Your insistence on absolutes, we don't care. Do you understand? We don't care. We don't need the thing that you think you have, and you don't have the thing you think you have by your own admission. And apparently the only thing that your worldview supposedly guarantees you is the one thing you desperately just want to believe exists, yet can't demonstrate. So basically, the only thing that you've guaranteed in your own mind is the thing you can't demonstrate anyways.
Just quickly, so you don't believe in any absolutes, but you believe that there's an objective external world. That's
what. Where did that fall? Where did that fall into my list? I gave you a list of 4 things. What category did it fall under?
No, just quickly. You just said that you guys don't believe in absolutes.
Oscar,
Oscar saying that he believes in an objective external world.
No, hold up, motherfucker. That is not what we said. Why do you keep misrepresenting the words coming out of our mouths? Why do you
I'm
keep
not-
doing that?
I'm
You
not
are.
trying to. I'm asking you.
Okay, no. You're not fucking actively listening is the problem. You have a fucking script that you are trying to walk us down, and it is not going to happen because presuppositional apologetics is goddamn philosophically fucking bullshit. I could literally punch in to goddamn AI. Tell me right now, why is presuppositional apologetics philosophically vacuous? And it will break it the fuck down. Your
I'm not
worldview,
trying to
your
straw
presuppositional
man.
worldview cannot do anything that ours can't. You do not have access to the level of knowledge that you claim to do because you cannot solve problems like the problem of hard solipsism. You have to assume that
I'm
your God
doing
exists and is
was
defined a
asking
certain.
a
You have to assume that your God exists and is defined a specific way in order to justify your assertions. You cannot. This is where it boils down to. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Can you demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete entity without begging the question? Can you do that?
Okay, I will answer. I'm not trying
It's
to
a yes
straw
or
man.
no.
I was asking a
It's a yes or
clarifying
fucking
question.
no. It's
Yeah,
a
you
yes or
guys talked for
fucking no.
10 minutes. I'm trying to answer the first thing that you were talking.
Answer this question I'm asking you right now. Can you demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete entity without first begging the question?
No, I can't. So I'll explain it to you. It's not a simple. It's oversimplification to say that. Is it just a simple yes or no? I have to use logic, the things that have been imbued to me, being created in the
That
image of
assumes
God.
that God exists. You've begged the question. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm addressing these really quick because they're building up. Nobody on fire. Thank you so much for the $2. Bro just undermined himself. Yes, he did. He's done it multiple times. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist for 10 Australian. This is so unfair. You have demonstrated the truth of the external world through a probabilistic scientific methodology. Why can't I be allowed to declare that my arbitrary entity thing is also real? Excellent point, Jessica. Thank you very much for that. Where is Waldo for 5 Canadian says, hard solipsism is the only valid position. Therefore, God. Oscar. Yes, thank you so much, Waldo. Nobody on fire for $5 says, ask him if God makes vague predicates truth apt. He must have an objective answer to how many grains of sand for a heap. Excellent point there. Nobody on fire. Jessica for 10 Australian says, look at that orange cat. Do you think there are more orange cats or tabbies in the world? There's only one way to find out, by presupposing a transcendental orange cat grounding of reality. Excellent point. Thank you, Jessica. You rock. Where's Waldo for 10 Canadian says, I think it's Canadian, says he's not doing the same thing as you. You're reasoning logically. He's saying you can't quite be 100% sure of anything, so he should be able to make wild, baseless assumptions. Excellent point. Where's Waldo? Appreciate that. Thank you for that super chat. And Where's Waldo has gifted 5 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Waldo. All you new members, please enjoy the custom emojis and the channel badge that comes along with those. You guys rock. I appreciate that support. So
now, aside from begging the question, so let's just see if you did your homework. So, Oscar, what's a reductio ad absurdum?
It's an argument where you prove the position by the impossibility of the contrary.
Okay, impossibility of the contrary. So that means where's the list?
Well, in philosophy, in each worldview, there's only so many starting positions.
Oscar, where's your list?
My list of what?
Worldviews. Where's the big list of worldviews you went through?
This is why I tried to explain that worldviews only have, there's only a certain amount of starting positions.
I didn't ask what the definition was. I asked where your list was of the worldviews.
I'm explaining to you is that I don't have a written down list, but each individual
Oscar,
worldview only has there's only a certain amount of places that each worldview can go.
Oscar,
there's not a billion different worldviews and philosophies. Okay? There's only a certain amount of ways that you can go.
Oscar.
I'm just gonna. I mean, he's kind of crashing. I'm gonna just point this out from MC Time. MC Time says, "Well, I just did what JL asked. What JL said and asked the AI. Why is presuppositional apologist as a philosophy is vacuous? The following 2 or 3 posts is its response." Presuppositionalist philosophy is often considered vacuous because it relies on circular reasoning. By asserting that logic, reason, and evidence pre-require the truth of its own foundational worldview, it assumes the very conclusion it attempts to prove. That is why it's philosophically vacuous. Which is why I do not hold to it, because my reasoning is not circular.
And we're not foundationalist at that point. Seeing as much as we kind of described the idea of working bottom up, and then induction seems to be very functional. We're good with that. and it's good enough for me to keep chucking bricks. But once again, I'm still on the point of asking. So where's the list?
How many times I've explained this to you? I do not have a list of every
So
single
Oscar,
word.
Oscar,
Okay.
here's what I want to make very clear to you. See, you declared a reductio ad absurdum. You claim the impossibility of the contrary, but you haven't compared all other worldviews. You just declared yourself victor without actually comparing everything else. See, you looked at what you thought you've interpreted from this one conversation as if that's all possibilities. You didn't do your homework. You said everything else is impossible, but you haven't looked at everything else or anything else. You said you did the homework by claiming to have done a reductio ad absurdum with an impossibility of the contrary. That's declaring you did your homework, that you checked all other possibilities, but you haven't done jack shit.
The question really is, Oscar,
This is a dumb script.
My worldview is not circular at its core. Yours is. Which one of ours is more rational?
I argue for coherentism and rationality. Also, you can't justify in your worldview because your worldview starts with the cogito, which is arbitrary.
Oscar, answer the question. Don't fucking dodge it. Your worldview is circular at its core. Mine is not. Whose is more rational?
I believe mine's more rational because I can give an account for rationality. You start with
you
an
can't
arbitrary
because your account.
cogito.
No, you can't
No,
because
I
your
can't.
account is
Okay.
circular.
I just
Your
can't.
reasoning is circular at the core of your worldview. Once again, I will ask you: your worldview is circular at its core, relies upon circular reasoning at its core. Mine does not. Whose is more rational? The one who's committing the logical fallacy, or the one who is not?
So what I argue for is that my core.
Can you not just
is
answer the fucking
prior
question?
I am
Can
trying
you-
to answer the question, right?
No,
You-
the question is either yours or mine.
It's an oversimplification fallacy. You're asking this very
It's not
actual-
an oversimplification. I can boil down your worldview is circular at its freaking core. Mine isn't. There is no begging the question that I'm doing at the core of my worldview. None. So if the core of your worldview is circular in nature and mine isn't, I'm not committing a logical fallacy at the core of my worldview. Which one of our worldviews is more rational?
And if you let me answer, what I'm going to say is that the core of my worldview is prior to logic itself. It's a metalogical position in the worldview, which means that I argue for coherentism. So I believe that it's more coherent to have a self-justifying universal deity than an arbitrary ad hoc cogito where I just grant myself these things and just build myself up from an arbitrary starting position.
Does logic apply to your God?
Logic is a derivative of God's nature.
Does logic apply to it? Can God both exist and not exist simultaneously?
No, he can't because it's a reflection of his nature.
That's just tautology. You're saying God is logic, logic is God, God equals God. It's tautologically vacuous.
No. Logic
Yes, it is.
a
That's exactly what you're
reflection
saying.
of his nature. He's not
You're saying
identical
God's nature is
to
logic.
nature.
Logic is God's nature. God's nature is God's nature. It's fucking tautologically vacuous.
No, it's
So
not.
no,
because
logic applies to your God because your God is equal to it and is not equal to anything that is not God. Logic applies to your God. Okay,
Yeah, just
so
because
I
I'm
can
using
use
logic doesn't give it
I can
epistemic
use
priority.
logic. I know I can use logic to evaluate whether or not the foundation of my worldview is fallacious or not. Yours is fallacious. Mine isn't. Which one of ours is more rational? Here's a clue. It's the one that's not committing a logical fallacy.
So being arbitrary is
There's
better
one other
than
factor,
having
JL.
a prior to logical
is-
self-authenticating deity.
Yes, I'm familiar with Turek speak.
Fuck, a
Turek is
fucking
worth it.
Turek. Ah, what the shit?
Oh yes, self-authenticating.
Self-attesting.
Sorry, self-authenticating is actually that's a bill, the low bar kind. Yeah, no one needs that. That's not self-authenticating. See, there's no self to authenticate. This is you sniffing your own farts in a circle. But when we're talking about reasoning, JL, as far as where favor lands, parsimony, multiplying entities, And
Yeah.
your thing also has to be this and this and this, and you're declaring all the things about its nature. So what did you observe on this God thing to observe there's a there and discover that that's its nature? That isn't just you defining shit.
Was that a question to me?
Yes, that's a question.
Can you?
What did
repeat
you
it?
observe
Could you
on this thing
speak
to
for
determine
like
its nature?
15 minutes. What did I empirically observe to determine its nature?
Yeah, you're saying there's a
That's the
there in
question.
the first place, and now you're telling people properties of the thing. What are you using to justify the declaration of the properties of the thing?
Well, it'd be what is divinely revealed.
How do you know it's divinely revealed?
Oh, the voices in your head. That sounds very reliable.
Okay, now hang on a sec.
It's
How
not.
can
It's
you
public
determine
divine
it?
revelation.
How can you determine? No, how can you determine it's divinely revealed if you're not assuming that God exists to reveal anything?
How's your fallible mind capable of actually verifying that fact? Or are you just taking the voice's word for it?
Or I'm
wait,
going.
but
I'll
voices
say
are
it's not the
recorded
voices in
now.
your. I'll say it's not the voices of in your head. I'm saying it's information that's been passed down to you from people before you that have passed it down to you, and you're just taking it at face value. But it's still circular because you're assuming that God exists in order to reveal shit.
Okay, so do you understand the difference between a paradigmatic level justification and then our normative level justification?
It doesn't matter if your reasoning is
It doesn't
circular. It doesn't matter
matter. Okay,
where
thank
you're
you.
making. No,
Thank
it
you.
does not matter
That's
where
all I
you're
need to know.
if your reasoning is circular. It doesn't
That's-
matter where you're making it. Your reasoning is still circular.
Okay. So
That's why I said
that
when you say
sort of
paradigmatic,
shows
when you
me
say
that
when you
this
say
is
paradigmatic, when you say
preloaded.
paradigmatic, or you mean foundational, I have already stated the core of your worldview, the foundation of your worldview, is circular in nature. It is logically fallacious. You're assuming the truth of the thing you're trying to prove. Mine is not. I don't do that.
But your foundation is arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary either. Arbitrary would mean
What
without
is it,
reason.
then?
Arbitrary would mean without reason or without aim. It's not. I make observations of the world. I work bottom up to determine what is most likely the case. I am not I do not have the hubris to think that I have any access to anything that you would refer to as being absolute, because I'm just a human being. I don't know everything, but I have
Does that
but we as a
presuppose the
species.
ability of reasoning?
No, because reasoning is just thinking. And we can determine this to be true, that reasoning operating in accordance with logic and reason, which is what rationality is, that these things work in the output. They're recursive. We put them into play and we see that the results of them correspond to reality. And they're non-fallacious. That's how we know it works.
The
Fucking
external
hell.
reality that you use the subjective schema of logic to interpret.
That is defined specifically to describe the consistent operations of reality. When the reality changes, we will change the schema.
Yeah, but
Now,
that
give us a
schema is
reason to think.
subjective.
Now I'm asking you, give us a reason to think that the reality would ever change. Give us evidence of something that would fundamentally alter the reality from our current understanding. Give us the evidence of that. Where is it?
Now, see,
I want to hear this. I want to hear him respond to this. Oscar, is he muted
Really?
or did he mute himself? Oscar,
Yeah.
no,
give us the
not
evidence.
muted,
Give us the
man.
evidence of the thing that exists that can fundamentally
gonna-
alter the operations of reality.
Yeah, I'm going to respectfully end the conversation here. I've just been repeatedly muted. You guys speak for about 15 minutes at times, one time in a complete...
I'm just going to mute you there because I don't want to hear you bitch about the
Okay.
fucking meta. Okay? I'm asking you, do you have evidence of a thing that exists that can fundamentally alter the underlying reality that we observe? Do you have evidence of the existence of this thing? And if you don't, then I'd have to ask you, why do you think I would ever believe that such a thing exists?
So what's the question exactly? Do I have evidence of something that could change the external world so drastically that it would destroy your subjective schema? Is that the sort of question?
Yeah. Do you have evidence of the existence of a thing that can fundamentally alter reality to where our schemas no longer work? Do you have evidence of this?
Well, I wouldn't have direct empirical evidence or something like this, but I just
Okay.
critique that the schema is subjective.
No. We don't have to. We don't have to go there. We don't have to go there.
Yeah, we don't.
You don't have any direct
Yeah,
evidence,
nice.
which is fine. Then that goes to the second question. Why would you ever think that I would believe that such a thing ever exists? That such a thing does exist? Why would you ever think that?
I don't want you to believe that there's something that's going to drastically change the world.
Okay.
Or change the external world.
So I'm good. I'm solid. I don't need that. There's no evidence of it. It would be irrational to believe that there is, which means I don't need to believe in a God that has the power to do it.
No,
because it would be irrational to believe that such an entity exists when there's no evidence of it. Congratulations, man.
I'm questioning rationality itself, and you don't want to answer. You want to use some subjective.
No, what is rationality? No, I'm asking you, what is rationality?
One more brick.
Yeah, what is rationality?
It's reasoning in line with the laws of logic.
With logic and it's in accordance with logic and reason, right?
Yeah, and I'm questioning yours because your logic is actually a subjective schema, which means that. And you
keep skipping it. You keep skipping it. No, you keep skipping it.
What am I skipping?
Okay, I keep telling you. It is subjectively derived, yes, but the rules of it are predicated upon observed, consistent reality. We do not perceive reality altering at that degree. So the rules of the language, the rules of the schema don't change because reality doesn't change. It is a schema that reflects observed objective reality as far as we can tell. That's why it doesn't, because it doesn't change. Reality doesn't change. As far as we can tell, it doesn't change. It is consistent. And the schema reflects that.
Yeah, and this gets us back into the principle of induction, which I don't believe that you can justify. Which only is a result. It only results in these things being probabilistically true. But they are so true to such a probabilistic degree that it would be irrational to doubt otherwise. There, I have covered the bases. I don't doubt it because it would be irrational to doubt it. Until you can present evidence of the very thing you said that you could not present any evidence of, which is something that could literally fundamentally alter reality to that degree. So
there we go.
You're appearing.
It's not circular because I'm not assuming the truth of my conclusion in my premises.
I'll just make sure it lands. So to verify here, induction. That's inductive logic. It is the verification tool. So you want a verification, something to verify the verification tool. Well, how about the thing to verify the thing that verifies the verification tool? And we can go down an infinite chain. Now, you see, you want to bottom out and just say, God. Now, at this point, you're presupposing a thing just so that you can backstop the same tool that we're using anyways, and you're using. And it doesn't give you anything more. You're backstopping and trying to ask for a justification tool of the justification tool itself. Too fucking bad. One more brick equals justification. That's it.
One more brick, we're gonna have a Pink Floyd song.
Yeah, oh, trust me. I have a conceptually infinite number of metaphorical bricks because no one needs this shit, because once again, the only thing that he claimed his access could guarantee is the thing that he's trying to claim is required for access. So your God, the only thing your God secures is your God, and you have nothing else to show for it. So
you know God exists because God exists. It's worthless. You know God exists because God exists to undergird your ability to know God exists.
I think we're done here. We've been going on super long. I'm capped out. I got to work today.
I needed to hand it off. I was terrified you think that I trapped you because to get this thing started. But
you sort of. Hey, I'm here. I'm culpable, okay?
I got plaque in my arteries, man. There's only so much precept I can deal with.
Yeah, I know, but that's why you should have fed him to me earlier. So yeah, so this whole reductio bullshit. You didn't compare jack fucking shit. Your script is dumb. You guarantee no access to anything beyond anyone else, and your entire attempt for coherence is a desperate attempt to shoehorn in a whole ton of violations of Occam's razor, none of which you can justify. And you're going to lead down to the triune God. So if you're talking about multiplying entities, now you're taking just the Yahweh thing and slapping more shit on top. You are like the giant pile of bullshit. You see, if you could have just stopped at being just Yahweh, you could have just been a Jew. Why couldn't you have just been a Jew? That'd have been like, you would have at least not violated the law of identity by trying to shove a Trinity in there. But no.
How is that?
Yeah.
How does the Trinity contradict
Because
the law of
who
identity?
needs three? Who needs, by adding two more pieces into your necessary pile of BS, you're just violating parsimony. You see, it doesn't get you anywhere. So
I gotta jump on this. Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist for 10 Australian says Gandalf would obviously win because he would use the sealing spell to set a trap. Nuh-uh, Dumbledore would win because he'd use the Expelliarmus to disarm Gandalf before he could use his spell. Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah. I've moved him down. There's nothing more to be said for this.
It's I'll just say this. I know he's in the back. Oscar, we've been going for a clip, dude, but when it comes down to it, and this is not something you need to respond to. Presuppositional apologetics is never going to get you to the ground. I mean, it's philosophically vacuous. Plug it into any LLM that you want. I know now he's left, but plug it into any AI as MC Time did earlier, McTime did earlier. It's philosophically vacuous. There is no point in it. Okay, even Van Til knew it was philosophically vacuous. Okay, he knew it was crap. Okay, which is why he did what he did. But nonetheless, it was more time than I expected we would spend on a precept because I thought that the precept would crash out a lot faster. But as you can see, as the predictive model shows, clarification is literally anathema to the existence of precepts. It makes them break out in hives. They're terrified of it. They run from it. Like clarifying on these things, like,
And remember that anytime they invoked the reductio, and impossibly the contrary, they never compared shit. They want to try to take one worldview and put it in a little grudge match, like some sort of Japanese game show where they shove insect versus serpent, just to see what happens inside of an aquarium.
I want to see a bristleworm versus a mantis shrimp. I want to see that fight.
Sorry, what's the first one?
A bristleworm.
Are they naturally water native?
Oh yeah, they're ocean. They're ocean dwelling worms.
I don't know that one. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were just going like really mismatched. Like here's
no.
They're drowning. Boom.
A bristleworm is an annelid that I believe it's an annelid that grows about 2 to 3 feet long, and it burrows down into the ocean floor, and it has these two jaws that function like a snap trap. Anything that comes along.
That bristle one with the two pinchers?
Yes, and anything that comes along, it snags.
That thing's freaking huge. Mantis shrimp is tiny. Like, sure, he's got
but here's the kicker. Mantis shrimp, we know what power they possess. And mantis shrimp only get to at maximum a foot long. Usually they're in between 6 and 8 inches long. Yeah, mantis shrimp are sizable. Peacock mantis shrimp size.
We're now down to kung fu power. That's what we're talking.
Okay. They grow. Most adults averaging around 4 to 6 inches long. Okay, so that's the average size of an adult. The maximum recorded size of a fully grown adult has been 7.1 inches. So, but here's the thing: with their punching power, they have that for them, and they are heavily armored all over their body. So, if the mantis shrimp came across a bristleworm and the bristleworm's jaws were unable to latch onto its armor because it's got to get like vitally. So if it clipped its armor or something like that, if it doesn't get it in the first strike, then the mantis shrimp faster than the bristleworm can react. And that's with the power of like a 22 caliber bullet. And so the mantis shrimp could punch the bristleworm in half because it's not armored. It's just a worm. So that's a fight I kind of want to see.
Yeah, we're right back to Blob versus Thing.
I would love to see that. And I put it, I just like the scary bristleworm versus the dynamic peacock mantis shrimp would just be friggin' insane. I think it'd
Yeah.
be great.
Yeah, so to close off on there, so Precept is circular. They never do a reductio. No one's ever
Yep.
done a reductio. Every time they do it, it's a lie. Call them on it, because no one's compared all the worldviews. They want to try to go down to the idea that they can claim an absolute. The only thing their absolute supports is the one absolute, and they have no other thing that it guarantees for them, which means they've actually done nothing functional to their worldview. They have no more access to truth because of it. Their very God is anathema to access to knowledge, especially because it can reinvent reality and fool you directly, regardless of what the actuality is. So it can fuck with your thoughts, your mind, everything, as well as reality. Precept is cope. Pure cope. No one ever did the work. They just hope you don't have an absolute, and we don't need it, and we don't care, because I have lots of bricks. And remember, I do not have the solution for the problem of hard solipsism, but I do have the solution for the problem of hard solipsists, and the answer is bricks. You keep throwing, and eventually the noises stop.
Yeah.
So so on your way out the door, Oscar, please accept your complimentary ball gag.
MC Times thinks I still think Mary Poppins would take Q from Star Trek. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, that could be an interesting battle. I like this. One time answers, presupposing the dynamic punch lands, the bristleworm will be inflicted with confusion status, and then it's basically over. He's saying they're like their Pokemon. Stop putting my Pokemon OCs into hypothetical fights. It's rhetorically cruel. I think it would be an interesting battle just to see the two scrap. If that could ever be caught on video, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Alrighty. I'm pooped.
All right, dude. Yeah,
I am going to be wrecked in the morning.
We're a little bit agnostic. Agnostic one. I can take a mantis shrimp.
Yes, with marinara sauce.
If I wonder if I take the mantis shrimp and I pull it out of the water and I hold it up to your forehead, would you be able to take that? I'm kind of curious. I gotta ask. Can a mantis shrimp? Oh crap! I didn't even get to finish it. Can a mantis shrimp kill a human? It literally popped up. It was just recommended. I put can a mantis and it said shrimp kill a human. So a mantis shrimp can accelerate its claw at 50 miles per hour, matching the speed of a 22 caliber bullet and delivering over 1,500 newtons of force. Okay.
Is that enough surface area for kinetic transfer is the question. And where would it have to land? Can
1,500 newtons of force fracture a human skull? Yes, 1,500 newtons of force can fracture a human skull. Biomechanical research shows that localized blunt impacts ranging from 1,000 to 1,500 newtons meet the threshold to cause a bone fracture in adult human skulls under specific conditions. Impact location. The front of the skull is thick and strong, needing more force, while the temples, eye sockets, and the base are thinner and break more easily. So a mantis shrimp cocks you in the side of the head.
And while you're concussed, it just keeps punching you.
Just keeps punching you over and over and over again.
Oh, that first hit had better land.
So I'm thinking agnostic one. It's going to depend on who gets the drop on who. If the mantis shrimp gets the drop on you, you might be in trouble. Pop right to the temple, and it's like, oh, then you're dazed, and then it's just going to swim away.
I think this all comes down to the two most immortal words: plot armor.
MC Time said, earlier I watched a video about a UFC fighter versus a chimpanzee. It said that the fighter has a chance to survive if he could tire the chimp out. Who wants to go 5 minutes with a chimp?
Okay. I'll leave one last parting thing before we definitely got to close. A piece from a mixed martial arts instructor, a big YouTuber by the name of Ramsey Dewey, for those who may know it.
Okay.
Now, this is on 2 Week for Technique, on a woman he was teaching who has basically learned all of the techniques of jiu-jitsu, but didn't have the physicality to apply it, wasn't winning and trying to find out what to do in order to do this. Well, came up with another question of going, well, imagine, for instance, an adolescent. You're going into a fight with an adolescent female silverback gorilla. Now you're going to go in, okay? And
Well, if it's silverback, it's a silverback, it's got to be male. Silverbacks are male.
Well, but that's the species per se, is it not?
No. It's just designated by the fact that they get silver on their back is what it is.
Okay.
Silverback is a male.
So you've got an adolescent silverback gorilla.
Okay, so yeah, a juvenile,
in a rare naked choke.
Oh,
What happens? What happens next?
it literally pulls the skin off of my head.
Oh, what? The answer is, whatever that gorilla wants to happen, what's going to happen?
Is going to happen
Because it doesn't matter what you do. Your physicality does not compare to an adolescent. It'll disarm you. And then it will dislag you.
Yes,
Then it will dislag you.
It pulls your fucking arms off. Is what it
Like I
does.
said, first it will disarm you, and then it will dislike you. See, whatever it wants to happen, that's what's going to happen.
Mr. Perfect Sales says, I could fight a silverback. I said fight, not win.
I'm not sure. Some may argue if that qualifies as a fight. It's like the
Do you remember the interview? Seth Rogen and I lost his name. James Franco, Seth Rogen, the interview where they go to interview Kim Jong Un.
I remember the ads for the movie. I never watched it.
There's a sequence where he's out trying to pick up the plot is to assassinate Kim Jong Un, and so the CIA uses a drone to drop a little package that has ricin that they're going to use to poison him. But Seth Rogen has to go out to the LZ to go pick it up and find it. When he's out there in the woods looking for, because they're in Korea, they're in North Korea. He's out there in the woods looking for it, and he gets it, and he comes across a fucking tiger, and they're like, "That's a fucking tiger." And then he's like, and then so they're in radio communications, like, "Okay, I hate to tell you this, man, but you're gonna have to fight that tiger." And then CIA headquarters like, "No, do not fight the tiger. Do not fight the tiger. You will lose." Love it.
Okay, yeah, we've hit oh boy, the almost 8.5 hour mark.
Yeah.
Oh.
For a clip.
Yeah.
Pre-sub. It's going to be the death of us, I swear. All right, bud. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you hanging out. I know you got to go. So, and I'll do the closeout. We got it. Let's do the Discord thing now.
Yep. Any last shout outs for the live chat that we need to do? Any last acknowledgements? Do we have any super chats? Anything snuck its way through?
Nope. We got those all cleared. And there's the room. Okay. Oh, jockey music is in there.
Yeah, I'm already on cleanup duty.
Okay.
As soon as I remember whether it was slash or ... Oh, it's a mod? What the hell?
Hang on a sec. Is it slash?
Oh, no, you can't ban. No, that's not going to work. It counts it as a... Yeah, it's counted as a guest mod. There's got to be a command to kick this thing out of the room. God damn it. Yeah, hold on. There's got to be a bot command it'll respond to here. Here we go.
Okay, I'll let him do that. I'm going to let Andrew take care of that while we're doing this. So, a huge giant thank you to everybody who came up. Thank you to all of the people that came up on the stage. Thank you to Tony. And I didn't get to talk to you, Austin, so I appreciate you hanging out. And say everybody that came up, we appreciate that and all the conversations we had. To Bob, to Oscar, and of course the other ones that it didn't go so well. So thank you so much for hanging out with us and coming up on the stage and allowing us to gab about your worldviews. I appreciate that. I hope a lot of that information came through. I hope the pre-sub conversation was very informative to some people. Remember, be sure to like or dislike it, whether you like or dislike the stream, but be sure to leave a comment below. If you have questions about what we talked about, I'd be happy to answer them there. And of course, those interactions help to drive us with the algorithm. And your feedback always helps me to improve how we do the stream, how we do everything, whether it be backgrounds or whether, whatever it is, really, really helps. We're going to be opening up the day or opening up the stage to TikTok here pretty soon as I get the new system in, and we're going to make that happen. And hopefully we'll have really, really fascinating conversations when that happens. So we'll take care of that. But look forward to that. A huge giant thank you to all of the super chats that came through, the membership milestones, and of course the new channel members. You guys make the show possible. So if you're interested in supporting the channel via channel membership, you're able to do that. The link is in the description, and it's only like 99 cents per month. It's about as much as I value my content, and you get custom emojis and of course the channel badge to show off. And so I appreciate that support. Thank you all so much for helping us out with that. I do appreciate that. Coming up, I got new content coming up on Thursday. As soon as I get done editing tomorrow, I'll have new content coming up, and maybe I'll be able to drop something on Saturday as well. And we're going to do the Stage of Reason like we did today on Wednesday will be the next one. So you'll see us live then. It's going to be a lot of fun. So that's Wednesday the 5th. Wednesday the 5th will be the next Stage of Reason. Every Sunday and Wednesday we do this. So I appreciate that. So huge giant thank you to everybody. I appreciate you hanging out. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So look forward to the new content. I hope you guys enjoyed the debate that I posted up on Saturday and the 4-part series that I just got done posting up on the last Tuesdays. So look forward to new stuff. So yeah, please, the views have been kind of dismal as of late. So I hope you guys check it out. And thank you to all the comments that are coming through, all the interactions. That really helps. Hopefully I can get the views up because I'm just getting pwned in the freaking. That's why I dropped the Sunday video, the Sunday debates, because I'm getting pwned in the views as far as my content goes. These things are like the live streams are going really, really well, but damn, it's rough. But yeah, can we message this person? Who is it?
Oh no, it's an automatic bot. Oh, hold on.
Can we message the moderator? Like politics mod to see if we can get it removed? Let's just do it that. All right. So we'll get the Discord thing. We'll get the Discord thing figured out. So thanks again, everybody. I appreciate that. You guys rock. You make the show possible. So I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. We will see you on the next one. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all.
Ciao.
Say I'm tired as shit, Andrew. Go now.
Not a tuba. Not a tuba.